I can hear you, yes.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, we can get started.
Good afternoon. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment consider applications for variances from the provision of the zoning that applies to property and permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and also consent to survey property to create new lots. My name is Yim Chen. I will be the chair for this meeting, and our panel members in person is Ms. Lois Fake and also Mr. Douglas Wilkins, and online joining us is Mr. Dylan Reed. And I would like to read the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe and the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. And the Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid, in-person, and virtual formats. Some applicants and participants will make their submission in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx and online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connected with the computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the options of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entering. When their item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you're called to speak. Those participating by appearance will be temporarily upgraded. Video appearances will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5 minutes allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadlines. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist control during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to follow this instruction. How to receive a copy of decision of the committee. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of committee on an application must fill out a decision request card. I think it's on one of these tables. And those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. This ensure that you include your name and address and email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Board TLAB will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Board, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decision. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and specified persons and public bodies, as those terms were defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. So the procedure of the hearing is that I will call each item in the order listed in the agenda. and how you make your submission. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with the presentation if desired. When the committee does not require presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for decision. And each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. And any presentation or other materials you will wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept material at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please also remember to confine your remarks on the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note the committee may not entertain revisions to proposal at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speaker in the hearing room and then the people online through WebEx. Committee member may ask questions of each speaker after they finish their presentation. And when all speakers are finished, the applicant agent have opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for decision. Okay, are there any conflict of interest for this session? No. And also, are there any file to defer and closing files for this session?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't see any files for closure. I don't see any files at this time for deferral.
Okay. All right, so we are ready for item number 16. Address is 75 Eaton Avenue. The purpose for this application is to construct a new 3-story detached 4-plex dwelling with a front porch and a front basement walkout and a rear landing with stairs, front second and third story balconies, and rear second and third story balconies. And they're asking for 2 variances. And on this file, we receive a copy of the survey, site plan, floor plans, elevation, and revised site plans, and a photograph or tree on the property, an email corresponding from the agent, and also presentation material from the agent. And communication, we receive email from Metrolink, and also a staff report from Urban Forestry. Opposition, we receive from 77 Eaton Avenue, and that's all the material we receive here.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online, and we have the 2 registered speakers at 77 Eaton Avenue on the line to speak in opposition.
They're both online, right? So yeah, please have the agent, Mr. Reyes.
Craig, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Yes. You do have some opposition. We need you to give us a brief presentation. Oh, do you give us your address too, please?
Certainly, and if staff could please pull up our supporting material. My name is Craig Race. Address is 282 Richmond Street East.
Yes. Okay, go ahead.
So I think that's the opposition supporting material. There should be presentation materials F4 probably in the list. The application before you is for a 4-plex on a residential street near Greektown along the Danforth. Next page, please. The project currently is an existing home that will be demolished for a new construction 4-plex. It's important to note that the street is relatively dense in its current standing. One important note I like to make here is that the separation between the houses is relatively small, which we noted on the top graphic. However, we're very lucky to have one of or two of the wider side yards in the area at over 1 meter to the house to the north and about 0.7 to the house to the south. Because of that, we do not require a side yard variance for the south. However, if staff would please go to the next page, we are requesting a side yard setback variance of 0.14 meters on the north side. That is maintaining the existing condition. So the house that's on the site currently has a north side yard setback of 0.14 meters. We are requesting to maintain that setback as it currently stands. And there's still plenty of space to have over a meter to the house on that side of the lot. We actually did a study of the area, which is the small graphic in the top right corner. Of the 121 adjacent houses, actually 80% of them would require side yard variances. So it's very typical in this relatively dense neighborhood for houses to have those conditions. Next page, please. The second variance we're requesting is for main wall height. That is only for the rear main wall. So the side elevation here has a highlighted section in blue. That is the portion of the home that extends above required main wall height. We are requesting that because it allows for appropriately sized bedrooms on the third floor. And we believe it's minor because there are no ancillary variances such as depth or height, overall height. We are following all of the variances. And as you can see by the graphic on the right, many of the houses adjacent to this site along Eaton Avenue are quite a lot deeper than ours, which would have a substantially larger shadow and perceived massing impact. Next page, please. Although we are following the new multiplex bylaws in order to only have variances here, it's worth noting that our client has elected to leave some building volume on the table in order to follow the street character. You'll see the second floor has been stepped in farther than it needs to be in order to align with the second floors of the adjacent houses. We've done this to reinforce the character of enclosed one-story front porches and then a step back, taller building mass, as is already prevalent. Next page, please. Our clients have done some outreach to the neighborhood. The blue properties all have been contacted in advance of this application. Next page, please. In addition to that outreach, I should mention, we did contact the councillor's office and we've spoken to community planning and Metrolinx, and no concerns from any of those bodies. In order to conclude, we really believe these variances are truly minor in nature. The new multiplex bylaws have signaled that city planning wants to see new housing that's family focused in our established neighborhoods. And we think this is an excellent circumstance to embrace that. But beyond fulfilling that requirement, the minor variances we believe are suitably offset by the character of the home and the fact that our clients have elected to push in the second floor to create a building that is contextually sensitive in addition to fulfilling the requirements of the official plan. Thank you, committee. Happy to take any questions.
I think
may have.
I think we're going to hold our question to you after we hear the other speakers. All right? Yeah, we'll get back to you.
Understood.
Yeah. The next speaker.
Hello, Martin and BL. You've both been unmuted.
Yes, hi there. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, through you,
So,
Madam Chair.
first of all,
Martin,
if
will
you
you
could,
be speaking? Will you be speaking for the full 5 minutes on behalf of 77 Eaton Avenue, or will you be sharing the 5 minutes?
No, I'll be taking the whole 5 minutes, correct?
Okay,
yes.
thank you. We just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please. Yes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but it just appeared to me that the individual that we're opposing against spoke is part of the panel member. Craig Race. Is that correct?
I'm so sorry. We cannot really hear you too well because it's sort of wobbling sound. Can you speak to your microphone or? Yeah. Can you start again, please?
Okay, that should be clear.
Yeah.
Okay, so it just appeared that Craig Race, which is the one that we're opposing, which just spoke to you, seems to be part of the panel. Am I correct or incorrect?
What's your question again? And then maybe the agent will answer you after your presentation. Can you state your question again?
Yeah, your phone. One moment, please. Hello.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
You asked
Just
a question.
Craig Race is part of the panel. Is that correct?
Okay.
Madam Secretary Treasurer, maybe you can answer that.
I'm so sorry. I do not know who's speaking now, and I thought that we are in the middle of a presentation. Sorry. Can anyone not supposed to speak stop speaking? Let the speaker speak, please. Mr. Spears, I believe, or no, Bradley, Mr. Bradley, yeah.
We have BL Bradley unmuted.
Martin, you've been unmuted. Can you please try to speak?
What about BL Bradley?
My phone's off.
Martin?
Hello, we are trying to make a connection here. Can
Okay,
you hear
we
me?
can
We have
hear
to switch
you.
phones.
Hello, we are able to hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we are able to hear you. You can now start your 5 minutes and speak on behalf of 77 Eaton Avenue.
5 minutes.
Okay, we're not ready for the 5 minutes yet. We had just noticed that the panelists, Craig Race was listed as one of the panel members. Is that correct or incorrect?
No, Craig Race is the agent on the file.
Yeah, but he was listed as one of the panelists
When
and
he
not
was
the
speaking.
attendee.
I think
So
that
he is an attendee. He is the agent. We've heard from him. Now we are starting the clock at 5 minutes, and you are to speak at this point. Thank you.
Okay.
Our documents pulled up.
Okay, if you could just pull up our photos, please. Yeah, that's our objection, and we had photos. Yes, okay, thank you. So if you can, we are the residents to the left. That's 77 Eaton. The one right in the middle there is 75, of course, and the one to the right is 73. Now, between 77, the house on the far left, and the house in the middle there is an alleyway. This is what Craig Race had referred to regarding the 1 meter. This is basically our alley, and then to the right of 75 Eaton, in between 75 and 73, is their alley. If you could just pull up the next picture, please. Okay, so that is our gate attached to, again, we're on the left, they're on the right. If you could pull the next picture up, please. And the next picture. Okay, so it is cemented right there that Craig Race had advised the committee that they owned 1 meter of the north alley. They do not. That's a tape measure. It's just over 5 inches, and that is the 5 inches that they own to the north of the property line. Okay, so it's not 1 meter at all. It's 5 inches. I don't know where he got the one meter from. And if you could pull up the next picture, please. Okay, so this is our alleyway in between the houses. That's our air conditioner there, up above the ladder. Our concerns of the variances here, of course, are the only variances that anybody is being impacted by are, of course, us. Because we are the ones that the variance does, of course, affect. Now, again, they only own 5 inches of that entire alleyway, and again, not 1 meter. I don't know where that came from. Our concerns are this, is that, first of all, for them to tear down the house and then rebuild a building of that magnitude, going from 1.2 meters to, which is 47.2 inches to 5.5 inches, is clearly not a minor variance whatsoever. That's a difference of approximately 3.5 feet. Now, if this was just a regular residence or they were continuing to build onto the wall, that would be perfectly fine if they were just making adjustments or repairs to the house, whatever the case may be. But it's a complete tear down in the code. The code exists for a reason, and the code is 1.2 meters. And I'm thinking in this particular circumstance, the 1.2 meters be upheld by the committee as a result of, most importantly, safety. And again, the magnitude of this fourplex to go to 5 inches from the property line is just it's completely unreasonable, the size of this thing. So, next photo, please.
Next photo.
So this is our live alleyway. We use this on a regular basis to get from the front to the back to the front. And we just can't determine how this is going to be done safely. And I'm strongly suggesting the committee uphold the 1.2 meters. For the safety of us and for the safety of them themselves. Now, if the 1.2 meters is upheld, of course, and they'll be more than happy to, more than welcome to, of course, access their property and build whatever they need to build, with scaffolding or whatever they need to do. But I mean, they're certainly not going to be coming onto our property. I mean, because even if you allow the variance, I mean, that in any way doesn't include any sort of right of entry to access our property. So unless they're going to build it from the inside out, I can't imagine how that would be done, but they're certainly not going to have access to our property. We get to the next photo, please.
Yeah, there will be no access to our property.
Right. So again, no access to our property, and the safety concerns of this thing being built and the possibility of the injuries to us and whatnot. I'm making sure that it's clearly documented here, the hazard of health and safety for our injury and whatnot. And of course, we have a large dog. The other variance that we are contesting, of course, is the front stairs. Now, the front stairs, if you have a walk down, is supposed to be 23.6 inches, and they want a variance to have it down to 3.1 inches. Clearly, again, this is not a minor variance whatsoever. So if you have a walk down 3.1 inches from the property line, I mean, that's got safety and injury written all over it.
Through you,
from
Madam
anybody from our
Chair,
side.
the 5 minutes is up. So
yes.
yes,
I'm so
we'll have
sorry, I
to.
wasn't watching. Yeah.
So they'll have to wrap up.
Yeah, you have to wrap up, please. Yeah. And, yeah. You use
Okay. Well, in a nutshell, once again, I mean, it just comes down to it's a big safety issue as far as the front stairs are concerned. It's a safety issue as far as the 5 inches is concerned, and I think it would be in everybody's best interest if the committee upheld the 1.2 meters so they could safely build.
Thank you. Yes. Any question to
Okay.
the speaker? So, any question, Mr. Wee? No. Okay, let's have the agent back to respond to the issue raised. Mr. Reyes, can you respond to the comments? Please, yeah.
Craig, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. So I can quickly comment on the front stair variance that was mentioned. That we are not seeking that variance. This project only has two minor variances for main wall height and side yard setback. That was from a previous communication that is no longer relevant to the application. And then with respect to the concern for the side yard setback, I do want to clarify where our documents showed 1.19 meters between the houses. That is separation. We are fully aware of the fact that that is not owned by the subject owner. That's owned by the neighbors at 77 Eaton for the most part. And that is understood by our side. The minor variance is for a 0.14 meter side yard setback, so only a few inches is on the subject property. And I'll quickly note to the committee, that's an existing condition. The existing house, which is on the left of the image being shown currently, is currently at 0.14 meters setback. That will continue to be the case. If this project were to proceed as a renovation rather than new construction, that would actually not be a minor variance. So whether this application proceeds or not, that is going to be the condition of the site. And if it were considered a renovation instead of all new construction, that would still remain the case. The reason to proceed with new construction over a renovation is for safety, much like the neighbor was mentioning. A lot of our projects get built with minimal side yard setbacks like this, and that is actually very possible without access to adjacent properties. Through a combination of shoring and tilt-up construction, it's very common in our office to see projects built with this condition. It's something that the building permit will have to document thoroughly, and the city inspectors will have to review throughout construction. In terms of the impact on the project from a minor variance perspective, the requirement of 1.2 meters for a side yard does not exist in this neighborhood. Our analysis showed that almost every house, like 80% of houses in the immediate vicinity, would require minor variances to stand in their current state. And the circumstance is very similar to that. The application seeks to maintain what's already there in the neighborhood, and there are construction solutions to ensure that this will be executed safely and without requiring access to adjacent properties. I think that was all the comments. Happy to respond to questions of the committee as well.
Yeah, we do have a question for you, Miss Fix.
So I'm just confirming, sir, that you, what is existing there is 0.14 setback.
That is correct,
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. And then I have a question about the balconies, because I could see that one of your client's neighbors has indicated a concern about privacy when it comes to the rear balconies, and has made a request that opaque barriers be utilized at least 5 feet in height. Do you have a comment about that?
You know, I mean, we're happy to accept that if the committee would like to apply a condition. I personally don't think they do much to change the nature of privacy in the backyard. The occupants won't want people looking in as badly as the neighbors don't want them looking out. So we prefer not to have them, to keep design as flexible as possible. But if it's contingent on approval, we would be very happy to accept them.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Yes, actually, Mr. Grace, I have the same question about the rear balconies. I think that it's a good idea. Only you say that you do not want people to look at you either, right? But these balconies are sticking out too. Yeah. So I think it's a good idea. I would suggest we put that as condition. Yeah. So,
Madam Chair, like I mentioned, we're happy to accept that. I do want to note that the balconies have been pulled in from the sides of the building, which is a zoning requirement. So they don't extend right to the edges of the building, and they are fully compliant in terms of setback from lot lines and overall balcony.
balcony anyway, if we're asking for some privacy screen on the north and south edges, that should be okay, eh? That should be better, I think.
There is a forestry condition as well, which I'm
Oh,
sure.
no, we are not in committee yet, so let's see whether the other people want, Ms. Grace, you have anything you want to say, or, because I'm going to move it into committee discussion. Okay. Well, we are,
No, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
okay, we are in committee now. Comment, motion, please.
No, I was just-
I'd just like to make a comment.
Yes, Mr. Reed, yes.
Yeah, first of all, I agree with the privacy screening. I think that's an important thing to do. So I was going to ask the same question. I think we're all in agreement on that. Otherwise, I think that this is actually quite a clever design in a narrow space. Obviously, it couldn't be any narrower. And it's using the existing footprint, or at least the existing north and south boundaries. So overall, the actual variances are minor, and it fits with the specific desire of zoning and the desirable development of the neighborhood to provide more small apartments. So I'm going to be in support of this with the forestry and the privacy screen conditions.
Yeah, that's a motion. Anyone second to that motion?
I didn't want to make a motion in case someone else wanted to comment, but
Sure, yeah.
if it's a motion, I'm happy to make that.
Oh, I see, because I thought that you were putting in the conditions already. That's, it sounds like a motion to
No,
me.
I was just saying that I'm going to approve it. But if that wants to be a motion and nobody else has a comment, then I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay, that's a motion. Ms. Fix,
Okay.
you still want to second that?
So I'll just specify privacy screening on the north and south sides of the rear balconies
Yeah, and I think on both floors, second and the third, I think.
on both floors to 1.5 meters.
Yes, yes. Mhm. Okay, we have a second.
And forestry condition number 1.
Yes, forestry condition number 1. We have a motion and we have a second. All in favor? Unanimously approved, 4-0. Yeah, thank you. It's approved, Mr. Grace. Yeah. Okay, next item, number 17. Number 17, the 162A, is it number 18? No, it's a different address. Bel Air Avenue. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a new front porch and stair. They're asking for one variance. And on this file, we also receive a copy of the survey plan, 4 plans and elevations, 1 photograph of the subject property, and a cover letter from the agent. We also have communication from Transportation Engineering, and we have support letter from 2 addresses on Belfair Avenue. Please have the agent.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online. We also had a registered speaker, I believe, in opposition. However, we've made multiple attempts and cannot get a hold of them. So we will hear from the agent at this time.
Okay, thank you. Let's have the agent then.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Jay Smith, agent for the application at 162 Belfair Avenue. My address is 2814 Hollington Crescent. With committee's permission, I would like to have this heard together with item 18, which is 164A Belfair. They are attached dwellings, and the stair services both dwelling units with one staircase.
Yeah, that was actually my question, but I sort of lost my thought when I was asking whether they are just actually together, doing the project together. So, Deputy Secretary Chester, can we?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, you can. Just introduce item number 18 at
Okay.
164A
Yeah, I will
Belfair
introduce
Avenue.
that. Number 18 is 1 164A. Is it, no, that's it, yes. And also, the purpose for the project is alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a new front porch. And on this, we also receive a copy of the survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevation, and photograph of the subject property, and also a letter from the agent. We have communications from transportation engineering, and also 2 signature of support on the same street. Thank you. Let's have the agent for both items, yeah.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm the J. Smith agent for the application at 164A Bellafair.
You do, although we cannot contact the opposition, we do have one opposition. Do you know what the concern is? Can you mention that before?
I don't, Madam Chair. We have not heard from anyone in opposition.
Okay, so I will check with my panel whether they will require a presentation on these 2 cases. Anyone wants a presentation? No. Mr. Wee? No. Yeah. Any questions, please? No questions either. So, Mr. Smith, we are ready to move it into discussion. Do you have anything specifically you want to address the panel before we do that?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. No, thank you.
That's okay. Now we are in committee. Comment, motion, please. Okay, I can start with mine. I looked through the material, and I think that it is a very good thing that both SEMI would do the same thing, same proposal together, and you minimize all the negative impact either in terms of design or construction. And I looked through them. I consider they both asking to just one variance. In my mind, it's minor. So I'll turn it to you. Any other comments, please?
I suppose I would just note that it seems to be an improvement from the existing conditions, moving the stairs back.
Yes.
So that leads me to support this and to
Yeah. Would you like
assist in my
to?
finding that it's minor, so I'll move to approve this. I don't believe there's any conditions, so just to approve the variances as written.
Yeah. Anyone second? I'll second. Oh, Ms. Fake second. All in favor with no conditions. Unanimously approved with no conditions.
Through you, Madam Chair, that will be the same for both item number 17,
17 and
162A, and item number 18, 164A Belfair Avenue.
That's correct, yes. Approved, okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Approved with no conditions. Next, 102 Alcon Avenue. And for this one, the purpose for this application is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a 2-story rear addition. They are asking for 2 variances. On here, we also receive a survey site plan, 4 plans, elevation, and 3 photographs of the subject property, and presentation material from the agent. We also receive support from 13 letters of support, and also altogether, and also 1 from Walker Avenue. We are ready for the agent.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Okay, let's have the agent, Mr. Penzo.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Luca Penzo. I'm the agent representing 102 Alcorn Avenue, and my address is 128 Arundel Avenue.
Okay, Mr. Penzo, you do not have any opposition. I would like to ask the panelists whether they require presentation, because we have studied all the material submitted to us. Okay. Anyone wants to? No, it doesn't seem to have any, they need a presentation. Any questions to this speaker, to the applicant? They don't have questions either. So I'm ready to move it into committee for decision. Mr. Penzo, do you have anything specific you want to address the panel? You can do it now.
No, nothing specifically. I trust everybody's reviewed the presentation and the document, so I'm comfortable allowing it to move into a decision.
Okay, thank you. So we are in committee now. Comment? Yeah. A motion?
I'm ready to make a motion. I've reviewed the proposal, both definitely in terms of the numerical size of the variance requested. They're very minor. The proposal as a whole seems very modest. There's nothing that would make me think that the impact would be anything but minor. And I believe it satisfies the 4 tests, so I'd move to approve this, approve the variances requested.
All right, anyone second?
I'll second.
Ms. Flick, second.
That there's a good deal of support for this as well.
Yeah, that actually impressed me, and congratulate to Mr. Penzo or the homeowner to do this. We appreciate that. Okay, all in favor? Unanimously approved with no conditions. Thank you. So now we move to item 20. It's 1649 Sinclair Avenue West. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing 2-story mixed-use building by constructing a complete first-story addition and a rear cantilever 3-story addition, and a rear integral garage and a rooftop deck. The existing ground floor commercial space will be maintained and unaltered. The residential dwelling unit will occupy the front, second, and third story, as well as the rear 3-story addition. They are asking for 2 variances. And on this file, we also receive a copy of the survey and site plan, floor plans, and elevation, and 2 photographs of the property and supporting material from the agent. We also receive corresponding from Metrolinx, and we do have opposition letters from quite a few numbers on Sinclair West, and also Loudon Avenue, and also from we received the last one from 1655 Sinclair West. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent here in person, and we have 4 registered speakers in opposition online.
Okay, let's have the agent. Oh, in person, please. You do have some opposition, so I think that we better give all of us a brief presentation for 5 minutes. Yeah.
Is on?
Sorry, just move over one.
Oh, not a problem. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Bruno Lopez from MXL Engineering, representing the owners, which actually it's myself and my wife. Okay. I believe I can start a brief presentation. I don't know where to put it because I was surprised by that letters that came last week. So, as you might know, every business is struggling, but fortunately for me, this business is actually going better. This is being actually my home for the past 6 years. I have an 8 and an 11-year-old. We need some more room. It's not affordable to have 2 bedrooms and have 2 kids on the same bedroom. So in doing this, I thought, well, either I move outside this neighborhood or I keep here and I expand. So as you might know, this is an area that allows 500% of lot coverage. So currently we can go to 8-story. So I decide I have to do something that looks for the near future, which is for my family. And who knows, business expanding, I can actually transform this from residential into commercial space to a bigger, to accommodate my future growth that I hope that it happens. So in doing this, actually, we did the first iteration of plans, and we had a third story over the existing second story, and we were about to do 4 stories at the back. In a couple conversations in the laneway, nothing official over a table having a coffee, but with the neighbors, with the adjacent neighbors, They actually brought up the concern of being a sore thumb and being 4-story. And so I do understand. And, very unfortunately, I'm the only one that, I had the courage and took the faith to actually develop, because this is a great piece of property. Everybody's waiting for someone to come up with a big chunk of money and buy us over, and it's just not happening. So in the meantime, I have to take a decision. And talking with neighbors, they show their little bit of disappointment or having such a big, 4-story. So I decided to do a 3-story back to front. And a curious point, I indented the main floor 4 feet, and this was the only question that actually city planning had. It's like, Bruno, why have you done this? I did it because I want to keep it in line with the neighbors so we can maneuver our cars and everybody can get in and out of the driveway. So this is in a nutshell what is happening. So I'm developing the property to accommodate the family. Knowing all this now, it's becoming a little bit triggering for myself. Do I really want to live there? I truly want, and I want to believe that my next door neighbor, which I thought we were a bit more of friends, this doesn't hurt, and he comes from his side with technically less than half of what I can develop there. So in a nutshell, and just to be cognizant, the variance that shows about the 45-degree angle, because I do this committee so many times, I did for my own, and we know about privacy. So what I decided was to do this 1.4 meter all the way around. Instead of having guard railing with opaque or so, I decided to do a little bit of a knee wall, let's call it. So it's what's triggering this 45-degree angle. So if you go on the adjacent neighborhood or even within our neighborhood, there are a few developments that what they do is they have the laneway, like we have the laneway at the back, and we can go 3 stories, and at 3 stories, they do the full development, and from there on, they do the 45-degree angle. So it's pretty much along the same lines what we have on the neighborhood that I designed. But of course, because I'm the only one, I'm the new one doing, I think I raise a lot of red flags along the neighbors.
Thank you. You done? Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. We maybe hold the question to you after we hear the other people speak. Okay.
Absolutely.
You can just are they in person? The other speakers?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, they are all online. So we'll start with the owners of 1647 St. Clair Avenue West.
1640.
Bruno, you've been unmuted.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Bruno Scopacasa. I'm the property owner at 1647 St. Clair Avenue West. I'm also a registered professional planner, a member of the Canadian Institute of Planning with 20 years of development planning experience, working at a GTA municipality. I just want to outline that residents in the area never got an opportunity to review what was being proposed. Although the applicant has said there's been discussions, it's always been discussions in passing and nothing in detail. So this is the first time we're seeing the details around the proposal. My issues are outlined in a letter that was submitted. My first issue is privacy and overlook. Now, this is not privacy and overlook that is coming from the rooftop terrace that is being proposed. I'm talking about the impact of the addition to the building at the south end with windows. The rear yard setback is there and the 45-degree angular plane provisions are there to help transition and mitigate impact of these buildings on residential properties that are situated to the south. They're an important tool to transition down and mitigate impacts. The setback requirement, the variance for the rear yard setback is more than half of what is required in the bylaw. It's a reduction to 3 meters, while 7.5 meters is the requirement. The proposed setback presents a substantial impact on the rear yard amenity spaces of the properties that exist to the south. Once again, these are two-story residential established residents. There's also an impact on the rear lane. There are residential units on the second floor of these buildings which don't have rear yards. So this rear access doubles also as their amenity space. And this will provide privacy and overlook onto that space. So, from my perspective, from my professional perspective, the 3-meter setback that's being requested is impactful, and figure 1 in my letter outlines the impacted area. So item 2, impact that I'm identifying is sunlight and natural light impact. The requirement for the setback, once again, and the 45-degree angular plane, it's there for a purpose to create, to mitigate impacts such as sunlight and shadowing. The proposal presents a significant impact from a sunlight and sky view from ground level, particularly from my property at 1647 St. Clair Avenue West, and the properties that are to the west that also have second store amenity space. So they will be significantly impacted from natural light exposure. So the impact that is created, will create an adverse environment for the neighbors, and it is seen as unreasonable. And this impact, again, is illustrated in figure 2 in my letter. In addition, my property at 1647 has a window, a 4-by-3-foot window that is west facing, and with the addition of this to this building, it will literally block up that window, and I will not have any exposure. And once again, because these windows provide exactly that, the sunlight exposure that is important, for living space within the building.
Okay.
The other item that I'd like to bring to your attention is the substandard access driveway. It currently is substandard, and the proposal makes the situation worse, where large trucks need to access the rear yards or the rear areas of these buildings to help with supporting the commercial uses at grade. The other item I'd like to bring to your attention is the
Through you,
sort
Madam
of
Chair.
undesirable precedent that this may create.
Yes, your 5 minutes is
Providing
up.
Okay, I'll be wrapping up.
Yes, please, yeah.
The variances that are granted to properties are in perpetuity, so they run for the property forever. And I've outlined the development pressures here that are in this area. And we anticipate that this particular row of properties presents a very good opportunity for redevelopment. And through the approval of this variance, you're setting a dangerous precedent with the future development where a possible
Okay, thank you,
12-story
Madam Chair.
mixed-use building here.
We're past the 5 minutes,
Yeah.
beyond.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry.
so I just want to wrap up real quickly. Based on the foregoing evidence I've provided, in my opinion, this is not minor in nature.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's not desirable.
We might have
and
questions
it does
to
not
you.
meet the intent of the
Yeah.
zoning bylaw.
Thank you. We might have questions to you. Anyone have questions to this speaker? Yeah. Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll go to the next speaker at 1645 St. Clair Avenue West.
Yes. Okay.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker and panel. I am just one store east of 47. And our business activity consists of appliances and some furniture on occasion. And beyond me, there's additional furniture store, etc. Now, the proposed setback is totally inadequate for any access of large box trucks that have to have access to the laneway for deliveries or pickup. And it's extremely difficult as it is now, where many times some of these box trucks try to get in and they're successful, but depending on the skill of the driver, it may be difficult, and they have done damage to some of the buildings, like eaves troughs, scraped electric meters that are projecting out beyond the house at 237 Loughton. So it's extremely difficult. His proposal will make everything far more difficult. And, when the damage does occur, someone has to pay for it. And I, for sure, am not going to be willing to pay for any damage that's done to his building because of these tall trucks that have to have access. So that's my major concern. Number two, he doesn't live there anymore. He's moved out. He's bought himself another house. So it's going to be strictly commercial and with residential for the future use, as I've been told by him in passing. So I don't agree with what he's doing, and the impact it will be so severe to my business that it may be difficult to further run it. So that's my point. And if I have any time left over, I'd like to give it over to Bruno Scopacasa to continue speaking.
That should be okay, right? You have 2 minutes, no? Oh.
Through you, Madam Chair, we've already heard from the owner of 1647 St. Clair Avenue West. So if this owner has any further comments?
Yeah.
Richard, you have
the
2
other
minutes and
comment
20
is-
seconds. Do you have any other further comments?
Let's see. Yeah, I'm speaking also because of Mr. Simmons at 237 Loughton, who has he's very elderly, and he's concerned also about his privacy. This building that is proposed, it will have direct viewing into his bedrooms that are at the same level as he is, and his living room. Okay, so they're proposing large windows, and he's very concerned about that, as he's expressed to me to mention to you.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
it's just going to make an awkward situation far worse than what it is.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Your main
Besides,
yes.
I'm worried about the precedent that's going to be set, as Mr. Scopacasa has mentioned. It's we're anxious perhaps to have the whole area redeveloped, but this may hinder any developments because it's going to cause problems with the people on Lawton and on Talbot Street, which they're already objecting to many of the things on the commercial laneway that it's existing there now. So I can't imagine a 12-story building that's going to be kissing up to their property line in the future.
Thank you. Yes.
All right.
Yeah. I think we can have the next speaker. I think he's
Through you, Madam Chair, are there
I
any
have a
questions
question.
for this speaker?
yeah.
I have a question for the speaker.
Oh, Mr.
Yes.
Reid.
Yes.
So I just looking from the map, it looks like a lot of the other commercial properties already go to the back, to the edge of the lane or close to it.
There's only one building at the mouth of Lawton and St. Clair that has the extension that's perhaps to the limit. And he wants to carry that on. He's going to, with his cantilever, proposed cantilever, like I said, the box trucks, because sometimes the street's not level, our laneway's not level. These things, when they come in, they tilt, they lean. They can lean in one direction or another, and sometimes the distance could be 1 or 2 feet. That's where they get obstructed by these buildings. It's already extremely difficult. There are many cases of damage because of that building that's at the mouth.
Okay.
It's bad enough, one. I can't imagine, two, it's going to hinder any further access further back into the laneway.
Thank you.
Thank you, yes.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, we're going to go on to the next speaker, the owner of 273 Lawton Avenue.
Okay.
Mark, you've been unmuted.
Hi, my name is Paul Simmons. I'm the son of Aston Simmons and Eileen Simmons. So the problem is, as everybody addressed, is that the laneway is already tight. Actually, the furniture stores, they have to come in and out, right? Mm-hmm. And the way he wants to build is going to build almost right up onto our property, right? My parents are elderly, so we have access to get in and out to go to the hospital or to the doctors or whatever, and that's going to be blocking it, right?
Mm-hmm.
As for the sunlight, he's right. You know, you build something so high up, it's going to block the natural sunlight. You know, and the windows facing into our house, that's unacceptable. Like you can't, like, I don't mind people building, but you can't build where it's going to affect other people. And this is going to affect us big time.
Thank you.
Like trucks coming in and out, they hit the side of our house. You know, it's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any?
So, sorry?
Any more
Hello?
concerns? Or you have finished your presentation?
Anything to say?
Okay.
Are there any more concerns that you
how many
want to
more minutes?
raise?
How many minutes?
You still have some time left, so we're just asking whether you have more concerns that you like us to hear. Yeah.
Well, it needs to be asked, like, there's not just us that go in and out of the lane, or just other people that have cars, right, that have to access the laneway. And what he's doing is it's going to affect everybody. You know, like, they have their furniture stores, like I said, it's going to block the light. And it's going to go over a property that we're not going to have no more lights. Like, you know, we've been living here for almost 40 plus, almost 50 years in the same house.
Mm-hmm.
And we never had any problems. You know? So to build something like that, it's unacceptable.
Thank you.
You know, I don't mind people, like I said, I don't mind people building. Right? But find another to build.
Can I interrupt? Sorry. We asked you to mention some new points that you haven't mentioned. We're very helpful. You do not need to repeat what you just mentioned. Some new stuff. Because you have a little bit more time, you have 2 more minutes. If you do not have any more new items, we just will move to the next speaker. Yeah.
I'm going to give my minutes to Ricky, the furniture store.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, are there any questions for this speaker?
Yes, I was going to. Yeah, no. It doesn't seem, we don't have any.
See no questions? Okay, we're going to go on to the 4th speaker, and that's the owner of 1639 and 1641 St. Clair Avenue West.
Mr. Lobo, yeah.
Madam Chair and
Yes.
panelists, thank you for the time today. I want to echo a few points that have already been made, but first and foremost, we never received a copy of the planning application. So we received that through other tenants on this street. Mostly my concern is laneway access. We use a 16-foot box truck to bring our furniture in and out of our store through the back alley. And the issue is those box trucks are at a minimum 9 feet tall. The overhang of 4 feet into a right-of-way alley will completely obstruct that ability, making for dangerous circumstances in the winter months if we have to unload and carry 20 feet large items. Okay, we're a furniture store, and we're a vintage furniture store, so it's all one-of-a-kind item. So it's not like I can just pick up the phone, call a vendor, say, hey, we dropped something, give me 10 more, okay? I'm also concerned from an emergency vehicle perspective. Mr. Lopez has not to this point shown any ability to permit the right of lane-of-way access down the back. And I'm worried that if there is a garage there, parking will occur in front of that garage and will further permit or not permit emergency vehicle access down that laneway, which is part of the reason why the laneway exists. All right. Last but not least, we have not seen a plan for how this construction will occur in a way that doesn't impede the operating of our businesses to the east of his property. So you go down to dig out the dirt. Where is that dirt going? How is all of this construction, how is the excavator going to be positioned so that our properties are not impacted during the construction, which we all know can last many, many months of this building. So those are my greatest points of concern. I really think this, with that overhang, is going to impact the operating of any business to the east of this property during the construction and post-construction. Thank you.
I do have a question to you. Can you tell me that the laneway, is it a dead-end laneway? How does it work? Is it two-way?
Yes, so the Tavora, Madam Chair,
Yes.
Built back many years ago, and now it's a dead-end laneway.
It's dead-end, right? You have
We
to
are
back
the
out.
We are the last building in the laneway now.
Yeah. So what I mean is, someone go in, you have to back out the same way.
That is correct.
Oh.
That's part of the problem.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's my question. Any question to this speaker, please? No. We are ready for next thing.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can hear back from the applicant.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
If I can request staff to pull up materials that I submitted actually 2 days ago, because again, these letters were a bit of a surprise to me. But I'll try to answer to everybody to the best of my ability. And thank you for the comments raised, but I don't want to call them wrong, but I'll gonna somehow debunk one by one. So if you can go to picture number 2, I think it is. If you go down one more, down. There we go. So if we can see here, and my plan, so committee members understand, my second and third story will be in line with this existing entrance. So they are correct. There is a funnel already existing. And even further, past that funnel, if you see on the right side of that entrance, there is an existing yellow pole. That's the edge of property line of 237 Lawton. So as we go in, actually, there is more room. With all honesty, my property right now, it's been the U-point turn for a few deliveries. And that, with all honesty, I don't think it's fair to me to have trucks backing up into my property. I put proper signs. This is not a parking lot. It's a private property. I need my garage space when I get into my office. So starting from the get-go, to Mr. Bruno, setbacks. Talking about setbacks, we can see it by our property survey that we have this dedicated right-of-way of 10 feet. This is used for emergency vehicles. And as a professional, he should know that this is the width of a big fire truck. So that's the minimum requirement, exists before I was born, and it's still there. So what I'm doing is doing the second and third floor, and if you see from the first picture that I actually provided there, we are 8-row townhomes, let's call it businesses. Only 2 of them are indented. Everybody else, it's built to, let's call not the property line, but the setback of the property line, which is that 10 feet. Everybody's built up to there. Why not me? Why picking on me right now? In terms of the real lane impact, again, if you can go to that picture again, if you don't mind, that shows the entrance. You see a white truck. This white truck is from Mr. Rick that said that he has some deliveries. So again, going a little bit out of the technicality of this presentation, there has been multiple issues sometimes past my property, not before my property. I had that in the past where unfortunately I have to have the 911 come to rescue one of my kids and there was someone parked in front of garage. It's not intent. The laneway has to be unobstructed all the time. And this goes a bit with the construction in the future. Of course, we have to be smart about it. I have enough room where I'm going to propose my garage to do storage of materials while I'm building. It's more than enough room. It's just a matter of having the driveway unimpeded. So you're absolutely right, Madam Chair. The trucks here, the delivery trucks, the ones that once in a while, and this again to Mr. Lobo, the last one, most of his deliveries, and he should be truthful to himself, are actually done on St. Clair. I see lots of trucks. I have rear cameras there. I barely have seen a truck parked down there for deliveries. So these are arguments that they look beautiful on paper, but they don't exist in reality. This doesn't exist. They're just trying to make up some story. I wish I would know why. But anyway, going further and sticking to technicalities. Sunlight impact. So if you can go down a couple more pictures on that presentation. That one is wrong. Another one? There you go. So talking about impact, this is the rear of my property to the left and Mr. Bruno to the right. So he's concerned about sunlight. Look what he does to himself. He covers his own windows with about an 8-foot canopy. So if you really want sunlight, take the canopy, put an extra skylight. So if this is zoned for 500% up to 8-story, if 2 of us decide to do it, everybody's going to get impacted no matter what. Mm-hmm. So again, we are generating problems where they are not there. It's just the nature of it. Mm-hmm. And again, you can see that side window, that it's on 0 lot line. I don't know when this was built and if it was in the benefit of the building permit, because you cannot have windows on 0 lot line. So another one that sometimes I rather be quiet, not open my mouth. But anyway, continuing. So there was another speaker, and let's talk to 237. 237 is Mr. Aston, I think was his son, represented. He said that we're going to block sunlight. I think he's seeing the things reversed because his property is to the south and the light goes east-west. So he's the one causing shade into my building. I'm not taking any of his light. Mm-hmm. He get all his light.
Yeah, we get that one, yeah.
So they have the right to their property? Yes. If you see, if you can go again to picture number 1, again, this is more of the same. I had to repeat myself, but
yeah, you don't
I tried to answer all the questions.
Yes.
So my property, actually, number 2, if you don't mind. 1 up. There we go. So my property actually faces now what he has. You see the white shadow under the canopy? That's a garage, which in fact, here we go again, it's illegal. because this right away at the back is for the front properties to St. Clair. So he's having his garage illegally access with my permission and everybody's permission. So if I decide to put a fence at property line, he won't have his garage anymore. And I have the right to do that. So these are the kind of conditions that I wish, why are they sort of doing all these when they are the ones being completely off? Like about the oversight, again, I'm doing this balcony protected, so I don't see them, they don't see me. It's no interference.
Yeah,
one day, like everybody says, if we have 8-story, everybody will see even.
Your time is up, though. So you think that you have finished responding to the questions?
Most of them. I think they are more technical. I did a careful study. I tried to maintain the existing conditions as much as possible. I'm not asking more or less. It's pretty much going along with everybody has on that laneway.
Thank you. Yes. So any question to the speaker, to the applicant? Ms. Fexek.
I just want to clarify, if I may. From your perspective, building as far back as you want to, will that be in line with your neighbors?
Yes, it is. Indeed, through you, Madam Speaker. Yes, it is. So the second and third floor is in line with the very first one.
Okay.
And the bottom of it's in line with almost everybody else. Because some of the other properties, they are slightly set back because they have rear stairs at the back and whatsoever. They don't have garages, which again, they have properties that residential with no parking spaces. So here we go again.
And your overhang, I heard one of the speakers worry that car or trucks wouldn't be able to get through the laneway because of that overhang. So did you want to comment on that?
Absolutely. If we can go back to that picture where it shows the entrance of the laneway. If you don't mind, there we go. So the first property is already in line with my second and third story. So if a truck 1 feet here, one go on my property. And the second property has a balcony overhang, exactly like I want to propose. We can barely see it, but it's a balcony overhang. So these conditions are already existing. I'm a little bit astonished. Why do they pick on these when I'm doing exact same as existing?
Mm-hmm. So I get the question. I have another question. You said that the second and the third story is in line with some structures already existing.
Correct.
Yeah. So do they have a recessed ground floor too, or?
So a couple of them, they have a small area where they do their gardening. I thought at first, with all honesty, to have it set back on the third to do a little bit of a balcony, but that doesn't give nothing to anyone, because if I have windows, unless I really stare at the window, if I have a balcony, we'll probably give even community members the misguidance of, hey, you want to go to the back to stare at everybody. No, I don't. So I rather do my possible and future vegetable garden on the third floor, and that's why I actually do the parapet wall, so I can have protected from the window. I can do my little gardening in peace, and I don't have to bother anybody.
Understand. Okay. Any more questions, please? No. We don't have any more questions, so we are ready to move this into committee for decision. Okay. So no more presentation. Okay. We are in committee now. We can start with some comment. Yeah. And. Mr.
Can I ask the?
Oh, you have a question.
Can I ask the technician to zoom in a little bit on the picture that's currently there? Yeah, so I think there we can see what the applicant's referring to, where you see the balcony that sticks out in the same way that his will, and also there's some kind of structure on the ground already there. I just thought that that would further illustrate his point.
Yeah, you're right. And that's further down, and just right above that car, they seem to also have a balcony, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going.
Yeah, exactly. There's this. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say some of the problems that have been raised. I don't know if we can deal with them. They have to do with the driveway or how the driveway is currently being used. I can see that this variance, the first variance, it's asking for double what the setback is. on the one hand. On the other hand, it doesn't seem outlandish given what's already there on this.
Yeah, but that's only asked in comparison to the bylaw requires, which is 7.5. But according to all the presentation, it doesn't seem that any existing property has, maybe very few, have the 7.5 setbacks. Yeah. Yeah. So that is one thing. But yeah, I do agree. But I also actually I'm more concerned with variance 2. It seems that if we look at the drawings A0305. This says the angular plane, which if you look at the angular plane, which means that the whole second and third floor extension is actually penetrating. But the bylaw for angular plane usually is to provide more breathing room, sunlight, and all that to the rear yard of the property. But in this case, it's actually facing a laneway. So I do not think that it will affect backyards as much as it's all surrounded by residential backyards. So it is a lot of penetration to me. I was a little bit worried, but it seems that more people more concerned about the use of the laneway rather than the angular plane. But some people do worry about sunlight reduction and all that. So any more comments?
I was going to point out that.
No, you cannot speak.
Yeah. Just to point that the angular plane is on the north side from everyone, or that angular plane would be on the north side, so the sunlight impact is nowhere near as significant.
Yeah.
I think if this was facing the other way, it might be more of an issue.
Yes.
But I think given that it's on the north side, it's not really the angular plane penetration. I don't think is as significant.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you're.
And I take the applicant's point that he has set the ground floor back a little bit to create more maneuverability, and that everyone else, or most of the other buildings already go back to that point, and some of them go back even further already. So I feel like it would be unnecessarily restrictive to not allow him to have the same kind of variance that other people have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I think the photographs help a lot to see the existing condition. So do we, so Mr. Wee, everybody here, do we have a motion or any more comments? A motion? Okay, in that case, maybe I put a motion in. In the beginning, I have heard everybody, and I appreciate they all come, and then we heard every comment. And in the beginning, I was concerned about the angular plane and also the side, the backyard, the rear yard setback. It seems the numbers, when I look at the numbers, I certainly think that they are not minor. But given the presentation, given all the photographs and how the laneway is being used, and especially the existing buildings now, it seems that this is not going to make it a lot worse. It seems that it's more in line with what is happening now there. So with the angular plane, although if you single out this building, this proposal, it seems that the cut into angular plane by a lot, right? It's the big chunk of second and third floor. But on the other hand, you can see other buildings is also cut into the angular plane. So I think that I sort of at the end convinced that this might work. I just so I would like to put a motion to approve the application with no conditions.
Can I second, but with a friendly amendment? I think there's a Metrolinx condition.
Oh, is it a condition or just advice? They don't have any.
I think it's an actual condition.
Okay. Oh, yes.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would take this as an advisory.
Yes.
Condition.
Yes.
I know it does say conditions of approval, but
I thought it said condition on it.
It does, but I'm advising to take this as advisory at this time.
Yes, Mr. Reed, it seems that in our past experience, it seems that the Metrolink uniformly give this as their comment. And
Okay, but it's not a condition. Okay.
It's,
Sorry, the word condition made me think of it
Yeah.
as condition.
and then, Mr. Reed, second, all in favor? 4-0 unanimously approved. Yeah.
Thank you. If I may just a minor comment, actually.
No, I'm so sorry. I don't know whether you allow. I would like to be nice.
Because the plate is at 10 meters height.
No, we are finished with this item. We have made our decision. It's just to be fair to others. We cannot make any more.
Don't argue with success.
No, absolutely.
Okay. Item number 21. Let me get the file out first. 21 is 21 Sanford Avenue. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing detached 2.5-story dwelling by constructing a new rear first-story deck and a new swimming pool in the rear yard and a rear 2-story detached auxiliary building, which is a garage. The existing detached garage will be demolished, and they are asking for 9 variances. On this file, we also receive a copy of the survey, site plan, floor plan, elevation, and a revised site plan, 5 photographs of the trees on the property and decision affecting the subject property, and red line public notice, some revisions received December 6. We have communications from urban forestry and also community planning. We have support letter, 4 support letter from Sanford Avenue, and we are ready for the agent.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Allen, I believe. Yeah. We are ready, thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, my name is Nicholas Allen, 911 Davenport Road from Replacement Design, speaking on behalf of the homeowner.
Okay, thank you. You do not have any opposition, at least not registered to speak. I will check with the panel whether they want presentation or whether they go straight to questions. Presentation? Mr. Reed? No, they don't need to have presentation. We would like to ask you some questions, though. I do have a couple of questions because it seems that I'd like you to speak to variance number 3, 4, 5, and 6, only because this seems to be on paper at least, especially variance 5. It seems that it's a large, you are doubling it. And also, the coverage for auxiliary building usually is 5%, you're asking for 16%. I thought this is quite a drastic increase. Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, certainly. I'd like to start with noting the basis of this project and proposal was based on a previous decision made on November 20th for the adjacent property at 23 Sanford Avenue. That is how we started on this project. Their neighbor was approved for something very similar, so it was a garage with a second floor above it. We kind of worked off of that approval using the same numbers that they had been approved for, size of the building and the height of the building. I'd like to note that we have approval from community planning, have amended the plans to match the height of the previously approved structure next door. These numbers do appear high on the variance due to the fact that there are 2 floors, and this building is not being reviewed as a garage, but an ancillary building. So that does result in some of these numbers appearing higher than they otherwise would.
Oh, you think that some, but are you talking about the January 29th decision? I do not see that.
I am referring,
Yeah.
sorry, so
Because I do not see that they've been approved in all those figures that I just mentioned, because I don't think it has a lot coverage and that large increase. So, yes, the 29th of January 2020. Are you talking about that approval?
no, I'm
Oh, no,
referring
okay.
to a project that was approved next door.
Oh, next door. So it's a different number. It's not even the 21. It's another property. Do you have that as a
That's
reference? Oh. You don't, eh?
I have it on file on my end, but I don't know if it is in the file.
Mm-hmm. So you are saying that they have got something that similar to what you're proposing now, right?
That is correct, yes.
Oh, all right. That, so that's all the reasons why you're proposing more than twice as big.
Sorry, Madam Chair, can we ask?
Oh, you can ask the question too, because we don't have a presentation. This is question time.
I'm just wondering what address you're referring to, sir.
23 Sanford Avenue.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. 183? I beg your pardon.
23 Sanford.
Gotcha. And they're next door to your client, 21?
That is correct.
And what you're proposing is the same as what 23 Sanford was approved for?
That is correct. That was the basis for our design.
Okay, we just don't have that documentation regarding 23 Sanford.
Yeah, we don't have it as reference, so it is it's hard for us to evaluate that. It will help. It's not that going to affect this application, but it will help to determine that we will not increase the impact, because from the numbers you do ask for quite substantially increase. Yeah.
Can I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Wee.
So just to the applicant, am I understanding correctly that if it was a garage, it would actually be allowed a larger structure, but because it's considered an ancillary building, the zoning is for a smaller space? Is that correct?
That is correct. My understanding was if this was reviewed as a garage, some of these numbers would still be a little bit higher than allowable, but would be closer to the size allowed for a garage.
Would you be able to give us the numbers for a garage so we can compare?
The size for do you mean the actual size allowed for a garage?
Exactly, yes. Exactly.
If you could give me a minute, I can calculate that.
So I think this is variances 5 and 6 in particular that it affects.
I would note that number 5 is a number that was pulled from both floors.
Yeah, no, sorry, not number 5. I guess it's number 6 specifically. What would be the lot coverage allowed as a garage?
10% is my understanding.
10%. And we're looking for 16.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Why a garage is not an auxiliary building? Why a garage will have 10% coverage and auxiliary building cannot? I don't understand that part. I thought a garage is an auxiliary building.
I may be incorrect, but I understood that a garage may be up to 10% in size. This was something I discussed with the zoning examiner as well.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
We have variances that are before us for an ancillary building, which in this situation is a garage. And the variances have been determined on this proposal.
exactly.
So,
That's what
and we're using the zoning review that was submitted with the application.
Yes, so it is a garage. That's why
Yes.
I got confused more and more when he said that it's not a garage. Okay, thank you very much. Any more questions, please? Yeah. Mr. Wee, is your question being answered, you think?
Yeah. It sounds to me like because there's storage, it's being classified differently than if it was just a garage, and so that's the source of the difference.
Yeah. Okay. If you have any more questions, please ask them now. So because we should move this into a committee. There's no more question. So we are in committee now. So okay. Any comments, Mr. Wee and Mr.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, did the applicant publicly reference the correction on variance number 3 as part of their red-lined public notice that they submitted?
Have? Okay, then I miss. Oh, they have a red line public notice. He hasn't gone through that. Let's get out of committee and ask the applicant. Please clarify your red line revisions, please.
Madam Chair, we did receive comments from community planning on this application. We revised the proposed height of the structure to be in line with the structure that was approved to next door. So that is the basis for the red line and the amendment there.
Okay, it becomes 5.23 meter, variance number 3 here. All right. So thank you. And that's it, right? Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe that's all the revisions, so we can go back into committee now.
Yes, please. Where start? I mean, I can appreciate the fact that the reason why he's asking for this increase is because something exactly the same next door been approved. But I wish there was something in front of us to show that. But nonetheless, we have to take it as what he's told us. Yes.
I do note, Madam Chair, that a part of the planning staffing report is the condition that the development shall not be used as habitable.
Yes, there are 2 conditions.
Space.
Yeah, they're also tied to the drawings. So yeah, there are 2 conditions from planning, from committee planning. Yeah. So any other comment? And do we have a motion, please?
I move that we accept this application with the conditions set out by the planning staff report and the forestry staff report. I think that it explains, why the variances are being requested. And I do see four letters in support of this application and no opposition. So I move we accept it.
Yes, I think that tilted my scale too, that he does not have any opposition. Yeah.
I'll second that.
Second, Mr. Wee, second.
I'll second it.
Yeah, Mr. Wee, second. All in favor with the conditions and as amended. Yeah. Unanimously approved. We amended application. Yeah. Okay, move to number 22. Number 22. 60 Glencrest Boulevard. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing one-story auxiliary building, which is a detached garage, by constructing a second-story addition to contain a garden suite. There will be exterior staircase along the north wall to access the garden suite. They asking for 4 variances. And on this file, we also receive a copy of the surveys, 4 plans and elevations, revised site plan, and also 4 photographs of trees on the property, and revised letter from the agent, and also decision affecting the property. We also have email corresponding from transportation engineering, and we have a staff report from the transportation services. We have some letter of concern or interest from 66 Glencrest Boulevard.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Okay, I think we're ready for the agent, please. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Edward Begay. My address is 14B Side Park Drive. I will speak on behalf of the owners of 68 Hillcrest Boulevard.
Okay. Since you do not have any opposition, and I'm going to check the panel whether anyone likes to have a presentation from you. Otherwise, we'll just go into questions. Anyone require?
This is, I think, maybe a short presentation. This is
Yes.
kind of an interesting
Good.
thing, and there was a letter of concern.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, Mr. Reed and Mr. Fix, Ms. Fix want to have a presentation. Can you give us a very brief one, maximum 5 minutes, please?
Yeah, I think it's going to be shorter. So we have an existing garage with the conditions for the side setbacks that were required in the permission from the Committee of Adjustment. So we're proposing, the owners are proposing to construct a new second floor garden suite on the existing rear garage. So two minor variances are for the side setbacks, and because we have an existing garage, it seems we cannot do anything to comply with that. And it's a corner lot, so we are supposed to be 1.5 meters. We are requiring in one place 1.2, the other place 1.16, so around 4 feet. On the other side, we are 2.2, so we are more on another side. Also, I saw that there was concern with the parking. I don't see that as a concern. That's why we kept the garage, so we can facilitate for the parking. And I don't think it's required the parking for the garden suite. So anyway, so we feel concerned of the neighbors, and we try to make it as much in order to make it work on the best way we can. We're not asking more, so we're allowed 60 square meters. We're asking for less than that, 56.8. And we're complying. We agree with transportation and the forestry. We're okay. We read that, and we also discussed with staff, and we did the required amendment on that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. Any questions from the panel, please?
just one question.
Yes, Mr. Wee has a question.
Yeah, I noticed that there's two windows that face directly into the neighbor's backyard. Would you be willing to have those as opaque glass so that they don't give a view into the neighbor's backyard?
Okay, if it's committee requires that, yep.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thanks.
We'll speak with owner and yeah, make sure that.
Are we talking about opaque or you want it just obscure? Mr. Wee.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, obscured.
Okay.
Yeah, not opaque, obviously.
I think that it serves the purpose
right.
of a window, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Any other questions, please? And Mr. Wade, I want to ask, do you want to put that as a condition, just have those two windows have
yes, I would.
obscure glass? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. I don't have any questions. So we are in committee now. Let's discuss this, and I'll make a motion to, for decision thing.
I'm happy to make a motion
Mr.
if
Wade
there's no
have
discussion.
Yeah, Mr. Wee has a question. Have a motion.
So I'll make so mostly these are fairly minor, and I think it's definitely a garden suite that's effectively on a facing a road is definitely a useful addition to the housing supply. Mm-hmm. So I'm generally in favor of this. So I like to move a motion to approve these with the conditions, forestry condition 1.
Yes.
The transportation conditions, and the condition that the
transportation does not. I think transportation does not have a condition. They have no comments. They said they're okay with it. Oh, they have a condition?
We have minor comments, attached memo.
Where is it? Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I just saw that they had minor comments. Sorry.
Deputy Secretary, Sir, do you?
Okay, so there's no. Sorry.
Let's make sure that we got it right, too.
Okay. No, you're right.
Madam Chair, no, there's a staff report dated December 11th. And there are conditions laid out. There's 2 conditions in that staff report, and it's the supplementary package.
In the supplementary
Forestry
This
condition
is a supplementary
2,
package.
and then there's 2 conditions respecting that the development be constructed substantially in accordance with drawing Z9, Z10, Z11. Is that right?
In this, I didn't get to.
In the supplementary package at
Yeah.
22F2.
It's a supplementary.
There's a transportation staff report that is setting out, subject to the following conditions.
Am I mixing it up?
And it's
Yeah.
dated the 6th of December, 2023.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's received, if you just scroll up a little bit, it's received from the Committee of Adjustment December 11th, but it outlines, the 2 conditions: obtain a paving permit and then arrange a new curb cut.
Okay.
Those
are
That's
the
from
only-
Transportation Services.
And then the last condition would be that I believe they're the east-facing windows. Is that correct? That face the next door.
Yes.
Be made with
Yes.
geared glass.
Yeah. Yes, that's the east elevation. The windows on the east elevation to be of obscure glass.
Yeah.
Okay. And do we have any planning conditions? No way.
Through you, Madam Chair, no, just urban forestry condition number 1.
Okay, with those conditions, anyone second to that motion? Miss Fake second. All in favor with conditions? Yeah. All in favor, yeah, unanimously. Approved. Thank you. Okay, next, now we're ready for next item. Do we need a break? Anyone wants a break? Well, you would like to have a break? Maybe after this one, okay? After number 23. Okay, number 23 is 32 Belmont Street. The purpose for this application, just let me get 23. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached by constructing a 2-story addition and also a new rear ground floor walk-out deck. The existing auxiliary building, which is a detached garage, will be maintained and unaltered. They are asking for 3 variances, and on this we receive a copy of the survey, floor plan, and elevations. The photograph of some trees on the property. We receive communication from Urban Forestry, and also we receive support from 12 letters, 12 support letters, and also from 27 Belmont Street.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you. Let's do 23. Oh, all right.
Richard, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon. It's Richard De Oliveira, representing the owners of 32 Belmont. Our address is 911 Davenport Road.
We lost you. Are you speaking to? Are you? Oh, have you gone? We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. My name is Richard De Oliveira, representing the owners of 32 Belmont Street.
Okay. All right, so you do not have any opposition, and I think this is a straightforward application. I checked with the panelists whether they want to have a presentation from you. Okay, do we want a presentation? And do we have questions we would like to either no question either. So do you want to, you have anything specific you want to address the panel before we move it into committee? Hello? Okay.
No, I don't actually. It's straightforward application.
Okay, so we are ready, we are going to move it into committee and make a decision on this. Okay, thank you. All right, motion or comment, please?
I'll make a motion to approve
Yeah.
the forestry condition 2.
Yes.
It's a very modest change. The numbers are very small in terms of the variances. There's a lot of support from the community, and I can't see how there would be any adverse impact from this proposal.
Yes, I agree. Anyone second? Ms. Fake second. All in favor with the forestry condition 2? Everybody voted unanimously. Thank you. It's approved. Thank you very much. We are going to take a 2-3 minutes break.
Let's say 5 minutes,
Oh,
please.
5 minutes. Okay, I got overruled. Yes, madam. Yeah. We are on 24, right? Oh, 24. Okay, I'm ready. Anyone ready? Oh, we still read. It's- Item. Glenn Rubino. I am. Okay, let's resume. Item number 24, 95 Waverly Road. And this is to legalize and to maintain the new two-story semi-detached dwelling with a front porch and a rear ground floor deck and a rear basement walkout, which is currently under construction. They are asking for 4 variances. And on this, we receive a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevation, revised site plan, and also email from the agent and cover letter from the agent, and cover letter from Catherine and Patrick Button, owners, from the owner, and also decision affecting the property, and letter from Alpha 2 Engineering, from AC Engineering, and also order to comply.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the applicant on the line to speak. We do have one person here to speak in opposition.
Okay.
And the owners of the subject site are here in person if there are any questions.
Okay, that's good.
So we will hear from the agent first.
Please. It's Rubino.
Yes, good afternoon. It's Glenn Rubinoff. I'm the agent for the owner here. This is an application to legalize walls that were replaced effectively due to site conditions. If you read my cover letter, which was submitted with the package of materials, this was originally went to committee as an addition and was approved. Building permits were obtained. Construction began with the building permit during the stage where they were starting to do work on the existing walls above ground. It was determined that they were unsafe to remain. They consulted an engineer who came out and had a look. And because it was just bordering onto a long weekend, the engineer said that you should take it down because it's a safety issue. So they removed the walls. And as a result, a stop work order was issued because it's more than 50% of the existing walls were removed. One thing I just want to state from the front is that the walls that are located in the same spot as they were originally. There's been no change. It's just simply that that the site conditions, they were not able to keep them. And they probably would have done, had they called the building inspector, if they were able to get the building inspector there, it's a good chance the building inspector would have said, okay, I understand, proceed. But they didn't have that luxury at the time. So they simply are looking to build new walls in the location where the old walls existed. And this is the existing semi-detached dwelling. This has nothing to do with the addition in the back. It's just simply the existing house and the walls to be rebuilt in the exact same location. So it is a factor that because it's a new house, it triggered variances for setbacks, but these are, again, existing walls The foundations were already done as per a party wall agreement, because it is a semi-detached. And also the location has not changed. So just to clarify that what will be built here when it's done will look exactly the same as what was approved at committee previously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will hold our question to you after you have one opposition who would like to speak. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank the committee for letting me speak today. This is an odd application because
Can you state your name? and
yeah,
address,
I apologize. My name is Alex Schifrin. I represent the address 97 Waverly Road.
please? Oh, 97. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
To put this into context, this is an odd application for variances because we're not discussing an upcoming renovation or redevelopment project. We're putting into compliance something that already happened. And the issue here is one of lack of confidence on our part, but just rather of misrepresentation of what this project was. What we were sold or explained what this project would be and what it became are completely different. In addition to that, there is an excavation happening approximately 2 feet onto our property line. Unfortunately, this independent surveyor that we had come out and do a report only completed the report today, and I was unable to submit it for the committee to review, but we do have a surveyor that has affixed a 2-foot encroachment into excavation on our property line. In addition, we have had an engineer report come in and a look at what's happened. What has happened isn't the removal of a wall, but the complete demolition of half of a 110-year-old house. There are structural issues that are happening on our side of the property. There's cracks in the walls. This also has been affixed by the engineer. Unfortunately, we were unable to submit that report in time as well, but we can make those documents available to the committee. We want our neighbors to finish this construction because right now there is a hole in a pit next to our home. There's an exposed wall. Heating is difficult. We have 3 special needs kids, and it's not easy to get through a winter where we're struggling to heat the property. We're actually looking to see if this property is safe for them to be able to live in the winter. So far, the engineers are assuring us that it is safe, although we're going to be dealing with heating issues. We have no interest for this not to get built. However, there's a few things that do concern us. Because there was a complete demolition of the property, de facto, there is no insurance on this build right now. I know that the owners think that they have insurance, but there are no permits for demolition and the extent of the construction in the back as well. This is why we're here today right now, to rectify the permit issues. So we have concerns about insurance. Second, there's an inadequate shoring on our end of the property. There's an 8-foot drop, and we're not talking about shale, we're talking about dirt with inadequate shoring right up to our back extension. Winter is coming up, and the engineer in their report has indicated that this is a concern. It's not of immediate danger now, but we are concerned. We would like to sit down with the owners and have a conversation about rectifying some of these issues so they can move forward. Up until this point today, we've dealt with stonewalling and pushback through their litigator. We also have a litigator. We think what's happening now is a pushback until we can get to today, so in the hopes of issuing these new permits so they can press on. This really has been about bullying through a construction project, or rather through a demolition and construction project that we only knew would be to this extent after it has happened. In the letter filed by the neighbors, there is a framing of what took place, and there's allusion that the construction project stopped due to belligerent phone calls. I don't think that was the word, due to repeat phone calls by the neighbors at 97 Waverly, which is us. It's odd to reframe the cessation of a project without compliance and permits as the result of lobbying by neighbors. The reason that this project has been stopped by the city is because there are no permits. There's no permit to do a demo. There's no permit to do to the extent of the excavation onto our property in the back. And this, by the way, has now become a civil matter. We are taking this up with our litigator to ensure that they get off our property. They're excavating 2 feet onto our property without permission, which is outrageous. But that's a separate conversation and probably not for this committee to decide. So what we would like is is to continue to stop this construction until we can constructively sit down at a table and agree to some reasonable way forward that doesn't involve this build onto our property that we never agreed to. If we had any idea that there would be a demo involved, we wouldn't have agreed to this. What we were told at the time of the demolition is that there was a structural issue, that termites were involved. Apparently, the extent of the damage from the termites was so bad that they had to take the walls down. We are the adjoining property. We have absolutely no termite issues whatsoever. To us, this is a dubious claim. I don't know why termites found their side of the house more delicious than ours, but we're fine on our end. So, a lot of back and forth, a lot of stonewalling. We want to come to the table and have an agreement, and if there's any way for us to say today that we do not agree to any of these changes, then I want to make it heard that we do not give our cooperation or consent to any of these additional changes. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming. And it's so unfortunate that was how people going through construction will experience, but I can hear what you just said. There are different areas of construction that committees' role do not have mandate to comment. And property dispute, encroachment, and all that, that's including in that area. And I think that, well, the third point is good, that we as committee maybe will accelerate or speed up the whole process by at least they come to committee for these variances. And then maybe we can that's all we can do is to look at those 4 variances, and then we decide whether those are minor.
I understand. I understand there's a bigger context involved, and that's kind of why I started by saying this is an odd conversation, because we're trying to do something post-fact in a broader concern. Yeah.
I just want you to tell you that we are hurt, and then we have limited power.
Thank you. Understood.
Okay. Any question to this speaker?
I just have a question for you, sir.
Yeah.
In terms of, you haven't identified any differences apart from the fact that it's now a demolition between the original project that was approved and then the current project that's ongoing? Like, still, if it is built without encroachments into your land, would it be the same project as was previously approved? Or you know?
So I'll make 2 comments about that. The approved project we only saw 3 weeks ago when we received a copy from the city. So we hadn't seen the plans before they were filed. This could be an omission on our part, I admit that. Issue here is encroachment on property, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that really is the biggest issue. What we had intended to do, just again in broader context, we were supposed to list and sell a property in November. Obviously, that's not going to happen, fine. But if there's a land claim dispute, that's absolutely not going to happen. Construction is one thing. Territorial dispute, obviously, that's just a red flag for anyone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any question? Any more questions to this speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can hear back from the
agent. Yeah. Yeah, please. Mr. Rubinov, can you respond to this?
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah. Yes. So all of the procedures that went forward here were all under review of permits and under review of inspection. The inspector had seen the shoring and asked them to finish it prior to the order being issued. So there was no work that was done without supervision, without being under permit review. I should also point out that there was a party wall agreement, common party wall, and that's where excavation and underpinning was something that the neighbor signed. It was a signed agreement. It was submitted as part of the permit. So the project as it is has not changed. It's entirely the same. The factor is that we had an engineer, and the engineer's report does state that the walls, the structural members of both walls, I'm talking about the structural members, have substantial termite and water damage, not suitable for providing structural support for the floor system above. So I can only go by the fact that my clients retained a structural engineer to come out there because they saw and they had some concerns. They didn't just demolish and then ask them to come out after. This was all part of the nature of this renovation was they wanted to do it legally and properly. And as far as the inspector was concerned, they complied. When asked to finish the shoring, they did. When asked to do the stop work order, they stopped. No further work was done. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, this particular permit, the difference is negligible. It's going to be the same footprint as the existing home that was there previously. And it doesn't affect the addition at the back. The addition was approved. Mm-hmm. So it's really just talking about the existing building in the front, of which the existing foundation's been underpinned and the extension has been shored and excavated. Mm-hmm. And some framing has been done, but they stopped when they were asked to be stopped, and there was no ill will or intent other than to make it safe for the neighbor and for themselves.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Any question to Mr. Wilbernoff? I have one question, Mr. Wilbernoff. It did mention that yes, you had a party wall agreement. Was the party wall agreement just based on the existing part when they thought that you're not yes, going to touch the wall? It seems that it seems that there's a lot of problem in terms of encroachment, and I do not believe that is the party wall agreement that you can encroach someone else's property.
Well, if I may address that.
Yes.
The existing foundation wall was to be underpinned. So this is a common wall owned by both my client and the neighbor. So yeah, the common wall to be underpinned involved excavation. Mm-hmm. And that's where they do sections along there. So it was an alteration to the wall. It was lowering the foundation wall, and there was excavation, but it was signed off by the neighbor. It was explained to them fully of what was proposed, and it was for the benefit of the neighbor as well. A party wall is for the benefit of both parties, in that if they ever did a renovation, or the future owners, I understand they're selling it, mm-hmm, decide to renovate their basement, they would not have to lower that wall because it would already have been done. Mm-hmm. But there was no additional work done beyond what the engineer's instructions were for underpinning. That part was not the issue. The issue that came up was the framing members above grade that were full of termites and water damage.
I see. So the underpinning, you did have a permit for that, right?
Yes, we did.
You did, yeah, because it's a major thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have any more questions. Anyone want to ask Mr. Movement a question? Yeah? No. So we are finished with the questions. We are ready to move it into a committee. Yeah. Any comment? I must say, because it is unfortunate how it happened. It's always, but then it's really not our power to actually even comment on those. So let's focus on the 4 variances in front of us. Yeah. Any motion to comment? Yes. Yes.
I would just say, I think we've got to look at the whole context of what's happening, at least in terms of the planning, not necessarily or not at all the construction. I might ask that we recorded in the notes that the deputy came and just expressed frustration and indicated that they didn't consent to what was going on. But for our purpose, I think the fact that this is actually just a result of something that happened, and that it is basically a technical step in the way of getting back to the variances that were already approved. Mm-hmm. And I didn't hear any contrary evidence that there was any negative impact from the zoning considerations as opposed to the construction, so I would support this
I'm so
as a
sorry.
minor variance. I
Yes,
feel that
Mr.
it
Wil-
satisfies the four tests.
Mr. Wilkins, I'm so sorry, you're not allowed to speak anymore because you have an agent who has used up all the time. No.
Through you, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yes.
So member,
Yeah.
we can put that in as for the record.
Yes.
In the minutes, if that's what you wish, regarding,
Yeah.
I want to hear what you think I said wrong. I'd like.
no, sorry.
I think-
Through you,
I think
Madam
that
Chair.
It's our order. Wait, let's consult our deputy secretary.
Through you, Madam Chair, what I have taken from your comments is regarding the speaker that spoke at 97 Waverly Road. Okay, and so that information we can put in for the record, that he is here and that he does not consent to what's going on, and we can put that in for the record.
I believe that's what I heard.
Yes, okay.
Yes, I must be, okay, what I want to emphasize is that we can only look at the variance being sought. And we actually, it's out of a power to even comment on the process, how labels work together. We cannot do that. And also, any kind of public dispute is not in front of us, and we do not have mandate to even comment on those. You might make the wrong comment. And please understand, we understand what people are saying. There's some information we take in to and consider when we make decision, and some information we do not use. So just understand that. Okay, you are in the middle of your comment, right?
So what I was saying, I think from a planning perspective, a zoning perspective, I feel the variances that are essentially implementing a variance that was already approved, I think they're minor. I don't think that, I didn't hear any evidence adverse about impacts from a zoning perspective, and so I would support this application.
Thank you. Okay, any comment, anyone second? With comment? Yeah, you second, you make any comment on that?
No, just to reiterate that we're restricted to looking at the four variances. And, we can't comment on insurance or lack of communication or any other matters. And when I look at the four variances, I agree they're relatively minor, and they're what has already been approved that I could see. So I agree with my colleague, and I second that we should accept this application.
Okay, second by Ms. Fix. Any conditions? No conditions. All in favor? Do we have conditions?
No conditions.
Okay, all in favor, please vote. 4-0, yeah. Approved unanimously. And I would just add that I think the applicant has taken the right step to at least go through the proper approval process. And that's one. Okay, thank you. Okay, number 25. Address is 8 Rich Hill Drive. Okay, let me bring out the file. This application, the purpose for this application is to construct a 3-story, 10-unit residential dwelling. They're asking for 12 variances. And on this file, we have received a copy of surveys, a site plan, floor plan, and elevations. Revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations. and also cover letter from the agent, and also supporting material from the agent, and revised public notice. Corresponding we received from the zoning treasurer committee of adjustment city of planning of Toronto, and we received third-party project review Metrolink comment, and we received from development planning area 2 community planning city planning North York district, and we received communication from review area 2 communication planning city planning North York district, and staff report from the acting supervisor tree protection urban forestry. And opposition, we have received opposition from Diane and Schiffman, and 5 signature petition in opposition and supporting material in opposition. And from 35 Shelmer Boulevard. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe we also received some opposition from Ridge Hill Drive. We do have the applicant online, and we have registered speakers in opposition here in person. So we will hear from the agent first.
Okay. All right, Mr. Romano, we are ready for you. Yeah.
Thank you. Staff can bring up my slides, please. My name is Franco Romano, Principal of Action Planning Consultants, 321 Lakeshore. So this is an application that involves an existing rental apartment building. It's 2 stories. The proposal is couched as a new build because more than 50% of the walls are being removed, but it is within the exact same footprint, and the proposal is for 3 stories. I don't see my presentation slides up, but that's coming up. Excellent, thank you very much. So the subject property is located north of Eglinton, just west of Bathurst Street, and you see in slide number 1 on the right-hand side, there's a 4 to 5 story apartment building, and then Bathurst Street where TTC is located. The site's front is landscaped. There's a zigzag or lightning bolt shaped building on the subject site, and it forms part of a cluster of apartment buildings. The site is in the middle of this photograph. On the left-hand side of that upper photograph is the residential neighborhood, which is detached residential. So on the lower photograph, you'll see that there are front balconies. Those front balconies are basically being reconstituted in the construction, so they currently exist, and there's privacy screens that are being proposed. On the next, on this photograph also, you'll see on the right-hand side, that is where the driveway is located, just to the right of the shrubs and that tree. Driveway is in existing condition. On slide number 2, you'll see that the subject site's location beside that apartment building on Bathurst Street, which extends the full block from Ridge Hill up to Shelmar. In behind the subject site, or to the top of the gray U-shaped building that is also an apartment building. So the subject site forms, again, part of this cluster of apartment buildings. These apartment buildings are allowed to go to 21 meters in height, and the residential to the west, abutting, are allowed to go to 12 meters in height. What you also see on this air photograph is that regardless of whether it's detached residential or apartment building setbacks and other dimensions of current construction is not fully zoning bylaw compliant with bylaw 569/2013. You'll also see on the right-hand side on the subject site, the driveway extends to basically a large paved area in the back. On slide number 3, the survey confirms all of that. The hard surfaces. On slide number 4, you'll see that the site is differently zoned as part of that apartment complex or clustering. It has that R zoning as opposed to the RD zoning that is next door. It has a different height, and it's located within the protected major transit station area, the Forest Hill Major Transit Station area. On the next slide, slide number 5, what I've articulated on slide number 5 is in blue box is basically where all of the zoning variances that are before this panel today are identified. And you will see that the vast majority of them reflect existing conditions. So the variances that are before this panel represent about the fifth, perhaps the sixth zoning review that the city has undertaken for this project. Project itself has not changed substantially. It's still to permit 10 rental residential units within the existing footprint. And what is being improved upon and reflected in the variances is the parking situation is improved. There's actually visitor parking where there is none today. The tenant parking continues to be within the building. The rear yard landscaping is all brand new. The landscaping on the subject site is actually an improvement over the existing condition. The existing is 20 to 22%. The proposal is 30 to 38.18%. Front yard setback, rear yard setback are all existing conditions. The driveway is an existing condition. It's actually being truncated in order to facilitate that parking in the back. And if we go to the next slide, see slide number 6, that the existing building height is shown in a green line through the third floor that's being proposed. 21-meter building height is shown on this as well. So really the site is located within an area that is not to be the same as what is the detached residential to the west, but it forms part of an apartment complex.
Your 5 minutes, Mr. Romano, your 5 minutes is up. So can you do a very quick summation, please? I'll let you do that, yeah.
Yes, Madam Chair, I was just about to do that. Thank you kindly. So the proposal is really seeking some variances that affect new construction, but most of the variances deal with existing conditions. So they're looking to regularize existing conditions. So subject to any questions, Madam Chair, I submit that the variances are minor in nature and there are no city staff objections or concerns.
Thank you. You know what? We're going to hold our question to you until after we hear the opposition. Shall we? Yeah? Thank you.
Through you, Madam
Very good,
Chair.
thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can hear from Michael Cook.
All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Cook of Davies Howe LLP, and I'm counsel to Carmeet Torin, the owner of 10 Ridge Hill Drive, which is located immediately to the west of the subject property. And if I may, before you start my time, I just was a little confused by some of the remarks the chair made in the opening. The public notice that was distributed contained 19 variances, but I thought that the chair said 12. And
Just one second.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the revised public notice that was sent out with the 19 variances. It's part of the package that was sent to the members.
But it must be in the supplemental.
No, it's in our package. If you just scroll down right to the end, it's number I. Yeah. And so that's the public notice. It's on the screen now, and this was.
I'm so sorry. I based on the original notice, and it was 12.
Okay.
And let's clarify, it's 19. You're right.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And there was a suggestion that there were comments provided by planning staff, but I don't think that they were posted online. At least I've not seen them, so I just wasn't sure if we were missing something.
No, which I think that we have to refer with editor to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer to answer that, yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe it's the letter that was provided to the landowners from the Director, Zoning and Secretary Treasurer that we were referring to, but not the planning, not community planning.
Okay, and was it posted online?
That I don't know. I'd have to check. Okay. You can start your 5 minutes now.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. So the applicant seeks to paint this as a modest addition, a modest change to the existing condition. all with the laudable goal of providing more housing. But I'm going to explain to you why this is not a small change to the existing condition that is suitable for a minor variance, and why it's not possible to conclude that the proposal is minor, desirable for the appropriate development of the land, or meets the general intent and purpose of the bylaw, even if it's an opportunity to provide more housing. First of all, as the committee knows, you must treat this application as a new build. With more than 50% of the existing main walls of the building being demolished, the existing deficiencies are no longer lawfully existing. These are 19 variances for a new building. Moreover, it would not be correct to conclude that just because there are deficiencies that exist, any modest increase to those deficiencies would be minor. The variances proposed objectively simply cannot be considered minor. A depth double what is permitted? Come on. With the applicant proposing a setback from my client's property of less than half the requirement, the increase in height and density create unacceptable adverse planning impacts for my client, including a further reduction in access to light and sky view. The applicant is taking a situation that is already undesirable from a zoning standard and problematic from a site functionality perspective and exacerbating it. You have before you ample correspondence, I think there were 20 letters of objection, from residents speaking to the already existing issues as a result of poor site layout and functionality. Now, let me say that we acknowledge the direction the city is rightly moving in to provide more flexibility in achieving more housing. Yes, maximum FSIs may be on the way out, and minimum FSIs and PMTSAs on their way in, which the applicant alluded to before the North York Committee of Adjustment previously. But we aren't there yet. There remain a set of standards that must be applied to this site. Do not be fooled also by the renderings that were provided by the applicant last time around, which included this blue blob identifying the permitted height up to 21 meters. Leaving aside that above 12 meters, the building would need to be set back 7.5 meters from the side lot lines, and as of right building would look very different at 21 meters with an FSI of 1.0, even if achievable. This committee knows how FSI restricts built form. As height goes up, the floor plates shrink and the setbacks increase. You simply could not build the blue blob that the applicant had represented as permitted, which are available in the presentation materials that are posted online. Now, more height could absolutely be built here, and maybe the blue blob should be permitted. But the question is not whether one could approve this application on the basis that more height and density could be justified, but rather whether it's appropriate to justify such significant impacts through the minor variance process. If the impacts are not minor and do not maintain the general intent and purpose of the bylaw, then you proceed by way of a zoning bylaw amendment. Let me just say, if the applicant were proposing to rezone the site, my advice to my client would be very different. I may not even agree to be retained. Heck, I may even be representing the applicant. Opposition work represents a very small fraction of my practice. Let me close by saying we're raising some additional concerns and pointing out some inconsistencies. I'd like to note that no information had been previously provided regarding what changed from the last time this application was considered. It did not get approved by the Committee of Adjustment in North York, and now it's before the Toronto East York Committee with additional variances. We have serious concerns about the accuracy of the information provided to the Building Department, which brings into question the accuracy of the relief required and the conditions purported to exist on the ground. Leaving aside the illegal construction and removal of the bylaw protected trees so that they don't need to be included on the site plan. But take the survey, for example. A minor variance application must be accompanied by a survey showing all existing structures as currently built on the property. But the survey submitted with this application is from 2021 and predates construction that has occurred since that time and for which a stop work order was issued. Thus, we have been struggling to confirm the accuracy of the conditions purported to exist by the applicant in relation to the relief sought or required. Consider this in the context of certain claims made by the applicant in the November 2nd cover letter submitted with the last application, which again is still on the portal, specifically that certain variances were reduced, such as those related to depth and west side setback. How can the applicant claim it has increased the proposed west side setback and decreased the proposed depth while at the same time claiming they reflect the existing condition? And of course, the survey, when compared to the site plan, demonstrates the west side setback is being reduced. So of course, what is proposed cannot be considered the existing condition. And I've got 2 more seconds left. Given I still have a little bit of time, I'd also like to respond to suggestions made that Transportation Services is recommending approval of this application. In fact, they have imposed a condition that would eliminate variance number 11. So this application has come before the committee 4 times, and no improvements have been made. It clearly fails the 4 tests, and on that basis, we ask the committee to refuse this application. And subject to any questions you may have, those are my submissions.
Okay, thank you. Anyone has question to this speaker? I do have one, though.
Yes.
Yes, I have heard there are a lot of variances, that's true, but I have heard also your comment on a lot of them. But I only heard one comment, which is about the impact. It seems that I only recall one comment about sunlight, or the reduction of sunlight. Are there any other concern, the physical concern from your client?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Overall, and my client did submit written submissions. I know there were a lot of them, so I would not expect you to review them all.
Right.
But the increase, this is already a building that is double the permitted depth.
No,
And
I'm
so-
talking about
No, I understand. And so they're adding now a 3rd story. And in fact, from the rear, it reaches 4 stories because of the elevation change, the grade drops. And so that increase in height and density has significant impacts on my client's property at a mere 0.69 meters from the lot line. It's not being set back the required 1.5 meters. And there, that has an impact, including a reduction to light and sky view.
Just because it's increase of height, you assume there will be increase in impact in terms of shadowing? Is that what?
Absolutely.
Okay, I just want to understand, and that is the main comment that you during your deputation. That is what the main concern is, right?
Well, there are many. I just don't have time to go into all of them, but there's a question about the increase in traffic flow in and around the building. There have been numerous issues already existing because of the deficiencies, and there's just not a lot of space around the property for the removal of snow, so it often gets pushed against my client's property. It's actually led to the fence being broken, which will need to be fixed. They've removed trees without permits. That has also caused aggravation and frustration. They're removing evergreens from along my client's property line as part of this proposal. And so, yes, all of these impacts are unacceptable to my client.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone have question to this speaker? Otherwise, Nick, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have the
Through you,
next.
Madam Chair, we can now hear from the owner of 35 Shalmar Boulevard.
Good afternoon. My name is Diane Schiffman. I live at 35 Shalmar Boulevard with my husband. Shalmar Boulevard is the street directly north of Ridge Hill. And we're not the property directly behind the building, we're the next one to the west. I did submit pictures. If they could be put up on the screen, I'd appreciate it. There should be 3. So I'll keep talking. The properties on Ridge Hill are on a hill, and therefore are several feet above the properties on Shalmar. So you see a garage in that picture. The building on the upper left is the building at 8 Ridge Hill Drive. Can we see the next one? So that's a picture from my kitchen window. This is a picture from our bedroom window. Again, the structure is on the left, or the building is on the left. And is there one more? Should be. Yes, that's a picture from our backyard. And again, the building is very prevalent in our, overlooking our property. Thank you. So these properties are on a hill and are therefore several feet above the properties on Shelmar, as you can see. A larger, what I call 5-story building, I know they're only calling for a 3-story building, but they've already started giving access to basement apartments, street access, so I now consider that their first floor. And then they have an existing 2-floor. They want to put another floor, which would be 4, and then they want to put a maintenance. They want to have a flat roof terrace on the top, and they want to have a maintenance building. In my opinion, this is becoming a 5-story building that is going to overlook the properties on Shelmar Boulevard. I submitted a letter from our neighbors on Shelmar who are opposing the building and any building of this nature. 19 minor variance allowances is not minor, it's major. 8 Ridge Hill Drive is already too big for the lot size without proper green space and without adequate parking. And even though the presenter has said that there will be more landscaping and possibly some parking, I'm not sure exactly how it's going to work. And I see a lot of street parking and perhaps street parking permits being asked for, and I don't know what kind of a precedent that sets for our neighborhood and the other streets of the neighborhood. A proposed plan that needs 19 variances will stand out with its oversized character and design, which will impose on our property and not respect the general intent of the city planning for this neighborhood. This is not a neighbor asking to build a small renovation. This is a developer who wants to change the complexion of our neighborhood. Apartment buildings of this nature belong on the main streets that are bordering the neighborhood, and that's where they are. An apartment building of this nature doesn't belong within the community. Approving this application might set a precedent for other developers to increase the size and character of their property and further disrupt the nature of our neighborhood. We ask you to reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question to this speaker? I don't seem to have any question for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, now we can hear from the owners of 14 Ridge Hill Drive.
Welcome. You both have 5 minutes to get.
Thanks, members of the committee. My name is Alan Kaufman. My wife Vicky is with me. She's asked me to speak on our behalf. We're neighbors of the site. We live at 14 Ridge Hill Drive. That's 3 houses from the site. We are opposed to this application because it violates 2 principles that your committee would want to maintain. The first principle is that the applicants are always encouraged to consult with the neighbors, attempt to reach a consensus, parse down the number of issues that we have to dump on this committee. None of that has happened here. Let me give you a recent example in the last 13 days. The public hearing notice went out on December the 1st, 2023 for this hearing. And that notice indicated there were only 12 variances. That's why your chair was somewhat baffled to now find out there are really 19. So what happened? From December 1st on, it's only been 13 days. What happened is that the applicant tried to jam another 7 variances on you. You're not prepared for this. Perhaps you haven't even read it. I won't blame you. Now it went from 12 to 19, catching the neighbors off guard like us. This is not supposed to be a hearing by ambush. This is supposed to be a hearing by public notice. It's not happening here. This shows disdain for the neighbors like my wife and myself, and it shows disrespect for you as a committee. I sit on a Government of Ontario board, and I can tell you, having been a government appointee, and I am now, that my board would never allow an applicant to introduce 7 new items after the public hearing notice had been sent out, and nor should you. The second principle that's being violated here is that, as the lawyer has said on our behalf, that there should be a minor variance to comply with the 4 aspects of the definition of variance as minor. But the cumulative effect, adding up all those 19 variances, is clearly not minor. But don't take my word for it. The North York Committee of Adjustment, your colleagues, a month ago, November 9th, 2023, they voted down a motion to approve this application by 3-2, including the chair on the side of the majority. And the majority gave their reasons as to why they voted this application down. Remember, that application was only 12 variances at the time, not 19. And the 3 that voted against it said, Committee of Adjustments, North York, they said 12 is just too much to be considered a minor variance. Well, if 12 is too much, then how do you come today with 19? And is this committee here in Toronto going to make a decision that's inconsistent with the decision that the North York Committee of Adjustments made? They say 12 is too much and you'll say 19 is just fine? Surely not. Surely not. You would bring the committee's process into disrepute here. I mean, you'd be ridiculed for this. You can't have 2 committees of adjustment coming to 2 different decisions like this. And nor will you, I'm confident, because you don't want to undermine your colleagues in this situation. One of my neighbors has said that this, if you approve it, it could set a precedent. The 19 variances are okay. That would encourage any of my other neighbors on Ridge Hill Drive to come before you, even myself, and ask you for 19 variances to my home.
I'm so sorry, I have to stop you there, only because we as a panel, we always look at every application at the same way. We remain fair and impartial. Any previous decision or any function of other panels is not what we can base on. And so it's irrelevant to us at this moment. So we are looking at an application with 19 variances. You're right. Yeah.
I accept that, Madam Chair, but you can understand
because
from the
you do not want to compromise even why we make certain decisions either, right?
You can understand, though, from the perspective of the public, watching the Committee of Adjustments, we attend in North York, and they say 12 variances is too much to be minor.
11.
And now we come here, and we're told 19 is just fine. Anyways, I won't belabor the point.
So we cannot,
Move on.
you
I understand.
You cannot limit us as if we only
Through you,
have
Madam
one
Chair,
choice.
I think we should hear from the speaker and how the proposal impacts
Yes.
the site that you reside at.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Parking is going to be a problem. I know the city is waiving parking requirements, but you're going to have many more people than we currently have on that site, and there's no parking right in front. The city does not allow parking in front of this particular apartment project at 8 Ridge Hill Drive. So where are these people going to park? There aren't even parking for handicapped on the site, according to the variance application. So in effect, I'll just sum up my concerns that I've expressed. Lack of consultation with the neighbors, which is not good in any application. Jamming your committee with 7 more last-minute variances to go from 12 to 19. Inconsistent decisions of Committee of Adjustments, which the chair's already dealt with, and creating a bad precedent is sure to overload you with other applicants seeking 19 variances at one time. I started to say, what if I come before you next month and I want to make 19 variances to my property, 19 changes? You'll likely tell me, Mr. Kaufman, that's not a minor variance, it's too much. And you'd be right. But then I'll cite the fact that you've approved 8 Ridge Hill Drive on my own street. And then what are we going to do?
Sorry, I have to stop you there. Thank you. Only because you're allowed to come to us with 19 variances.
No.
If you would like to do next week, that's fine.
We will overload the committee on Ridge Hill alone with our 19 variances per house. Right.
Yeah, I just want to make it sure. We are all impartial to what people want to ask. Yeah.
Thank you. Those are my comments. Thank you for hearing
Thank you very much.
my wife.
Through you, Madam Chair, are there any questions of this speaker?
Yes. Any question to this speaker?
See none. Through you, Madam Chair, we can hear back from the agent.
Please. Mr. Romano, I'd like you to focus on just the issues being raised by the oppositions.
Yes, thank you kindly. If staff can go to slide 11 of my presentation, please.
Your voice is a little bit wobbling. Can you speak into your speaker, your mic?
Can you hear me now?
Not much better, yeah.
That much better? Okay.
Yes.
If my clock could be reset, please, I'd appreciate it. If staff can go to slide 11, the slides, please. Thank you very much. This is I wasn't going to go here, but Mr. Kaufman raises two fundamental things that I have major disagreement with. At slide 11 of my presentation slides, it is a notice of decision of the Committee of Adjustment of the North York panel dated November 9th, 2023. And if we go to slide number 13, you'll see at the top of the page, it says, was a decision of the Committee of Adjustment that the minor variance application is approved on condition. The reason why we are here today on December 13th is because staff of the Committee of Adjustment have forced us to come back here today. If we go to slide number 7, you will see that there are 4 zoning notices that were issued by the City of Toronto. The last one that the City of Toronto issued on December 13th.
I'm sorry, I have to stop you right there because I do not see the slide.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, we're just having some technical difficulties.
okay.
Here. We're trying to get
Yeah.
the slides up.
We
It's
will
a
stop
large
it.
file, so it's taking some time to load. Mr. Romano, we have stopped the clock just to give ourselves some time to put the slides up on the screen.
Thank you, Ms. Saladino. Appreciate that. Slide number 7. Thank you very much. So slide number 7 is an evolution of the zoning review that the City of Toronto has undertaken for the same set of plans that identify the proposal for the 10-unit rental residential building. So the reason why we're here today back in front of this panel is because the Secretary Treasurer has forced us to come back despite the November 9th approval from the Committee of Adjustment. You will see that the same site plan has been interpreted to include in the yellow column 7 variances. That went to November 2022, it was deferred. It went back in the orange column, September and November 2023 with 11 variances. There was then a zoning notice issued on November 29th for 17 variances, and we have 19 variances. So if staff can go back to slide number 5, I'd like to point out a few things in relation to both number 30, Ms. Schiffman and Mr. Cook's comments. The consultation that has taken place, and I had meetings with Ms. Feiner, Mr. Cook's client. So I'm a little surprised that Ms. Feiner has not conveyed to Mr. Cook the consultation that was undertaken and the improvements that were made to the proposal in consideration of those comments. And I can point out a few of them just on this site plan. Number 1, Mr. Cook pointed out snow removal and whatnot. That green area that's in the backyard that's shown on the site plan is entirely new. That does not exist today. That is pavement. So that is an improvement. The garbage enclosure that is up against the building, those rectangles or boxes up against the building in between the landscaping and the building, those are new. Ms. Feiner asked for garbage enclosure. We included a garbage enclosure. It's not inside the existing building, and that's why there's a variance, but there is an enclosure with the garbage bins. There's new trees being planted in the front. I don't know where Mr. Cook gets the impression or the statement that there were regulated trees that were removed. There are no regulated trees that are being removed or have been removed. There are no cedar trees that are being removed. And just on the point of the building and sunlight, you see the zigzag shape in that westerly portion of the building that exists and for which the proposal is seeking that top up, basically a 3rd story. That front wall generally lines up with the front wall of Ms. Feiner's building next door. See the angled nature of Ridge Hill Drive? And the length from the front wall to the rear wall is about 20 meters. So that is just beyond the 17 meters or the 19-meter depth that the neighboring building, detached residential zone would be permitted. The building depth that is a variance for the subject property basically goes from the front wall, the pinch point, to the rear wall, but it is not the full extent that is up against the neighboring building. It is mitigated, and in terms of floor space index, the zone examiner includes the basement. That's why we get the 1.464. If you recall looking at that table, there's been 4 different interpretations of what the floor space index is. The existing is 0.9, and over 3 stories, it is 1.18. So it's not a significant departure from what is being proposed. I don't know what, so in terms of light and sky view, there are no significant changes. I will say that the existing building today has a roof eaves that extends closer to the side lot line. The proposal does not have an eaves that extends to the side lot line, so there's actually more sun exposure that's being proposed, albeit that the 3rd story will have some impact, but in my view, it's not negative impact.
Yes.
Subject to any questions, Madam Chair, I see that my 5 minutes is up.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yeah, you're keeping the 5 minutes. Any question to the woman's response?
I have some questions.
Mr. Reed has a question.
A couple questions. So just to clarify, you're saying that the reason we have 19 variances as opposed to the 12 that went before North York is because the zoning examiner sent you basically a new set of variances. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. We were shocked to see a new zoning notice arrive in the architect's actual email box because notices were being prepared. And all of a sudden we had a new zoning notice. And then there was another one that came right on the heels of it. The exact same set of plans, a different zone examiner. I think there's been 3 different zone examiners that have reviewed this project. And so the last one, I think the city threw the book at the proposal and listed 19 variances, many of which reflect actual improvements, like the bicycle parking, the visitor parking, the landscaping that's improved, et cetera.
Okay. Another question. So some of the letters that were sent in opposition reference some kind of excavation of concrete pour outside the existing lines of the building. I was just wondering if those things are what that might be, and if it's taken care of either in the variance or in the existing zone.
Yes, thank you for that question. I appreciate that. I actually had it written down, and I don't think I mentioned it in my initial 5 minutes. So through you, Madam Chair,
you can answer the question. No, it's fine.
Yeah, there's a building permit that's been issued, and it involves underpinning, and part of the front balcony is being redone as part of that. So the front balcony actually is what triggered an order to comply, and that is what is being referenced. But there's actually, I don't believe any of the variances actually deal with that at all. It's just not shown on the building permit drawing that was issued by the city.
Mm-hmm.
But it's something that doesn't need a variance, I take it then?
Well, if you zoom in on if staff can zoom in on that those front balconies, we saw the photographs of them, and we'll see in the front balconies. It's basically at grade, and it's like a terrace. It's more than a terrace. It's not really elevated. It's at ground level. So there's a wall that's around it, and that's being poured. That's being poured as part of the underpinning. And that's what is being referred to by some residents as being the reason why the variance application is in front of this panel, that it's not. It's a mischaracterization.
Right, so that's going to be like a lowered terrace or something like that?
The terrace, yes.
Okay.
It's reconstructing basically what is there. It showed you in the photographs.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I have one question. I know that you have answered Mr. Reed, but I just want to make sure that the revised notice have been sent out the same way that we normally do for the residents to respond, right? it was sent on time?
Yes, Madam Chair. The notice was mailed out on that Friday, whatever it was, on or before Friday, December 1st, 2023, and I received it in the mail myself earlier this week.
So I see. Okay, thank you. And I also have a question to your proposal. The thing that I noticed, you have a rooftop use. It seems that it's been divided into different parcels. Are these like the residents will be able to use this as that per unit, or how it's being used? The rooftop, yeah.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for that question. So the terrace is just that is totally open and accessible to each of the tenants in the building. It's not intended to be divided up by tenants whatsoever. So it's a feature, it's an amenity that's open to all of the tenants. I think the partitions that are shown there are just to identify certain areas for the construction aspect of them.
But I'm so sorry. When I look at it, you even label something, it's called privacy screen in between those parcels. I just thought that it seems to be, it's not consistent with what you just told me. If it's a combined use of, as a recreation space, the rooftop, is that what you're proposing? And anyone can get in, but then your plan shows that it's divided and labeled and have privacy screen in between some of them. That's why I'm a little bit confused what the use of that roof is.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It is an outdoor amenity space, and it's actually suggested by one of the residents in November of 2022. But so for example, perhaps I can put it this way: if I'm out there as a tenant and I'm making use of maybe a picnic area or something of one of part of that terrace, and then you want to go up and use part of the terrace as well, instead of us seeing each other one by one, you can go and use a different part of that open area, and we'd be screened from one another from our views. But it's basically open to everybody. It's not an enclosure at all.
Okay, it's only for the residents, or is it for visitors?
Correct.
You can have a party there or something like that?
It's an outdoor amenity area. Someone can use it for whatever purpose they use it as, just like you use a backyard or a balcony or whatnot. So those are oriented towards the front and
I noticed
apartments of the building. Yes.
With all this question, my main question is that when I'm concerned about privacy, even though most of them concentrate on the front, but because it's so wide and so big, and then you're proposing glass railing, and I thought not too. That's why I asked how it's being used. I suggest, even if the permit we're going to approve that, you will provide some kind of either plantings buffer or pull in your rooftop terrace usable area or private screen. Do something about that. I suggest. What do you think?
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually, before appearing in front of the Committee of Adjustment on November 9th, 2023, we made the revision, which was one of the points I wanted to raise as well, to set back that westerly terrace, 1.2 meters.
The west edge, westerly, okay, 1.2 meter, and anything else, any setbacks?
Yeah, in my planning opinion, I don't believe that it's necessary to have a different setback on the east side, because the east side is next to the driveway, and then it's the apartment building. So there's already quite a distance there. And towards the rear, that's adjacent to the the only terrace part there is adjacent to the parking area, and then the apartment building in behind. So I think the site layout actually already mitigates any overlook and privacy on adjoining properties in an appropriate manner. So there's no terrace that's associated with a rooftop that's adjacent to that butts up against any detached residential property.
Okay, now we're looking at, just in front of us, drawing A7. I just want to make clear that you propose the setback is the wall that along the top? Is that the westerly?
On the west side,
it's
it's
the south.
1.2 meters. So that's
Yeah, I'm so sorry. It's at the bottom where you're going to set back.
at the bottom.
I see, yeah.
Shown right there. It's shown right there. It's already set back. That used to be a variance, and we eliminated it back in November.
Oh, you already set it back. I see. Yeah.
Yes, it's
All
already,
right.
it's
Thank
already
you.
set back. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So we can. What about this privacy screen in between the parcel? I do not know, still not to understand the functions of this. Can we actually delete them? Because you haven't really explained to me the functions of this, because there's some people suggest that. I do not know why we need those.
I have no problems eliminating the privacy screens on the rooftop terrace.
Okay, thank you. All right, any questions?
Welcome.
Any question from other members? We don't have any more questions to you. Now we move into committee comment and.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just start by commenting that
Okay.
the number of variances doesn't disturb me. We're looking at each one, whether or not they are minor, and yes, we will sometimes consider them cumulatively.
Yes.
The one that jumps out at me is 5, which is the depth, and it is pretty much double.
But do you know why?
Pardon?
Do you know why? I assume because of the particular footprint of this building, that is staggered, so that they have to measure from the farthest 2 walls.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I'm thinking about, about that and weighing that it's a good project that's going to create more housing. So those are my comments at this point.
And also, I will think, although some people disagree, it seems that some people came up to speak that you ignore the existing condition, but I do not think that it will help us to understand what's been proposed, because there's a certain thing from the existing condition, just like the layout of these 2 sides of the building, you cannot change. And what they're respecting is the existing footprint, and they just build on top. So it trigger a very big number in terms of the depth, but they actually not making much change from the existing in that regard, in the depth of the building.
But I tend to.
I have some comments.
I'll go ahead.
Yes.
Oh,
Mr.
sorry.
Reid.
Just a couple of things. So just to agree, I mean, there are a lot of variances, but a lot of them are existing conditions. So just the pure number of variances shouldn't really be a factor. Obviously, this whole process has been a mess, and I sympathize with some of the the objectors. Perhaps there hasn't been a good consultation, but the fact that the process has been a mess shouldn't impact our decision based on the specific variances. In terms of the rooftop privacy, my understanding was that The idea was that if there's kind of 3 spaces, and that different households could use the rooftop kind of privately at the same time. I think that my understanding was that was why there was those privacy screenings within the rooftop amenity. And I think maybe we should let the developer decide how to break that up. I don't see it as being a problem. I think the idea is that, one apartment can use one space, another apartment can use another space, and they can not have to see each other.
That's not what he said, though. That's the thing. That's why I asked why the purpose of those privacy screen. He was saying that someone suggests that when they are using one, and then they will. What I try to avoid the future situation is that some of the I know some condos that they would divide into the rooftop, and then they will build their own little patio and all. So you're sort of encouraging that kind of use rather than just purely what he proposed is a recreation space for the whole apartment. So I think that he should just follow his words, and then we do not need those privacy screens. Okay.
I'm not particularly closely attached to that. That was just my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
I would just want to say that I guess I don't look at existing condition or the existing condition the same way, because I think the intent of the bylaw when you're having a new build, a new construction, is to go back and look at how we can best achieve all of the bylaws and all of the plans. So I personally am somewhat persuaded by counsel for the deputy who said we should look at this from the perspective of a new build, and just because a condition exists, I'm not sure it should continue to exist in a new plan. So when I look at the side setback to the west, which is right beside a house, I think we should be trying to make sure that there's appropriate scaling, or that there's a good transition.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, that was persuasive to me, so I just make that point for you to consider.
It's fine. So do you think that the new addition will adversely impact the neighbors in terms of what there are only a couple of things that you mentioned is shadow because of but I consider, I look at many sites, because this has got a lot of distance, the neighbors' buildings. So, okay. I think we have any more comments, and then, or we have a motion, please. Yeah. Anyone want to make a motion?
Just a moment. I'd just like to consider the plan for another moment.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I think I'm likely to be out of keeping with the majority, so I think somebody else maybe should make a motion.
Yeah. Okay. Any other one? Mr. Weed, you like to make a motion?
Not especially, but I I think none of us are super enthusiastic about this proposal.
You don't have to, we don't force you.
But
I don't
maybe,
mind
I don't
making
know.
a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I make a motion to approve with the conditions that they will pull back the recreation area on the rooftop on the southerly edge by I think it's at 1.5 meter. And the reason why I think that it is a supportable proposal is because it is, I do not agree that you do not see the existing building only because the function of the existing building, it is apartment building as it is now. And what is very natural for people to sort of do additions and all, they have not changed the function of it. It will be just a big, another floor of apartment building. That with the housing crisis, I think that it is a good proposal. And also, I think that the lot, it seems that the original building, it seems that has utilized the site that is an obscure lot. They staggered the two buildings. It's to actually break up the massing of this building. Imagine it is not divide, it's not staggered. It will have a much bigger impact on the street. And then now it's broken up. It's more, I think, compatible to the houses in terms of massing. The other thing that I think, although the area is predominantly single-family housing, but if you look out some more areas like Rosedale, although they have very big houses, but they're also small apartments. I think small apartments and in this scale is actually quite it's a good mix to housing types, because not everybody can afford buying a house, but they might be able to move into a rental unit. And that's why I am in favor of this proposal. And that's my reasons.
Through you, Madam Chair, there's also urban forestry condition number 1.
Oh, I'm waiting for someone to
Okay.
second it before I name all the conditions.
Oh, you don't want to, okay.
I have to wait, someone have to second it, right? Yeah.
Madam Chair, could I just ask you to repeat what you said at the very beginning, which is a condition that you were highlighting about the rooftop?
Oh, the rooftop, because if you look at the design of it, it seems that it's divided by privacy screen and into different parcels. It seems that like parcel A and B and C. And what I asked the applicant what the functions this parcel, and he did not explain very well. And so we go with what his intention is to use the rooftop as a share recreation space. So I said, then delete all this privacy screen.
We're still in committee, right?
Yes, I have a motion put forth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because when I was reviewing again some of the letters of opposition, more than once it's mentioned that.
Microphone.
Beg your pardon. When I'm reviewing the letters in opposition, more than once it refers to the rooftop terrace and privacy.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if maybe those privacy screens might not be a bad idea.
Oh no, this is not the private. These screens are not at the perimeter of the building, which is the neighbors' concern with privacy. That's why I asked whether you can be moved in. So if you move in your vacation area, your sight line will not be able to overlook other people, the neighboring property. That's why I asked it to be removed. And also, secondly, the terrace or the roof terrace is actually concentrated on the. He said on the street side. Yeah. On the front, yeah. So I have immediately, it's nothing to do with the back property. And those privacy screen he cannot give me a good reason for them. So why do we keep them?
I do agree with my colleague's Mark's former comments, that I think we should leave that,
With-
to the developers if,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's fine if you think that you can second it without those privacy, with the privacy screen, then we can discuss that. Yeah.
So through you, Madam, yes, Madam Chair, the motion on the floor is to approve the application. I think we should list out the conditions that would be imposed, and then we can see if another member will second that motion.
Yes, the one condition is on the roof plan, the south, I think it's the westerly edge, it's the glass railing, I think. It's going to move up
I think that was already, because,
proposed. Yeah, so we
you
tied it
said
to
that
the
was
roof
already
plan.
in the plans.
Okay, so we should tie
Yeah.
it to the plan, because it's not stated anyway.
Yeah, I think a
Yeah, you don't-
1.2
yeah.
meter setback.
And we can, yeah. Since I do not have any support for the other demolition of the other private screen, so I will take that out from my condition.
Okay, so then is the condition to tie the approval to this roof plan?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Would it also be to the site plan and elevation plans that have been submitted, revised, or just to the roof plan?
I think to the roof plan, because I do not know what the other drawings that show that particular setback. That's the thing. I have to go take a look at.
Okay, and through you, Madam Chair, there's also urban forestry condition number 1, and Transportation Services has submitted a report dated December the 6th, and on the second and going on to the third page, there's some conditions list out if the committee is to find merit to approve this application.
Yes, and also one thing I want to put in the condition, the privacy screen, the rooftop plan, the southern, the westerly fence going to pull in, but I like to have it 1.5 meter. The western edge fence will be 1.5 meter from the finished deck. I think that will improve the privacy.
I'm fine with that.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll second the motion.
Mm-hmm.
So clarifying that the condition we're asking for, we're no longer tying it to the plan. Rather, the condition is that the western edge of the rooftop amenity be set back 1.5 meters from the edge of the building. Is that correct?
Yes, and also the fence is 1.5 meter high from the finished deck.
And the fence is 1.5 meters high.
Because in the drawing, the other fence is only 1.2, I think.
Right. Okay. So that plus the forestry and 1 in transportation conditions. So I second that motion.
So everybody clear about the motion? And then, yeah, second. Okay, all in favor? And Mr. Wickens dissent.
Dissents, okay.
Yeah. And 3-1, yeah, approve with all the conditions. Okay. Number 20, are we having a break or we continue with number 26? Okay, we continue.
I think that we have some big ones coming up, so maybe we do one more and then have a little break or something.
Oh, you want to, do you want to have a break
No, I was
now?
going to suggest we do one more and then we maybe have a break.
Okay.
A very brief break.
Okay, let's have number 26 then. Number 26, let me bring this up. Okay, number 26 is 25 Sparkhall Avenue. The purpose for this is to permit an auxiliary structure, which is like a raised deck and stair and a new fence with supporting braces and a roll-up laneway door. Also constructed a new auxiliary building, which is a shed, to maintain the existing shed and swimming spa, and that were constructed without a building permit. They're asking for 3 variances. And on this one, we also received a copy of the minute from the April 5th public hearing, and a copy of the survey plan, floor plans, and elevation covering letter from the agent, and presentation material from the agent, revised site plan, and red line, that's zoning notice revisions, covering letter from the owner, and letter from the owner, and revised presentation from the agent, from the owner, sorry, and commenting corresponding we received from transportation, and also staff of community planning have a report, and support they have quite a few supports, 1, 2, 4, 6, 8 supports from Sparkle Avenue and Bain Avenue. Oh, and there more, and also they have we have quite a few oppositions. They also from the Sparkle, they're in Bain Street, and 6 letters in opposition from Bain Street and Sparkle, and also 3 letters in opposition signed by owners of 27 and 20 Sparkle Avenues, and supporting material in opposition on behalf of from Vanya, and on behalf of Jenny Lowe from 23 Sparkle Avenue.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent here in person, along with the registered owners of the subject site. We do have 1 person on the line speaking in opposition, and I believe 3 in support that are also online.
Okay, so you are the agent? Or?
Yes.
Okay, so you do have opposition, so please give us a presentation, 5 minutes maximum.
Thank you. If we could bring up my slide deck, I'm happy to go through the presentation. My name is Eldon Theodore. I'm a partner with MHBC, a registered professional planner. I'm representing my client who's seeking relief for a few zoning provisions to permit recent enhancements to their rear yard and include the introduction of a swim spa.
Can you give us your address too?
Sure, 7050 Weston Road, Suite 230, Woodbridge, Ontario, L4LHE7.
Thank you, yeah, okay.
The swim spa was introduced to primarily help my client rehabilitate from recent medical treatments. If we can go to slide 2. This slide here shows the existing condition of the rear yard when my client purchased the property in 2019. Extensive work had already been undertaken, and my client was unaware that that work was already deficient in soft landscaping. It sat at 9.5% as it's at today. Next slide. My client hired a contractor to undertake upgrades to the rear yard to accommodate their needs. Unfortunately, the contractor did not obtain the necessary permits, and that triggered a number of variances that brought us to the committee. I was retained to assist with legalizing that use. Due to concerns that were raised at the previous committee of adjustment meeting, both with planning as well as to the neighbors, we requested a deferral of that work. And to work with the abutting neighbor at 23 Sparkle to improve the proposal before coming back to this committee. We understood the primarily concerns related to that were privacy and overlook. I communicated with the neighbor's representative, which is Mr. Craig Race, to come to a compromise that addressed those concerns. The neighbor would only communicate through Mr. Race in order to communicate with us. We had come to an agreement, but shortly after that, I was informed by Mr. Race that he was no longer representing the neighbors. So moving to the next slide, given the setback that we received, we moved independently to further improve the site and reduce the number of variances, increasing the soft landscaping as well from 22.5% to 24%. what we ended up doing was removing the the western portion of the platform along the swim spa. We shifted the swim spa east to provide more separation distance, and we pushed the sheds away from the west property line, which were then now utilized as screening opportunities to help provide for privacy and avoiding overlook. Move to the next slide. Hearing that planning staff still had concerns with our application, we further increased the soft landscaping on the site from 24% to 29% to match the soft landscaping variance that was approved at 23 Spark Hall Avenue. This was achieved through adding some additional, sorry, you've gone too far in slides. You can go back one. Thank you. This was achieved by providing additional landscaping by removing by providing landscaping behind the shed and behind the west side of the swim spa, and the new landscaping bed that was provided in the middle of the patio, as you can see there. Next slide. So, for whatever reason, there's a slide missing here, but what I want to emphasize is that from the evolution from the start to the beginning, there was an overall improvement in the overall landscaping. Just sticking to this slide here, what I want to emphasize is that we've gone from 5 to 3 variances. The rear yard setback to the lane is only 19 centimeters. The soft landscaping, we've increased from 22.7 to 29%. The rear yard, the parking space variance is only 4 centimeters. So really these are all quite minor. We recognize staff's refusal report, raising concerns about soft landscaping and overlook and privacy, as well as concerns in relation to the shed. But I'd note that the report provides no direction on what they would support. We had communicated with staff on what they would seek in terms of support, but got no direction. When it came to soft landscaping, we were never given a number of what would make them comfortable. So we asked that the committee consider that we've increased the site from 9.5% to now 29%. And it's in keeping with 15 other variances in the neighborhood. With respect to the shed location and height, this was a struggle for us because the sheds themselves, they were proposed in order to resolve the overlook and privacy concerns. And they are zoning compliant, both in terms of height and location, yet concerns were raised about them in general. They are not directly connected to any of the variances before the committee, and there's no restrictions in terms of requiring a permit to install them in the rear yard. So in summary, my client has worked really hard to address the concerns raised to date. It's been a long journey. We believe the 4 tests of the minor variance have been met, and changes ensure the application is in the public interest and represents good planning. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Any I can't answer, my client would be also be able.
Let's go back to the beginning. I would like you to direct us any kind of revision different from what we in front of us. The 3 variances. You did mention the soft landscaping is already different from what is in front of us. You have to give us all the revision.
Sure.
Yeah.
So if we stick on that slide right here, from the previous variance, just bear with me.
No, from the notice that we have, 3 variances. What's different from that one? Yeah.
From the previous minor variance or from what we changed?
The committee only received 3 variances.
Yes.
Yeah, that one, yeah.
So the difference is that the soft landscaping previously, what was being considered was 24%. We increased that by 5% to 29%.
Give us the area too, please.
The 29% is, bear with me.
Yeah.
I have that number. The 29% is 31.9 square meters.
31.9
square meters.
9 square meter. Okay, we got that right. And second variance, no change?
Second variance is no change.
And third variance, no change either?
The third variance is a new variance. It's a reduction in the parking space from 3.2 meters to 3.16.
I'm so sorry, I got some interrupt. So you want to have a break to fix the problem, or are you okay?
I'm okay, I just have a question.
Oh, no, we're going into that because I want to clarify all the revisions. And the number 3, variance 3 is a new addition? From what? From it's from the previous?
From the previous minor variance
Okay,
before the
that's fine.
committee.
That's good.
The previous minor variance, we had 5 variances.
Yeah.
We were able to knock off 3 of those variances.
Understand.
We no longer have variances for the ancillary building side yard setback,
Okay.
or swim spa side yard setback, or open
Thank you.
platform
Yeah.
setback.
No, I just want to have the revision. So we will hold our question to you, and then we would like to listen to the other speakers first, and then we'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can move to the owner of 23 Spark Hall Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Committee members. My name is Tom Feeney, and our family lives at 3 Sparkle Avenue.
Okay.
This is the semi-detached house next to the applicant.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to present our case to you today. We have provided a significant amount of documentation in support of our request that the committee deny the variances requested for this after-the-fact build at 25 Sparkle. We contend that this application should not be approved as the general intent and purpose of the official plan is not maintained. The general intent and purpose of zoning bylaw is not maintained. The variances are not desirable for the appropriate development of the land, and the variances are not minor. This new application should logically be viewed in context with the initial application. I would like to recap a few key points. The original project was completed without a building permit and without sharing plans with us or immediate neighbors. The build created a severe privacy issue for our home and rear yard. When people stood on the raised deck, they were literally close to 5 feet above our fence, looking into our home and backyard. Photos evidencing this were submitted on the first application. This build has a reduced amount of soft landscaping in the rear yard, well below the amount required by the bylaw, raising concerns about drainage into our property. The community planning staff report dated March 28th brought these issues to the committee's attention at the April 5th hearing, and a deferral was granted. Since then, the owners have submitted a revised application which proposes an almost 13-foot high and 12-foot long shed alongside our property line fence. While this proposal responds to our previous privacy concerns, it creates a significant new issue. The shed would mass in 1/3 of our backyard, block sunlight and air circulation to the area of our garden that's designed specifically for dining and entertaining. It would have an adverse effect on the growing patterns of our mature garden, where we grow our own food. Also, this proposal does not address our concerns about soft landscaping. Additionally, a further concern of ours, which ties in directly with massing. We feel uncomfortable that this massive shed will merely become an extension of the raised deck that presently exists on the west fence side. This is the area that our neighbors use to disrobe and dry off while using the swim spa. If this shed goes up beside our fence as described, it will merely become a dressing room disguised as a shed. We are extremely uncomfortable with this prospect. This is the exact same location that has caused a multitude of privacy, overlook, and noise problems which exist to this day. We'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 3. This is one of the applicant's only plans ever shared with us just prior to the first Committee of Adjustment meeting. At this late stage, they suddenly wanted to share with us how they use the space on their raised deck. This drawing clearly marks the northwest corner as the only private area to allow swim spa users to disrobe prior to use. This new application to locate the massive shed is a creative way to keep disrobing in that corner above our heads. We do not want anyone above our heads, and this application, if approved, would allow it. At any level, this shed and raised deck does not fit the existing physical character of our neighborhood. Therefore, the revised application, if built as outlined, will greatly impact our enjoyment of our property. There is a larger context, however. The application impacts not only us, but the entire neighborhood. Every other ancillary building in our area is at the rear of the property, allowing all neighbors equal sky view, sun, and air circulation consistent with the official plan. See Exhibit 2 as the potential impact of massing on our property, among other issues. We understand people wanting to update properties, but not at the expense of impacting their neighbors' enjoyment of their property forever, especially under these after-the-fact built circumstances. Finally, I would like to refer to a statement that the committee chair made to the applicant on April 5th. Specifically, you realize your client may have to lose something. On this new application, the applicant has lost nothing, but has used the deferral time to propose an excessive massing that will impact our property and the footprint of the neighborhood, all without consultation with neighbors. We ask the committee to deny the requested variances for the above reasons, which are consistent with decisions made at the previous hearing and the recent recommendation in the community planning report dated December 5th. Your decision will not only impact on our property today, but set a precedent for all properties in the Riverdale neighborhood in the future. Thank you for your consideration.
Sorry, I have one question. You just mentioned some from community planning, they have some comment about, did I hear it wrong?
Yes, community planning has a report, a staff report,
Yes.
recommending review of the application from December 5th.
That is the current, is December 6th for this current application.
This one on the screen is March 28th.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
We're talking of the one from December 5th.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because maybe the staff will bring that up. This is not the one we're still looking at. I don't have this ability. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I have missed it. Can someone? I cannot read it. The approval. Recommending that. Yeah. Oh, it's the same. It's the same sentence. It's this one. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, bring my attention. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Any question to this speaker? Just finished? Yeah. Any question? No. Okay, next.
Through you, Madam Chair, we will hear from the owner at 40 Bain Avenue.
Okay.
Hello. Can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, my name is Nicole Curling, and I reside at 40 Bain Avenue, near Sparkhill Avenue. I've lived in the Riverdale neighborhood for 16 years now, and I would like to speak in support of 25 Sparkhill Avenue and the 3 minor variances that are being requested. After looking and talking with the neighbor on a number of occasions, I believe these minor variances are extremely minor and have no impact on the enjoyment of my property or the neighborhood. In fact, I feel that they do not affect anyone except the applicant at 25 Sparkhill. And because of the objectives that have come forward by the opposing party, I want to speak on behalf of as a supporter. A few things is the most minor requested variance is a 1.5 deviation for the parking lot. And I understand the requirement is for 3.2 meters, and their proposal is 3.16, which I think is really negligible. I also want to speak about the property fence, which is requirement of 1.0 meters, and they're requesting for 0.81 meters, and that is really 7.5 inches, so less than a foot. And I walked back and forth in that laneway a number of times, and I've noticed that the two adjacent garages are very similar setbacks to the fence, and that they line up. So in Riverdale, we have lanes with like 0 meter setback to this, so it really looks nice that it's all symmetrical. And I don't believe that there were any letters of objection to that so far, so I'm also in approval of that variance. The final one is the softscaping. I understand that there is a requirement of 50%. Since I've lived in this neighborhood for a long time, I noticed that when there was renovations done to that property before the individuals purchased it, it was only at 9.5%. And what they are doing, these neighbors are even going beyond what was there before and going to 29%, which is almost 300% more than what was there previously. And I feel that's a reasonable variance. And if you look in Riverdale's neighborhood, a lot of the backyards are very small, so expecting to go to 50% seems pretty high, and I think 29% is a really good compromise, especially that it was at 9.5% before. I also wanted to say that right now they also have back lane parking, so the property on the lane is required to provide one parking spot, and all parking spots are considered hardscaping. So that is probably 20% of the whole rear yard as well. So they had to take that into consideration. So if you take the parking out of the 50%, you're left with 30% softscaping, and they're at 29%. So that is very, very minor. Also, I understand that a lot of the properties in Riverdale, especially when I go along the back alley, have gotten softscaping variances. And I believe that 23 Sparkle, I think, has the same backyard, and I think they're at 29% as well. So I think that they are being more than reasonable at the variance that was putting forward, considering that they were at 9.5. And finally, I want to also just take that they have really come and talked to us a number of times to try to work with us and work with the neighborhood to make sure that they are trying to take everybody's opinions into consideration. And I think that they've really come a far way of really satisfying what's going on in the neighborhood. And I have no complaints or concerns or thinking that there'll be any impact on anybody's property.
Thank you. Yeah. Any question to this speaker? No. Next, then. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can hear from the owner at 28 Bain Avenue.
Okay. 28 Bain, please.
My name is Bob Dushtecki. I own 28 Bain. I've lived there since 1997, and I'm speaking in support of the application for 25 Sparkle. So let me address a few points, if I could. One is the size of the shed that is proposed. Several people have said that the proposed shed borders 1/3 of 23 Sparkle's backyard. Is that really true? Well, it depends on what measures a backyard, I guess. It doesn't include the area taken up by the garage at 23 Sparkle, which is substantial. Then it seems to me that you could actually include the space of the garage when you talk about 1/3, right? It's more like 1/5, I would say, of what I would consider to be the backyard. Another issue raised was sunlight and air circulation. One person, people said that this impairs the sunlight and air circulation to 23 Sparkle. I frankly find this a rather specious claim for a number of reasons. First of all, there already is a fairly large garage there that already blocks a lot of sunlight into their backyard and air circulation. I don't see how this swim spa and shed adds all that much to that. And more importantly, as everyone acknowledges, there used to be a mature tree at the rear of 25 Sparkle. In fact, it was a Manitoba maple, so-called wheat tree, probably 40 to 50 feet tall. And it was positioned in such a way that it already blocked a huge amount of sunshine into 23 Sparkle. So by cutting down this tree with the proper permit, removing it for the construction, the people at 25 Sparkle have actually improved the amount of sunlight in their circulation at 23 Sparkle. So I don't understand their objection whatsoever.
Thank you.
And the shed is also very small, and it only blocks sunlight for a very short time in the morning. Now let's talk about privacy and overlook. Everybody wants privacy. I understand that, but Riverdale's a very dense neighborhood, and surely there are limits to what privacy can be expected. If you choose to live in a dense neighborhood, you must have reasonable expectations, it seems to me. Nearby to the 23 Sparkle, there's I think either a second or third floor deck that overlooks their backyard. People could be out on that deck all day looking into their backyard. There's lots of windows, second or third floor windows. There's 2-story laneway houses going up in the lane. All of us who live in that area already have diminished privacy. I'm not saying that we should ask for less privacy, but I think one has to be realistic. Let's move on to softscaping. As the previous speaker noted, there are many properties that seem to be in violation of that, including the 23 Sparkle. As far as I can tell, you saw the photograph before, a lot of paving stones in their backyard. Why should the residents of 23 Sparkle be forced to adhere to this rule when others do not? Let's talk finally about the design quality of the addition and the fact that some have said doesn't fit the neighborhood. I find that ridiculous. When I moved here 26 years ago, the back lane had 3 abandoned cars, several rusted garages, and an abandoned grocery cart. I'm happy to say that over the years, people have improved the quality of the back lane. They've built new structures, they've improved existing structures, and so on. And this addition of 25 Sparkle, if you haven't seen it, is gorgeous. It's beautiful. It's professionally designed. It's wonderful. And I think that is totally unfair to say that it detracts from the neighborhood. I have absolutely no objections to the plans for 25 Sparkle.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? No, we don't have any question to it. So let's have the next one then.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can hear from the owner of 221 Bain Avenue.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you so much, Madam Chair and Committee. My name is Ethan Holzer. I reside at 221 Bain Avenue. I'm here today to speak in support of the applicant, as the 3 variances requested are reasonable and minor. I hope to spend my time today outlining to the committee why the objections from the 2 immediate neighbors regarding the variances really should be questioned. To begin, when you ask somebody what they said, what they want, it really should be consistent. Well, it hasn't been, and here are some examples. The first example relates to the objection of shade. So initially, the neighbors were upset that a tree on the property, on the applicant's property, was removed. The tree was removed with a permit. The neighbors claimed they liked the tree because it shaded their backyard from the hot sun. Now they apparently don't like the shade anymore and prefer the sun in their backyard.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Can I interrupt a little bit? It will be much helpful if you actually focus why you're supporting this application rather than telling us the process, because we cannot really deal with how it come up with this proposal. But just tell us this proposal, why you're supporting it. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm supporting it because the variances are reasonable and minor. And I'm also supporting it because I'm quite concerned that the city as well as the adjacent neighbors are presenting the applicant as though they have not consulted in this whole process. They actually characterize the applicant as a liar and somebody who misleads. When it appears they have a personal issue with this family, and they draw attention to the fact that the applicant never met with them personally when they neglect to mention the more important and humane fact that the applicant hired a professional organization to handle the project and communicate with the neighbors because the applicant was undergoing active treatment for cancer. So I'm a bit concerned as well because the way that this is being framed is that the applicant should be punished for performing work without a permit. And, and what is also concerning is that, as was mentioned on the previous calls, or the previous letters of support, is that the applicant assumed this home with 9.5% softscaping, and the previous owner finished all of that project without a permit, and there was no objections or complaints by the neighbors 5 years ago. So why is there an objection now, 5 years later, when there's almost 300% increase?
No, let's not get into how come we become like this. We've heard why you're supporting it. I very clearly, and I think that.
Okay, so I guess I'll just finally comment as somebody that lives in this Riverdale neighborhood. I fully agree with Bob's last comment that we live in a neighborhood that is dense. There's a reason why we live in this neighborhood. It's because we want to be accessible and walkable to neighborhood amenities. Part of living in this neighborhood is that we love being close to everybody and everything, and there's no reasonable expectation for privacy at all times. And I should mention, both 25 Spark Hall and the applicant have second-story rear view look onto their backyard. So there's never been privacy at their properties because they look onto each other's backyards anyways.
Okay, thank you.
So the whole thing anyways, I'm in full support.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. So any question to this speaker? No question. Next. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can hear back from the agent now.
Oh, they finished all the speakers. Yes.
Thank you. And I'm happy to respond to some of the comments that were raised. I'll just note that the plan that's shown on the screen is not the most current plan. That's not the one that shows the 29% landscaping. That version of the plan should be December 11th. It would show the landscape bed in the center, and it will show the landscaping along the swim spa and behind the sheds.
Actually, that was my question, and how you achieve the 29%. You have a new plan? Let's bring it up. We have a revised site plan here.
So while that plan is coming up, and obviously time is precious for everyone, I'll just note that as communicated, my client did share plans, and in fact, my client's contractor when doing the work did have communication with 23 Spark Hall, and I actually have communication here that confirms that there was acknowledgement about works and ensuring that properties were not damaged. In terms of the discussion around the deck and the question of we have not given up anything in this application, my client removed portions of the deck. They've removed portions of the patio stone to increase the soft landscaping. They've reorganized the location of the sheds. They're going to construct their own custom sheds in order to accommodate that. They're pushing the swim spa to the east in order to achieve greater compliance, and now they're adding more soft landscaping around those edges. A lot has been compromised in order to bring greater compliance on this plan and address the concerns that have been raised. The privacy and overlook, I think, I feel like a lot of my thunder has been taken by a lot of these comments, but this is a very dense urban fabric in this area. My client is obviously concerned about their privacy as well. It's important that they don't have overlook, and the loss of privacy is the reason why they suggested the sheds. Even though, and we recognize that both homes at 25 and 23 have second floor outdoor patios, you can see clear into each other's yards. So there's only so much you can do when it comes to privacy and overlook. And this is the attempt that my client has made to try and keep neighbors happy. I think all the other items have already been touched on. I'm happy to answer any other questions that may be lingering of the committee, and happy to provide any further clarity on the plans, and we're looking for your support.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah, I already asked. Mr. Reid have a question. Yeah, he has a question. Go ahead.
So a lot of the a lot of these issues seem to come from the fact that the deck is raised. I was just wondering if you could explain why the deck is raised and raised that much.
Thank you. Great question. So previously, there was a deck along the north and the westerly portion of the swim spa, and the main reason was because the swim spa.
Sorry, I mean, I didn't phrase that right. Why is the entire swim spa raised as opposed to being at a lower level?
It's actually quite typical for a swim spa to be raised. They're typically above ground. It's a lot more extensive to put it below ground. It then becomes a pool. So swim spas are typically raised, and oftentimes you'll see the swim spa connected with a landing platform and stairs to get into them. You can Google swim spa, and that's typically the images that you'll come up with. It's simply, as well, the infrastructure in order to operate the swim spa is right below it. So being able to have access to it from the edges is also important for the operation of it, which is a lot more extensive than a pool.
Okay, thank you.
But how much is being raised? How what's the difference? Just you raise a couple of feet from the courtyard, the backyard. Or something?
Are you talking about the
raised deck? How
so the
high
raised
it is? Yeah. Oh, is this just okay? I see your session. So it's just as high as the spa. You can just step in.
That's right. So you can effectively just step into it, and really, it's not there for congregation. It's there so you can walk up. Take off your towel, have something to put your stuff on, and get into the swim spa safely, particularly for those of a more senior age.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Any more questions for this speaker, for the applicant? I mean, Okay. All right. I think we have asked our question. Now we are into the committee, so let's have some discussion. I actually am very impressed. Normally, people will write letter of support, but they will not come out to deputize their support. And I think that the applicants done a really good job in getting some support, gather some support. And that's one thing I'd like to point out. It's not usual here.
And if I may,
Mr. Wee, yeah.
Obviously, we take all evidence into consideration.
Yes.
When we have a community planning report that suggests we refuse an application, of course, we're going to look at that carefully.
Yeah.
But I didn't see a lot of justification that made
Yes.
sense to me in that report.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to make that comment.
Yeah, I'm just really surprised too, because when I look at because honestly, I missed the supplemental material and I just saw it. But I think that I would like to direct my panelists or my fellow panelists. They're actually in front of us 3 variances. And the first one, they actually improve it also further. It's 29. It's actually it's not. Of course, we like to have 0, right? But 29, and when they increase it, it's really to improve the privacy between the property and the next. I think 23 Sparkle. So I think that they have tried to improve this. And the other 2 variances, I consider them to be very minor. Yeah. So that's my comment.
Can I?
Mr. Wee.
I have some comments too.
Yes.
I basically agree. I mean, a lot of the issues that people have aren't actually related to the variances. The privacy stuff is not actually, part of the variance discussion. Same with the shed, which apparently is perfectly legal. Variances 2 and 3 are really minor, and variance 1 is actually a significant improvement. And as we saw from the neighbor's picture, their backyard is roughly the same. To me, in fact, these are really extremely minor variances, and the one that's more significant is actually a big improvement over the current state. So I think this is entirely supportable. And I don't really understand the planning refusal. It doesn't really seem to relate to the variances particularly.
Okay, yeah. Mr. Wilkins, any comments? Oh,
No, I agree with Mr. Reed.
so Mr. Reed, would you like to make a motion? Yeah.
Yes, gladly. I will make a motion to approve these variances.
Yes, the amended variances.
Oh, yes, sorry, thank you, yes. Approve the amended variances.
And
Thank
I
you.
also like to suggest to tie it to the revised site plan, because that's the way the, amendment.
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other conditions?
No, I don't see any.
Okay, all right. Any second to that motion, please? Yeah, amended motion. Okay, who's the hands up first? Okay, Mr. Wilkins, second. And all in favor, please. Yeah. The amended one, with tied to the site plan and all, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Can I
approve? Thank you very much. Yeah.
Can I suggest a 10-minute break? I think the next couple are going to be quite long. We need a little break.
Yes,
before that.
we promised to have a break of 5 minutes after this one, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I
Thank
need
you.
to go to. Oh. I think we still have make a quorum, yeah. We have, yeah. Okay, but I need to go to, but maybe not 5 minutes. As soon as we can get back, we can resume, okay? Yeah, we could deal with item 28 and 30, because there's no speakers, and then the last one. Yeah, yeah, we could do that. Okay, let's go. 27. Are we ready to resume? Yes, we want to make it so that Lois can stay for the full meeting. She wants her to full. Okay, we ready? We ready? We resuming now? Oh, sorry, Sabrina, wait for you. I will wait for you. Dylan's not back then. Okay, we are ready to resume. Item 27 is 316 Bloor Street West. This is to alter the development standard and the site-specific bylaw for a new mixed-use building. And they're asking for, I think, 11 variants. Before you start even, we have communication from planning, community planning, requesting a deferral. That's why I want to address that. It seems that what they are asking is to have more time to work with you first. Are you aware of that?
Madam Chair, if I know what you're referring to, that's a deferral from the last scheduled hearing, Madam Chair. For this hearing, we have a report from staff confirming that they have no objections to the variances.
Oh, I see. We are reading an outdated notice, communication?
Through you, Madam Chair, the report is in the supplemental package, and they're imposing conditions, community planning.
Oh, I see, okay.
And the report is dated December, well, it was received December 8th by Committee of Adjustment.
Okay, there's some, okay, yeah. That's the one that you're referring to. Okay, so let me then, you're asking for 11 variances. Let me read what we have received. It's a copy, the minutes from the September 6, 2023 meeting or hearing, and a copy of the survey, site plan, and floor plans elevations, and revised site plans and floor plans elevation and received December 6th. Email corresponding from the agent and parking justification, I think a parking study from the agent, planning rationale from the planner, Bosfield Company, and the presentation material from the agent, and red line revised, there's some revised diagram, and storm water management report and transportation update study, and commenting on this, we received corresponding from the community planning and staff report from community planning and also transportation. And opposition, we have 1, 2, 3. There a whole bunch. It seems that a lot of opposition. I will not read all of them, so half a page. Okay. So since you have opposition, can you give us a presentation, 5 minutes?
Yes, Madam Chair. First lunch.
Oh.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, I was just going to say that we do have four speakers.
Oh, 4 speakers. Okay, thank you. So.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. First, my name is Max Laskin. I'm a partner with Goodman's LLP. We are counsel to the applicant. The address is 333 Bay Street, Toronto, Ontario, Suite 3400. And so I see staff have pulled up the presentation, which I thank you for. This application, Madam Chair, seeks to modify existing permissions for a 29-story building near Bloor and Spadina to facilitate an increase in building height among other minor modifications, ultimately to allow for an additional 158 homes on the site. I note at the outset, Madam Chair, as I've already mentioned, that this application is the product of extensive collaboration with city staff, and as a result, you will see that planning staff have taken the rather extraordinary step of writing a report confirming that they have no objections. As you'll know, that is not common, and it is indicative of the collaboration that has led to the application before you. Our client has also consulted with the local councillor who raised no concerns and engaged with key community stakeholders, as I will outline. If you go to the next slide, oh, that's perfect, thank you. The site is located on Bloor Street just east of Spadina Avenue within two major transit station areas. It's immediately adjacent to Spadina Station, which is a multimodal transit hub with service on both Line 1 and Line 2 of the subway, streetcar and bus service. If you go to the next slide, please. Recognizing this transit context, the site and nearly the entirety of the area surrounding it is designated mixed-use areas, which is the designation in which the official plan directs the most significant concentration of growth. As you can see from the land use map, there are no designated neighborhoods in the area north of Bloor, and the closest designated neighborhood is 225 meters away. Against this backdrop of abundant transit and pervasive mixed-use areas, the primary policy direction that controls building height in this area relates to views of Knox College from College Street. The official plan contains policies providing that buildings will not be visible above the silhouette of Knox College when viewed from particular points at Spadina and College. At the time of the existing approval for this site in 2017, those views were taken from the southeast and southwest corners of College and Spadina in accordance with council adopted policy. The maximum height on the subject site that permitted based on those views that would not protrude into the silhouette was 29 stories, hence the 29-story permission that exists today. Since that time, the tribunal has modified those views and modified that policy as a result of appeals, resulting in a change of the viewpoints from the south corners to the north corners of that intersection. With this policy change, a taller building can be accommodated on the site without piercing that protected view to optimize the use of transit in the area and provide additional housing in accordance with policy. That key policy change, Madam Chair, is what gives rise to the proposed increase in height through collaboration with staff. If you go to the next slide, please, that shows that view silhouette. And then one slide further, you'll see that there are a number of technical variances relating to transportation matters. Madam Chair, those are addressed in the December materials from Bousfield, and I won't get into them in detail. I'll simply note that transportation staff have confirmed that they have no objections. If you go to the next slide, please, you'll see an image of the podium of the building. Through engagement as part of this application, urban design staff actually requested some changes to the podium, and so variances 6 and 8 relate to changes to the height and setbacks of the podium to accommodate those requests from urban design staff. If you go to the next slide, please. In addition, there's more retail being incorporated into the podium as a result of the application. And you'll see a letter on file from the Bloor Annex BIA supporting the application as a result of the increase in retail. This slide also shows the increase in building height that is proposed in the increase in GFA. The proposal is to increase the permitted height from 29 stories to 36 stories plus an amenity floor. As you can see, 2 slides up, please, staff, there's a height map that shows proposed and approved heights in this area. The proposal at 36 stories right there is great, thank you. Sorry, if you could go up one more. The proposal at 36 stories is in keeping with what has been approved and proposed in this area, and it's also consistent with policies that call for height in the range of 35 to 38 stories. With respect to shadowing, I know that has been the subject of comments. I'd note that the policies applicable to mixed-use areas protect designated neighborhoods. There's no similar policy protection for designated mixed-use areas, which is the area surrounding the site. And the incremental shadow impacts associated with the proposal are limited. There's also a small park immediately north of the site, which provides for passive uses, benches, and paths. There will be no incremental shadows in that park in the shoulder seasons, which are the seasons at which sunlight is at a premium. In June, there is a small amount of incremental shadow at the hours of 12:18 and 1:18. But as you can see in the images in slides 16 and 17, the areas in which there are shadows are areas that are inaccessible to the public, as well as a small gravel area. The test under the official plan is that development preserve the utility of the park. In my submission, the shadows have no impact on the utility, and staff have agreed. Lastly, I'll touch on amenity space. The overall amount of amenity space has increased relative to the existing permissions by 275 square meters, but with the additional homes that are now proposed, the per unit ratio has declined to 3.3 square meters per unit. That ratio is quite a bit higher than is often proposed in the downtown, and staff support it. Further, I'll note that as a result of engagement with the Area Residents Association, our clients agreed to increase the amount of indoor amenity space by 50 square meters to accommodate an indoor bike repair room, which will be provided within the building. So with that, Madam Chair, in my submission, the variances meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act. They'll facilitate the greater intensification of a site in areas where the official plan specifically directs that intensification without breaching the protected view corridor of Knox College.
Okay, your time's up. We will hold our question to you, and we will listen. We'll hear the other speakers first.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can hear from Ellen Volter.
Yes. Mr. Walter?
There we go. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can hear you.
Terrific. Hello, my name is Ellen Volter. I am project lead for GESCO's International Estonian Center, which is municipally located at 7, 9, and 11 Madison Avenue. We're deep in construction and we'll be consolidating to 9 Madison Avenue. Do you need my personal address as well, or does the
Yes.
does that suffice?
We do, yeah.
My personal address is 11 Riverdale Avenue in Toronto, Mary 4K 1 Charlie 2.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. GESCO's International Estonian Center is a community-funded and a community-based project. It is owned by the Estonian community, and immediately south of the parcel is Tartu College, which is an 18-story student residence also owned by the Estonian community. So the property encompasses a heritage building on the north side and reimagining and reinventing actually what would have been an urban heat island parking lot into a vibrant green space with a publicly accessible courtyard and a pedestrian through block connection, so that we're really working together with the community to provide open space that's accessible and very pleasant in which to be. It also includes a rooftop garden. So when the community purchased 7 and 9 Madison Avenue, the parking lot area from Creatio from the city, a number of requirements were put to us, and we met all of them. And that included a green space for the rooftop. Now, this is where my concern comes in. And that is, in order for this to be a viable, functional and self-sustaining space, the rooftop area will be also an event space. Now, with the requirement of having a green roof, blocking sunlight becomes really quite problematic. We have planned and we have designed this building. The design is by a 3-time Governor General Award-winning architect, Alar Kongats, who's Estonian heritage. And it has been planned with this green rooftop. Indeed, the federal government of Canada has supported the project financially with an irrigation system and a stormwater cistern. So all of this goes to having a really vibrant green roof. My concern is that the impact on the sunlight that the property will receive from the 36-story, I thought it was going to be much lower. So it's twice the height of Tartu College immediately to the east of the property, will strongly impact our ability to keep the plants vibrant and green and thriving. The other impact, of course, is the taller the tower, the greater the wind downdraft impact on those enjoying the privately owned public space and on the rooftop itself. So those are the gist of my concerns. I think that this is adding what I understand now to be an additional 7 stories is not a minor variance at all. We have not been part of the consultation process, contrary to what the applicant has stated. We have not been sought out and not been consulted, despite the fact that we are essentially across the street from the subject property. So those are my submissions, and happy to respond to any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any question to this speaker? No. Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can hear from Terry Montgomery.
Okay, please.
Off on video? Oh, there I am. That's good. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Terry Montgomery. I'm representing the Annex Residents Association, and my address is 69 Albany Avenue in Toronto. I think the major question for us is, do the requested variances satisfy the 4 tests set out in the Planning Act? And we don't think they do. The 4 tests, of course, are as follows: is the intent and purpose of the official plan maintained? Is the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw maintained? Are the variances desirable for the appropriate development and use of the land? And are the variances minor in nature? So the planners have organized their planning rationale under these headings. I will go through them and explain why we don't agree that they satisfy the 4 tests. So the first one is the intent and purpose of the official plan maintained? We don't think so. The planners argue that the shadows are cast on a designated, that are not cast on a designated neighborhood, and that's true. The area to the north of the building is in fact designated mixed use. But the thing is, it's a very unusual mixed use because in fact it consists of houses that some of them have been converted to offices and others are used, but they retain their heritage attributes. So what's really important about these houses and the street, as well as Paul Martel Park, that has not been acknowledged by the planners, is that those houses are, and the street, the whole of Madison Avenue is a heritage conservation district. They make a significant contribution to the character of the annex. The heritage came into effect after 316 was approved for rezoning. So the proposed tower with an additional, now I think it keeps growing, it's 7 stories now, it was 5 when I wrote this, will cast an additional shadow on the houses and the street, compromising their heritage attributes. Provincial policy states that land adjacent to heritage properties can be developed only if the attributes of the heritage property are conserved. It's surprising that planners made no mention of this heritage district in their report, especially given that it is a new condition that did not exist at the time of the rezoning to the base building. Okay, next one. Is the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw maintained? Well, clearly it's not, because they're asking for variances from the zoning bylaw. The planners are saying that the original purpose of the zoning bylaw was to permit a tall building with a podium, and these variances fit within that. Their argument applies that there is no limit within the zoning bylaw. Why not add 10 or 20 stories? The additional 5 stories may conform to the purpose of the bylaw, but they do not conform to the general intent. The planners are saying that the only change to the massing envelope is a 55-foot, now more, a 55-foot at least height increase. We believe this is a significant change to the massing envelope, and it does not conform to the general intent of the bylaw. Next one. Are the variances desirable for the appropriate development and use of the land? Well, we don't think so. The planners argue that the proposed redevelopment and associated minor variances are desirable and appropriate for the proposed land use. The property is underutilized and strategically located. Well, we agree with that last sentence. But we also believe that the proposed redevelopment that has already amply responded to the need for more housing units in the city. It has already done so. And it is already at risk of creating undesirable conditions in the surrounding area. We can't do much about that because it's approved. But the addition of additional units, an additional 7 stories, only serve to extend the undesirable conditions that the proposal creates. Next one. Are the variances minor in nature? And this is where we really take issue with it. The planners are saying that the variances are minor in nature because they have no impact on the surrounding area. We do not agree. We believe that the approved project already impacts the surrounding area, putting Paul Martel Park into shadow, and that happens to be in the Heritage District, for much of the day and towering over and being entirely unsympathetic with the scale of the Heritage Conservation District to the north. The addition of a number of stories, I think 7 now, only exacerbates this impact, towering even higher over the entire precinct to the north. Now, these variances seem to be a trend where developers are seeking more density and height for an already approved
Your
project.
5 minutes up. Can you make your summation now, please? Yeah.
Okay, well, I think really what I want to say is the approval was granted from a settlement agreement in 2017.
Yes.
And that settlement must be honored. And this whole thing of going to the Committee of Adjustment to change and add to the building really undermines that process. And as well, we have not been consulted with regard to the variances. There was a brief presentation made to 2 members of our Planning and Development Committee, and this was a presentation. It was not any kind of satisfactory consultation. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any question to this speaker? Yeah. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can move on to hear from the owner of a unit at 95 Prince Arthur Avenue.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you state your name and your address? I guess we.
Yes,
Yeah.
my name is Viva Lando. I live at 95 Prince Arthur Avenue. I oppose this application because approval of 34 or the revised 36 stories for a tower on a narrow residential street, which borders a heritage conservation district, is not appropriate. A committee of adjustment is not the proper forum to raise the height of a tower, which was agreed to by an LPAT settlement. Bloor and Spadina is supposed to be the height of the Bloor-Spadina node, which goes from Madison Avenue to Walmer, and there's supposed to be a step down in height to Madison Avenue. The developers are asking for a maximum height in the revised application of 36 stories, which is more than has been approved at Bloor and Spadina, and is clearly not a step down. And has been explained, Madison Avenue was designated a Heritage Conservation District in October 2015. It was appealed and approved by LPAD in January 2019. The planning rationale by the consultants Brucefield refers to a tall tower at 1 Bedford Road, about 3 blocks east of the subject property. But it does not refer to the Heritage Conservation District, which starts a fraction of a block, 6 meters north of the subject property. Madison Avenue was made a Heritage Conservation District because it has the classic tree-lined 2- and 3-story detached and semi-detached Queen Anne and Richonian Romanesque architecture houses considered classically annexed. Allowing a 29-story building next to a Heritage Conservation District is bad enough, but allowing a 34 or a 36-story building is unacceptable, which may be why Bootsfield just forgot to mention it. In regard to the step down from Bloor and Spadina, a 35-story building has been approved at 334 350 Bloor Street West, at the northwest corner of Bloor and Spadina. A 36-story building has been proposed at the northeast corner. Bloor and Spadina are both major wide Toronto streets. This tower is on Bloor for 26 meters, but extends along Madison, a narrow residential street, for 41 meters, almost twice. SSP 334 states the height peak of the Spadina node will be at the intersection of Spadina and Bloor, with a downward transition in height from the peak. If even 34, much less the revised height of 36, is approved for Bloor and Madison, obviously the developers for the proposed towers at the corner of Bloor and Spadina will ask for an additional 5 to 7 stories, as will all the other developers. And there goes a very unique neighborhood in Toronto. I also want to point out that Earth Helpers, who take care of Paul Martel Park, put in a letter of submission, a letter of objection. And the planning department's submissions are dated December the 4th, though they were uploaded on December the 8th. There's no indication that they read any of the objections from all the people who objected. And there's no indication, I don't even know if their approval relates to the revised plan or the previous plan. And I am happy to answer any other question. Oh, sorry, the BIA. If you look at their letter, they say they approve this because they think it's mainly to increase retail space. They seem to be under a misunderstanding. Retail space is proposed to be increased from 350 to 476 meters. But residential space is proposed to be increased from 22,000 to 27,000 meters. So the BIA seems to have given their approval under a misunderstanding.
Your 5 minutes is up. Have you finished, or you want to make your conclusion now? You finished.
Oh, okay. There were a couple of other points I wanted to make,
But you
which
don't
was that provincial.
Can you make a quick conclusion? Yeah.
Provincial Policy Statement 2005 2.6.3 states that lands adjacent to heritage properties can be developed only if the attributes of the heritage properties are preserved. 316 Bloor is not part of the Heritage Conservation District, but it is very, very close.
Yeah.
It was initially approved for the 29 stories before the COA application, but
Thank you. I'm sorry I have to cut you off there. We have heard your presentation. Yeah. So,
Through you, Madam Chair, we can move on to the last speaker that resides at 21 Madison Avenue.
Today?
yes, we can hear you.
Hi. Okay, perfect. So having lived in the neighborhood for over 20 years, the past 3 years alone, since COVID, have brought many changes to the area. So I do reiterate a lot of the concerns that Terry and Reva had mentioned as well. But I know for me and a lot of my neighbors, our biggest concern is construction. So I know obviously while the development is already underway for this project and it's been approved, these additional floors were not originally agreed upon, and I think they will further exacerbate stress on the neighborhood. So we already have many other condos in the area currently being built, the corner of Huron and Bloor, and then one street east of Madison. There's also road construction ongoing from Bloor, on Bloor Street from Spadina to Yonge, as well as the corner of Lowther and Madison. So essentially Madison has ongoing construction like on every adjacent street. We also have 2 schools in the neighborhood, Howlett and Huron School, as well as the JCC at Bloor and Spadina, and this construction will be a huge inconvenience to parents and residents. Sorry. So yeah, while I'm not opposed to building more housing, I think this is a seemingly minor addition. But once this building is constructed, I'm concerned about the precedent that it'll set in the neighborhood and allow more developers of luxury high-rises to come in and change the history and character of the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Okay, that concludes all our speakers, right? Do you have any question to, that's this last speaker and from panel? No, they don't have any questions, so, yeah.
So through you, Madam Chair,
We can go back
hear
to the applicant.
from the agent.
Yes, to the agent, and then just respond to their issues, and then we will ask our question afterwards, okay?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I noticed that the clock hasn't been restarted, if you wouldn't mind. If I could also ask staff just to pull up the architectural plans, please, and there's shadow drawings at the back of that. It's drawing VA 5.2. If you could pull that up, that would be great. In the meantime, Madam Chair, I'm going to make a few remarks in response to what we've heard. The first, Madam Chair, is with respect to the HCD plan. There's a reason that neither of the Bousfields letters made reference to it, and I didn't either in my submissions, and that's because it doesn't apply to the subject site. It does not apply to the lands, as has been noted. It only applies to the north. And it was raised in the context of shadows, concerns about shadows. There is no reference to the word shadows in that document, Madam Chair. That document pertains to architectural details, as you would expect with an HCD plan. The color of the brick, the style of the brick, the type of moldings around doorways. It does not deal with building height on Bloor Street. It does not deal with shadows at all. And the reason it doesn't apply to Bloor Street is because the plan itself acknowledges that Bloor Street is different. It was excluded from the plan area for that reason. And so, Madam Chair, I don't believe that the HCD plan has anything to say about the appropriateness of the variances before you. If staff, now that that's up, could please zoom in on the drawing at 218. What we have here is the shadow drawings for June, and I'm responding now to the comments made with respect to the Estonian Center, which is just northeast of the subject site, as you can see there in that drawing. What I've pulled up is the 2 o'clock shadow, because that shows the very small incremental shadow at that hour associated with the proposal. That is the only hour at which there is any impact. As you can see, it is very minimal, and it moves off that site within an hour. And so, Madam Chair, in the context of Bloor Street and a new development immediately north of Bloor Street where towers are specifically planned, in my submission, that shadow impact is adequately limited and reflects a minor change. The third thing I just want to reference briefly is the reference to consultation. I heard from the ARA, Mr. Montgomery, that our clients had a meeting. That's right, our clients did have a meeting with the ARA, and changes were made in response to that meeting, as I've noted. An additional indoor amenity space was created for the purpose of an indoor bike repair room. There was no request for a follow-up meeting after that one, and so I would submit that our clients have engaged appropriately. With respect to the height of the proposal, there was reference to existing heights approved. And in my comments, I already mentioned the 35 to 38 stories that's contemplated under the official plan. The 36 stories that is proposed is within that range, as you can obviously tell. And it's obviously, it does not extend to the does not use the full permission, for lack of a better word. Does not go up to the full 38 stories. And based on the approvals and proposals in the area, and based on the transit context immediately adjacent to a multimodal transit hub, and the lack of sensitive designated neighborhoods in the area, in my submission, this is exactly the type of site that policy directs us to accommodate new housing. And the specific number of new houses that would result from this proposal with limited impacts is 158. 158 new homes immediately next to transit on a bike track. In my submission, that represents optimization in accordance with provincial policy. The last thing I'll just say, as a matter of clarification, there was some reference to the 34 stories proposed previously that was referenced in previous materials. The increase to 36 that's now reflected before you is a product of consultation with staff. Further discussions with staff after the submission of the application led to the further increase in height, as that was determined to be within the view silhouette that I've described. Those are my responses, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Yeah, actually, you did answer, because I got confused as how many additional stories you're actually proposing, because the site-specific bylaw was 29.
Correct.
Yeah, and then the last one is which got deferred is actually adding another 2 floors. Right, so it's 7.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
7-story you are asking now.
That's correct.
Okay, that's one thing. Thank you for clarifying that. And then I do have, although I'm not really too sure, your schedule study, I look at it, and then if my intuition, you have a park right north of your property, and which is of course at grade, right? I don't in March and in September, it seems that even in midday, it's totally in shadow though. So my question is that obviously it's very difficult to get out all the shadow in a park that which at grade. To have the planning staff consider some kind of compensation your development will propose to make the environment better, or go to public consultation, what the community is looking for in terms of compensation for this?
Yes, thank you for that question, Madam Chair. 2 comments. The first is that park is in shadow as a consequence of the existing approval. The 29 stories provides for shadows on the park in the equinoxes that you mentioned already. The proposal doesn't increase that shadow at all in those times. With respect to compensation that you mentioned, it's a good comment, Madam Chair. In connection with the existing approval for 29 stories, there was a $2.3 million Section 37 contribution, a portion of which was available to community facilities like that. And as a consequence of the proposal before you, planning staff have recommended a condition for an additional $1 million contribution that would be available to be allocated to community facilities like parks within the discretion of the councillor. And that's, of course, a condition that our client is satisfied with. And while I'm on that subject of conditions, Madam Chair, I'll just simply note that there are other conditions recommended by transportation staff and TTC. Our client consents to those conditions too.
Okay. Any other questions?
A quick one. I can see your municipal address is on Bloor Street. Are there any entrances or exits onto Madison Avenue?
There is the vehicular, there's 0 parking proposed for residents, but there are 2 accessible vehicular spaces on the Madison side, and there's a loading entrance there too. That's a requirement of transportation staff. They don't allow accesses on Bloor Street as one would expect.
I do have an additional question. To me, right, just as to, it's not even the numbers, it's actually the physical increase from 29 to now is 36. It's another building, really, to me, in the area, because don't forget that in the area is a mixture also with school and community center. They actually really below 10-story. I know the area very well because I walked by it all the time. So when you are trying to compare your height with buildings that are towards university, and then I sort of take a quick look at your key plan is like from 31 to 50, yeah, and then you group yourself within that group. To me, 31 and 50 is a huge thing. So my question is that why do you think that this is a minor variance and then it will have go through committee adjustment, rather to go back and make a rezoning revision, which I would think that a rezoning process that will involve more of the public consultation, maybe you get a better support from the community.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. The existing context immediately at this corner of Bloor and Spadina is specifically called out in policy as unique. It's identified as Spadina Node. And setting aside whatever's happening in University, what's happening around this corner is very much consistent with what's proposed before you. There's an existing approval at 35 stories, which includes a number of office floors, which are higher, floor to floor on the west side. And on the east side, 36 stories is proposed. And so the 36 stories that is before you is very much in keeping with that pattern. With respect to the question as to what makes it minor, Madam Chair, minor, as you know, is a question of qualitative impacts. And the impacts associated with this proposal are very limited. There's limited incremental shadowing on lands that are not designated neighborhoods. And in consultation, in collaboration with city staff, in light of the changes to the official plan that I've described, the direction was to proceed through the minor variance routes, precisely because, Madam Chair, the housing crisis that you've mentioned earlier in your remarks today over the course of the meeting. The 158 additional homes proposed, given the absence of impacts, would be facilitated much faster through the variance process. And so the decision was made that this is the correct process to follow. And in my submission, that's the correct determination, Madam Chair, given that all 4 of the tests are met and the proposal optimizes a site that is extremely well located without undue impacts.
Okay, thank you. I guess, all right, any question to the applicant, please? Yeah. Okay, we don't have any more questions. I'm going to take it into a committee. Let's have some discussion. Let's have some comment. Oh, Mr. Witt has some comment. Please, Mr. Witt, go ahead.
Yeah, so first of all, I wanted to contradict a statement by the presenter that this is unusual for planning to give these kind of conditions. This is only my 4th meeting, but we've already had quite a few condo buildings, tall buildings that have asked for additional height. Every single one of them has had a planning report on them, usually with a similar type of condition for a contribution or some other thing. So it's completely a standard thing. It doesn't show any kind of unusual agreement. What I will say is that most of the ones that we've seen have been much more modest. So most of the requests we've seen have been for perhaps 3 stories. Quite a few, some of them have actually had the agreement of the local residents association. In fact, we saw one earlier today. Some of them have also had agreements to add affordable housing, which I think is the key need in the city, which is not present in this one. So most of the ones that we've approved have been smaller. They've had support from the community, or they've included provisions for affordable housing or something like that. Or they've been on 2 major streets as opposed to a major and a minor street. So I think that that's one key thing. Another key thing I think is that this was the result of the original bylaw for 29 stories was the result of a long consultation process, it sounds like, and was the result of a settlement to go to 29 stories. And they're trying to reverse more than half of that settlement. Originally, they originally asked for 42. They were brought down to 29, and now they're trying to reverse more than half of that settlement through the Committee of Adjustment. And I don't think that that's the appropriate venue. That's actually quite major, a major change in relation to the other asks we've seen, and also in relation to the original settlement. I think that a major change like that makes a major change to a settlement that was agreed to by the community and planning and the developer should go through a more formal process. Like you said, a rezoning, or perhaps the developer will appeal this to TLAB, which is fine. That will be a more formal process. I also bear in mind that the community can no longer do a third-party appeal. Mm-hmm. So, the community will have no other option if we pass this. Whereas if we refuse it, the developer has many other options, which will involve them talking to the community more and bring the community in a more formal process. So for those reasons, I feel like we should refuse the height-related variances. Now, there are a bunch of transportation-related variances, which transportation is fine with, and I have no problem passing those through to ease the process. But I think that we should refuse the height-related variances.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Any other comments, please? Okay, please go ahead.
Well, I'm not entirely sure that I agree. I feel like this stretch of Bloor Street is what we can expect to be developed. I thought the project was quite good, the way it was presented. And I didn't feel I understand that the variances may not be sort of numerically small, but I didn't feel that we got a lot of information that made me believe that the impact would be very large. As the agent has pointed out, it borders a heritage district, but it is not in a heritage district. He has also indicated that there are buildings that are going to be similar in size nearby, and it's very near Spadina and Bloor. So I'm not, we're talking with my fellow committee members. I feel a little bit on the fence about this one. The variances are asking for a lot, but I actually think it does provide housing. The city does need housing. I like the way the plan looks. And we got the shadow studies showing not too much impact. So, yeah, those are my comments at this point.
Okay. Mr. Wilkins, some comment?
Well, my thoughts, I understand what Mr. Reid is saying about just qualitatively or quantitatively the extent of the variances. Are they minor or not? I'm not sure that I'm persuaded by the arguments about the fact that it was a settlement in the past. A settlement came up with a bylaw that applies, and we're supposed to consider whether there's a minor variance from that bylaw. I think the process reached, it's not part of the 4 tests, so I'm not particularly persuaded by that argument, but I'm still on the fence as to whether I think it's minor or not. So I'm still thinking, so if you have...
You're still thinking, yeah.
Yeah.
And I sort of agree with Mr. Reid in certain way, because in one way, in one way particularly, is that it has, I know the area, and I know that it's going to be developed, and because it's so close to the subway station. But also, don't forget, this is also academic area. U of T is right next to it. There's some schools and churches and all that stuff. So what I think that they put a very big burden on committee adjustment in terms of determining whether it's minor variances. This will be built for sure. But on the other hand, the process that we of course, if you have a tall building and then you add another height to it, maybe the impact is just not particular, because the impact is already created by the first 29th story. But I would think that this kind of a big increase should have a community support. That's my biggest part. And then I think maybe eventually they will still approve it, even after public consultation, maybe they gather enough community support. But because since the law now, the third party cannot appeal, and I really think that it does not give the community a fair chance to even vent, in commenting on it. Because if they're asking for half of that, 3-story, 4-story, it is not 7 stories. 7 story is another building to me. It's not minor, and I think the community should have a chance to comment on it before it comes back to community adjustment. Yes. Okay, Mr. Reid.
One last point. I would just say that I think that the community's opinion is part of the qualitative assessment of the impact of a variance. So, where the community is supporting a variance, I think that's an indication the impact is minor. Where the community is strongly against something, I think that is an indication that at least to them, the impact is more than minor.
I missed what you said. Which one? What? Can you repeat your last sentence? Yeah.
I was just saying that, so if the community is strongly opposed to a variance, I think it can be taken as an indication of the qualitatively, that for the community, qualitatively, the variance is more than minor.
What the other thing, what troubled me is that we do not have, as you say, a staff report. I know that he's saying that this area is in the future is zone up to even, is it 38 or something like that, and they are within that future expectation from the planning staff. But we should have some kind of comment from them to support their view. And I really thought that what if my problem is also there's no kind of any limit. It seems that what if they ask actually for 50 stories? Will you think still a minor variance? According to the logic of the impact, it is already impact is there, and it's still a skinny tall building. The shadow probably. It's not much worse. Okay. What do you think? So do we have a motion then?
Shall I make a motion?
Are we ready for motion? Mr. Wilkins seems to be still thinking. We just want to know whether he has any more comments.
I don't know, Madam Chair, if it's I'll ask you if this would be an opportunity to offer to the applicant a chance to defer. So I don't know if that would make a difference for him to consult the community more and see if his plans could be mitigated in any way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's...
There has been a deferral already, that's one thing.
Sorry?
Yeah. I think that we do... Yeah, we do have some kind of ideas already for a motion. I think that let's see what happened. Any comment from Mr. Wilkins before we do that?
I'll just say my last thought is for this committee is that it does seem like a big change. And there is a lot of opposition, but I agree with counsel for the applicant that the way that the Heritage District is zoned, I don't know if the shadows touching the Heritage District means that there's a big impact. It's not affecting any of the architecture and things like that. So it's difficult, even though, I mean, visually, I think it's shocking in a way that the change, it's big. If I focus on the impact, I'm not sure that it's beyond minor.
Okay, I see. Okay, it seems that Mr. Weed is ready to make a motion. Let's vote for that. Let's see what happened. Mr. Weed, please make your motion.
Okay. I move that we approve of only variances 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, and 11, which are the transportation-related variances, and that we refuse the other variances.
Which is?
And that we include the transportation conditions and the TTC conditions.
And we refuse variance number 1 to 5?
We're accepting variances 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, and 11, and we're refusing variances 5 to 9.
5 to 9.
And yeah.
Okay. You got the motion, right? So anyone want to second that motion?
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. Can we just go through the conditions again? Is it community planning condition?
Yes. Yeah.
And that's from Committee of Adjustment and received that on December the 8th. Okay. And then the transportation.
No, sorry, not the community planning. No, not the community planning
Oh,
condition.
okay.
Conditions, like that's related to the height.
Okay.
Only the transportation condition and the TTC condition.
Okay, so transportation conditions will be that dated December the 12th that we received. It just has one condition on it. Okay, and then the TTC conditions.
Okay. Do we have a second to that motion? I'm sorry, it failed. No one seconded.
Yeah.
So let's have another motion on the floor then.
All right, in my case then, I make a motion to approve with the conditions recommended by transportation and city planning. Are those?
TTC too.
And TTC as well.
Okay. And anyone, yeah, a second by Ms. Ms. Fix. Yeah. All in favor? 2-1. Oh, I abstain because I would not trigger a tie vote. Yeah.
Yeah.
2-1, approve with all the conditions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee.
Okay, thank you. So let's move to number 28 is, okay. So, yeah, Ms. Fig will be absent. She had to leave. We still have we have three of us have a quorum. Okay, let's move to number 28, 50 Nassau Street. Okay. For this application, the purpose is to construct a three-story auxiliary building containing one laneway street on the second and third levels and one parking space on the ground level in the rear yard abutting the laneway. And they are seeking 5 variances. On this item, we also receive a copy of the minute from the last deferred hearing and copy of a survey site plan, floor plans, elevation, a cover letter from the agent, presentation material from the agent, and also letter from the agent December 12, and letter from the solicitor on behalf of the owner, and communication from transportation engineering, and we have support from 52 Nassau and opposition from 48 Nassau.
Through you, Madam Chair, we did get a very late email from Community Planning saying that they don't have any further concerns.
Okay.
We do have the applicant online,
Yes.
and we don't have any registered speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you. Let's have the agent then.
Hello, committee and Madam Speaker. My name is Nova Tiona. I'm the architect and agent for my client Yan Lin at 50 Nassau Street.
Mhm.
My address is 52 Beatty Avenue, Toronto M6K 3B4.
Okay. Since you do not, that's another speaker? There's some opposition? No. Okay. Actually, I'm going to check whether our panel needs a presentation from you first. Do you want?
I think we should get the presentation. There was an opposition letter that was by the neighbor that was quite specific.
Okay.
And it's kind of an interesting proposal. So I think a short presentation will be helpful.
Yes. Please go ahead. We need, 5 minutes.
Sure. I tried to address the concerns of the neighbor's opposition letter in my most recent cover letter from December 11th, I believe, Monday, and with supporting images. Their concerns were with regards to aspects of views and light and in a way massing based on the language of their letter. So we feel like we've addressed those in that letter. However, I can go through that from that perspective. If we look at, I'm not sure how you've organized.
I'm not sure I have that letter.
So it would be the cover letter dated December 11th.
Mm-hmm.
I do we have that? 28th? Oh yeah, okay.
And,
Agent letter response to objection letter. Yeah, got it. Okay.
and then there should be materials with that. It may be
Excuse
E4.
me, Miss, yeah, could you, actually, we're asking for presentation. Could you just go ahead with the presentation instead of asking questions, please?
Yes, sure. Yes, so the letter deals with their concerns of views and sunlight. And so we have prepared a few images just to speak to some of our design aspects that have taken into consideration both neighbors at number 48 and 52 from the very onset of this project. Our client Yan Win has from the very beginning mandated it for us that she really wants to be a good neighbor to the next door neighbors at 48 and 52, and as such, we've really looked at sun studies, elements of massing, while still trying to provide for her a livable and viable house that is filled with natural light. And with respect to my first cover letter, and we can get into it a little bit later with regards to height and massing, we have provided from a positive impact perspective. We've been working with community planning, Simon Lacoste in the area, as well as Kazi Helen in transportation services. So from our original proposal, we have reduced the massing because our original proposal had a 2- and 3-story projection and bump out that projected into the lane, but based on transportation comments, we've reduced that, effectively dealing with issues of massing from the lane and their concerns of how it felt height-wise as well from the lane. With regards to the neighbor's objection letter, we've shown, if we could scroll down, I think it's attached at the bottom. We've looked at the issues of privacy and overlook in terms of section of the building and the location of windows. And so the areas of view through the windows facing south are mitigated through setbacks. To the top left, that is a landing through a stair that we're using as a light well, bring light down into a very narrow space, as well as any windows that are facing south. We are considering, particularly on the 3rd floor at its highest most point, a depth of storage that mitigates and kind of stops someone from standing right at the window or even placing furniture that close, as well as the locations of what makes sense programmatically and even from a flow on the 2nd floor. That window, the orientation of furniture and where someone may stand would be oriented to the west versus obliquely towards the number 48's house. And I did refer in my letter, they do have concerns of the 2nd floor deck that they have themselves. And so as a result, from the 2nd floor, we've tried to mitigate that. Technically, as of right, if we had a dormer window allowed, there would be a plate. We would have this window there, and we're open to suggestions from the committee if it is of real concern. But you'll note that on the 2nd floor landing, we don't have any windows and we don't have any views out. And in fact, with regards to massing, the location of this angled plane was taken into consideration as well from aspects of their light and shadowing. And I've made reference to that in my cover letter with regards to, there's actually no shadow onto their property. The shadow falls onto their garage, which is not necessarily a space of experience that they occupy at this time.
Thank you.
Other than that, other than that, I would say I feel like I've covered the aspects of concern with regards to massing and height within our cover letter, but I'm happy to answer questions with regards to the committee.
Yes, Mr. Reid has
I do have a question. I was just wondering if you could. I mean, the key variance here is obviously the third story.
Yes.
I was just wondering if you could explain briefly why that you feel the third story is necessary in this case.
Sure. It is a narrow site, and we're trying to get the most out of the narrow site as possible. We've actually maintained an existing parking spot, so that actually takes away from some livable floor area, but we're cognizant also of neighbors and concerns of parking and added street pressure on to Nassau. So that's one element why we've lost that, for example, that floor area. Another is what's impacted it even more so is us complying and with the requirements from Cassie Helen in transportation and losing some of that floor area projecting into the laneway setback. And so that floor space and creating a series of, two floors essentially above the ground floor allows for a little bit more of a flexible, and we're looking at this as a laneway house that provides a future flexibility potentially for our client in terms of family scenarios. And if we had the angled plane as of right, it really limits how the third floor could be laid out and used in conjunction with the second floor, which I hope I've shown within our supporting documents, where we've shown where potentially a second bedroom could be added, for example, in the future, to create different aspects of occupancy for a house of this size, modestly. The added height is really needed for the extra floor space, which with the dormer window, for example, I believe it adds about 5 square meters, but it really makes a big impact in terms of what you can actually do on that third floor in terms of a place of occupation to actually live there from a head height and floor area point of view.
Okay. Any more questions? I do have one question to you. And when I look at the deferred package, the previous variants looked exactly like the same as the current one. Are there any improvement or change that you made in terms of the variants?
Yes. Yes, so I can show you if we go to the supporting documents, the superseded supporting documents, it's probably clearer there. Yes, so if we go to page 3, so the previous proposal, prior to feedback that we received from transportation, it shows that projected on the second and third story, we had a modest projection.
I see.
And then based on our comments and requirements of width and laneway conveyance, we've eliminated that. So we've actually made the massing better and to the satisfaction more so to community planning, who had some concerns over height, but because we've actually bettered the massing as perceived from the laneway, they don't have any issues.
Oh, but the height is still the same though, isn't it?
That's correct.
That's correct. You've just pushed you just eliminate the cantilever? Is that what it is?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, to allow for a 5-meter lane. So our client actually lost 37 extra centimeters because of the requirement of the transportation.
Yeah,
so
they have requested a setback of more setback. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I see. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think that clarifies my questions. And basically, you just have to one side and you have more of a slope, the so-called dormer.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, and I don't know if you've had a chance to review all of the packages, but if we scroll further, potentially up, and just if we could scroll down or up, yes, here, this gives a sense of, so we have a sunken terrace as part of this project as a way to reduce the floor height and the overall height. And so even though we are asking for 3 stories, effectively we're asking for half a story And the laneway house or suite that we're proposing is as perceived from the lane, more of a 2.5 to 2-story, depending on how we perceive the floor-to-floor height versus a 3-story. Because we've reduced the grade and we're planning to have a sunken garden terrace that would extend the modest kitchen views to make it feel a little bit bigger. Because the ground floor is essentially just a kitchen because we've maintained a parking spot.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. We do not have any more questions to you, so I'm going to move this into discussions. Okay.
Can I ask if staff could put up the late planning letter that was referenced that we haven't seen? There was a reference that there was a letter from planning saying they have no objections, but that was not in our package. So I was just wondering if that can be posted. Can we have a chance to see that?
Sure, Member Reid. Yeah, we'll it's just an email, but we'll have it presented on the screen right there.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if we just scroll down.
Okay. Oh, I can barely read it. There we are. No further comments. Okay, thank you.
All right, yeah, it's good to see this because I was wondering. Because, yeah, last time they had to defer the case to work with community planning. Okay. Any more comment? I can add my comment. I was looking at it, the proposal from last time is actually a great improvement, although the figures do not seem to change much. But in terms of massing, and I do agree that they should pull the overhang or cantilever part in. And although it's not a very typical laneway house application we see because we always just maximum 2-story, but I know the area pretty well, and I think that is probably a lot of people will move into that kind of direction in terms of laneway house in that area. So with also the first floor is actually only partial because the other side is sloping with so-called, it's a dormer. I think because of the specific location, it can support this extra height. So it is a supportable application for me.
Yeah, I was a little skeptical at first, but for the same reasons, I think it's been cleverly designed to minimize the impact or redesigned to minimize the impact. It is a very narrow space, so I can see the need for the additional space. And given that planning is satisfied, I think I can support this.
Yeah. So Mr. Wilkins, any comment? Yeah.
Nothing to add to what you've said already.
Okay, so Mr. Week, so we have a motion, please. Yeah.
So I will move to approve these variances. I don't think there's any conditions.
No, I was checking, and no, why? Okay, and it's 1 second. Mr. Wilkins, second, and all in favor? Approved, yeah. Thank you.
And through you, Madam Chair, we'll just mark that Member Fig is absent for this item.
Yes, please.
And then obviously the following 2 items.
Exactly, yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm just looking at, we have 2 more items left for this evening. Item 29, which is our next item, we do have 3 speakers in opposition that are online.
Okay.
For item number 30, which is our last item, we don't have any registered speakers, just the agent.
Okay.
I'm wondering if maybe we deal with item number 30.
Okay.
And then we can come back to item number 29.
Yeah, it's not contested. It's getting late, yeah.
Yes, it is getting late.
So I agree. Let's start with number 30, the last item. It is, the address is 500 Caledonian Road. The purpose for this application is to legalize and maintain the existing one-story auxiliary building, which is a garden suite in the rear yard, which was converted from a detached garage without the benefit of a building permit. They're asking for 2 variances. And for this, we receive a copy of the minutes from the last meeting that deferred from last time, October 4th, and a copy of survey, site plan, floor plan, and elevation. What is the noise? Yeah, is someone? Yeah, okay. And email corresponding from the agent, and also we have email corresponding from Metrolink. Yeah.
Okay, so through you, Madam Chair, we'll just unmute the agent.
Okay.
Varanak, you've been unmuted. If you have other devices on, could you please turn the volume down because we're getting some feedback. Thank you.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today. My name is Mahshad Meshkar from Permitman, located in 180 West Creek Road, and I'm here on behalf of the owner of the property, 500 Caledonia Road. We have two variances. The first one is regarding the side setback. The minimum side yard setback for the garden suite, which is open without any opening, is 10% of the lot frontage that in this property, it would be 0.88 meter. But right now is 0.25 meter. And our second variance is regarding the distance from the garden suite and the main building, which should be not less than 5 meter, but right now is 1.07 meter.
I'm sorry, I saw that. Are you changing some of the variances? Is that what you're saying? No, right?
No.
Okay.
We didn't change any variances.
Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead because that's mistake. All right.
Okay. And as I mentioned, these two were variants, and all these variants occurred because the structure has been converted from the garage to the garden suite, and the location and foundation have not changed. And therefore, the distance to the neighbor property and to the main building has not changed. Compared to before, as it was a garage. And for the first variance, we provide non-combustible cladding and 45 minutes fire-rated walls without any opening on that wall. And for the second variance, as it appears in the site plan, if you see, only small part of the main building is affected the 1.07 meter distance. And we indicated that the window that located in that part shall be converted into the fire-rated window. So there are the only variances for this property, and if you have any specific question or if there is any additional concern, feel free to ask me.
I do have a question, but I do have a question because did the planning department have you contacted them on your proposed front yard parking, the space that you're proposing to have a parking?
Yes.
And do you notice that it is you're encroaching on the city property? Let me
No,
direct-
we didn't.
Okay, let me direct you. Please, the staff, bring up the survey, please, and zoom in the front yard, where the stair is, the porch. Yeah. You see that? You can zoom in. From the survey, we see the corner
Yes.
or your main wall to your property is 5.08 meter, right? That distance,
Okay.
right? And then go, now it's 5 meters, just a little bit more than 5 meters, but then go to your site plan where you propose your parking. You see, when your distance marked on your site plan to the sidewalk, which is not your property, as half of it is city property, you actually, your parking space you're proposing is encroaching into the city property. This is incorrect, by the way, because you do not show your front yard property line. You're showing the sidewalk, which we got somehow the fire truck on it. But I think that is misleading because you show that your proposed front yard parking is all in your property, which is not true, because half of it is city property. And I'm not too sure whether, first of all, if you're proposing a front yard parking, it should be in the purpose clause. In your purpose, you did not mention that you're introducing a front yard parking.
May I answer?
Yes, please, yeah.
Okay, I think it's just a mistake of showing the proposed parking because, as I mentioned, that the building was garage before. So all this driveway is the parking spaces. So we can have all this driveway for maybe two, or I think maybe 2 or 3 even parking spaces along all these driveways. Okay, that access to the parking spaces that it was before, and right now is a garage. The garage that it was before, and right now it's garden suite. So just the showing of the parking spaces is a mistake of our drawing, because it can park into the driveway, not in the front yard. And it doesn't encroach into the city property.
Go back to your site plan, which is now you have a note there saying that one vehicle parking is required. So that's why you're providing that. I do not believe that is not part of your application, because you said that you have to satisfy the zoning, that you have to provide one parking. And my question is that doesn't matter how many existing parkings you think you have, but according to your site plan, you are encroaching into city property. Have you dealt with this issue and have the city planning okay with it? You have to tell us, please.
Okay, I think it's just a mistake of showing the parking space in our drawing, as I told you, because all these driveway, and you can see in the side of the building through to the before garage, and the building that was before it was the garage. All these spaces, the car can park. So it was our mistake to show the proposed parking spaces. We can provide the parking spaces without encroaching to the city property.
You missed. I don't think you're answering my question. I take your drawings as it is. You said that you have to provide minimum. You see, minimum require parking with one space. That means that you cannot take that out. You have to provide. Otherwise, you will have a variance. We do not mind looking at another variance, but it should be accurately illustrated in your application that you are proposing a new parking spot, or at least one parking spot, so you do not have that variance. You understand?
Can I also add? Can I add something? I don't see that the car can be parked in the driveway, because the driveway is now the access point to the garden suite.
Yes.
Which is required. Yeah. You need to have a clear access point to a garden suite.
Yes.
So I don't think that the car could be parked in the driveway further up because then it would be blocking access
Yeah.
to the garden suite.
And I do also, I suggest that this should be deferred because in the communication, I read through the email communication that it did mention that they should go to get a revised zoning notice, but they opted out. So they come in front of us on a waiver, means that they themselves have gone through the evaluation of their changes. And I do not believe this parking spot is not, it is shown on the drawing and it says that it is required. So
It was.
I'm sorry, I haven't finished. So I will think
sorry.
that this should be sorted out with the planning and come back with accurate application.
Okay, if you ask about the past meeting, the committee meeting that I mentioned, that another variance, during the meeting, it is clarified that due to the raise of the height of the garage by the owner, the result is the attaching the eaves of the garage to the neighbor's building. That's why the committee asked us to revise it and hold the meeting and ask us to, to reschedule for the committee of adjustment. And it wasn't related to the parking space. It just related to the attachment of the eaves of the neighbors and the garden suite. So we solved this problem and asked by the discussion to the owner, it is agreed that the height of the garage back to the one that it was when it was to the original height. I mean, when it was the garage. Okay, so the problem was solved, and
I'm not.
But it wasn't. But it wasn't related to the the variance wasn't related to the parking spaces. But we can work on it to provide the parking spaces without projection into the city property. Because as far as I know, this driveway is the way that for the parking spaces that they used to have it. And they used to this driveway as a parking spaces.
I do understand, but your drawing does not show that, and also your drawing also show the property line in the wrong position. And my question is that if it's drawn, if you look at your site plan, it's no problem. Everything is inside your property, it seems, right? But when you look at the survey, you are sticking out. Your parking spot is actually sticking out beyond your property. I'm not too sure who have missed this. And I think that this site plan is not accurate. Sorry. Yeah. And that's my question only. Do anyone have more question to this to the agent? Yeah. If not, so we move into committee and have a discussion.
Sorry, is the concept?
And any comment, Mr. Wee?
No, I mean, what do you want to do?
I have I do not think the site plan reflects the survey. First of all, the survey definitely showing the property line is almost halfway between the podium. Not podium, the porch and the sidewalk. And then on their site plan, it does not show that. It's just showing the edge of the sidewalk. And I think that it should be at least wait if the planning staff missed that, at least they should provide an accurate site plan. And what I'm trying to say, if we're going to approve this, it means that we are agreeing where the location of the front yard parking is.
I'm wondering if we could just like make a point in the minutes that that planning should review the parking, because it's not one of our variances that we're covering, right? So
Yes.
presumably planning can always come back to them and say, by the way, your
Oh, no,
parking
they,
doesn't work.
we
and
will
then,
prove that they will not circulate this again back to transportation. That's the problem, right?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, this application was submitted with a waiver form. So there could be a missing variance based on no parking on site.
Yes.
Given that
And if there
the
was a
existing
variance,
garage
it-
was converted into this garden suite.
Yes.
So they probably, yeah.
sorry, I just want, if there is another variance that was not part of the waiver and was missed, would planning or transportation be able to bring that up again and have it come back?
I think
No, not unless it comes as a new application, right? So if this committee were to defer the application, the deferral would be to amend the site plan so that it's correct, and then go through a zoning review.
Yes.
So then we can determine exactly what the variances are, and then it would come back to the committee.
I
Right, that seems
prefer,
like the proper
I
plan.
think that's a proper way to do it so that there's no ambiguity. And first of all, even in their note to say that they will provide this parking means that it is a variance that they're taking out, right? So if they're not allowed to use that space, then they will come back with extra variance. So I think that we should defer this case and so that they can have what Serena just mentioned, revised zoning notice and purpose course even, yeah. Yeah. Can we have a motion then? Yeah.
Do you want to, I think it's okay if you do this motion.
Okay, I will move a motion because of the reasons that the site plan is not accurate and also the status of the front yard parking is not being mentioned anywhere in the application. So the applicant should go and revise the site plan and have accurate zoning notice.
And
Yeah.
Sabrina, was there anything else that you'd mentioned that we should include?
No, it's to defer the case so that they can clean up the application, have a accurate zoning notice, and also correct site plan.
In seconding that motion,
Okay.
I would just say that with the state of the information the applicant has provided, it makes it hard to understand whether this satisfies the 4 tests. So I think it seems like it would be in the applicant's best interest to get a zoning review done, just to
think
make sure so that when it comes back, there's no questions for the committee that's going to ultimately hear that.
And ultimately, maybe save them more time if they get all the variances they require. Okay, thank you for seconding it. All in favor to defer? 3 to unanimously approve to defer. Yeah. Thank you. Let's go back to the last item is number 29. Number 29 is 297 the Warren Avenue. I'm so tired. I'm sorry, I can't even read anymore. For this application, we have. That's so sorry. Just suddenly have. The purpose is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling currently under construction by converting it into a duplex dwelling for 2 residential units, and also construct a rear first-story addition to convert a portion of the rear third-floor terrace into a habitable space, and the front basement walkout entrance for the dwelling going into the basement units. They're asking for 3 variances. And here also we received a copy of the November 8th hearing minute, and it's been deferred from that time. And copy of survey site plan, elevations and floor plans, cover letter from the agent, and revised cover letter from the agent, and cover letter also from the owner. In opposition, we have 245 letter of opposition, and we have 1 letter of in support. And
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online, and we have 3 registered speakers online in opposition. So we will start with the agent.
okay, please, yeah.
Good evening, committee members. My name is Matthew Rebo of Perspective Views at 5359 Timberlea Boulevard, and I'm the agent representing the owners of 297 Delaware Avenue. Seeing as there are multiple neighbors in opposition, I prepared a presentation document that the presenter can find in the late submissions folder. Oh,
Okay, yeah.
am I presenting now?
No, we will present it.
I
Just
didn't
give
think
us-
so. Can I get the clock restarted?
Just give us
Thank you.
1 minute.
Okay.
We just need some time to get it out, I think, yeah.
No problem. So I would also, while we're waiting, like to point out in your introduction of this application, it was revised. The 3rd story is in compliant with zoning. We've had a revised zoning notice completed. It's been submitted. And again, my presentation will walk through our justification.
Okay, we are presenting what we have as our late material. Is this what you're referring to?
Yeah, I can read through it. If you want to just maybe scroll through the images towards the end as I'm reading, that will be fine. I'll go through this as quickly as possible, and I got a letter from the client to make sure to be within my 5 minutes.
Yep, okay, there you go. You can start.
Perfect. All right, Perspective Views has been retained by the owners of the subject property to provide representation of the redevelopment of the property municipally known as 297 Delaware Avenue, Toronto. This letter will provide an explanation of the proposal and technicalities that require the proposed variances, as well as the rationale to support the request to add a basement walkout stair to facilitate the conversion of a basement separate unit. The following variances are required to facilitate the proposal. And I want to highlight that. We're really focusing on just the front walkout. Exterior staircase setback to permit exterior stairs 3 meters from the front west lot line, whereas bylaw chapter 10, 540-63A3 permits an exterior staircase to a building or structure encroaching into a building setback if the stairs are no closer to a lot line than 0.6 meters. Variance 2, landscape area to permit a front yard landscaping area of 18% where the bylaw requires a minimum of 50% of the front yard to be landscaped area. And in that same section to permit variance 3, soft landscaping area, to permit a proposed front yard soft landscaping area of 18% where the bylaw requires minimum 75% of the front yard area to be landscaped. 4 tests. 1, maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. Subject property is designated neighborhoods. As for the City of Toronto official plan, the city neighborhoods are considered physically stable areas made up of residential uses and lower scale buildings such as detached houses, semi-detached houses, townhouses, duplexes, and triplexes. The proposal to construct an additional unit and interior renovations to create a family-sized, semi-detached 2-unit dwelling on the subject property maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. As for the official plan policies, physical changes to the established neighborhoods must be sensitive, gradual, and fit within the existing physical character of Toronto's urban neighborhoods. 4.1, section 5, I'll skip ahead. Variances requested reflecting existing prevailing conditions that are indicative of the historical development patterns of Toronto's urban neighborhoods. The development proposal utilizes the existing building footprint of the dwelling located on the property with modest increase to the building's floor space index, as well as slight reductions in the building's landscape area, which will be further enhanced post-construction via landscaping plan. The project maintains a general size and configuration of lots in the area and respects the existing building heights, massing scale along Delaware Avenue. The building type, size, and configuration is supported by the city's official plan policies, maintains the general intent and purposes of the official plan. Number 2. Intent of the bylaw. So the subject property is designated residential Rs per the City of Toronto's bylaw.
And the proposal complies with the majority of zoning performance standards, most notable building height, which is regulated 50 meters. There's currently a 3-story semi-detached dwelling on the lot, which also complies with required front yard and interior side yard setbacks as prescribed in the comprehensive zoning bylaw. The proposal maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw for semi-detached dwelling. Short on time here. The shown site plan proposed performance standards related to the redevelopment of the property is not out of character with the existing community, and in many cases will result in the improvement of existing conditions. Variances 1 to 3 are considered to meet the general intent of the zoning bylaw. It's desirable for the neighborhood. The proposal is not anticipate to have negative impacts at neighboring dwellings, as proposed buildings addition complies to a number of performance standards. As I previously mentioned, the overall proposed change is considered appropriate for the development of the lands. An increased size of the dwelling will result in gentle intensification of the subject property. The proposal also conforms to the general intent of the official plan. And I'm going to skip ahead. Minor in nature. The proposal conforms to most of the setbacks. Variance 1 is being requested to permit the exterior staircase 0.3 meters from the front west lot line, whereas the bylaw requires 0.6. This is measured to the first step or the interior of the stairwell. And variance 2 and 3 are very similar in regards to landscaping. For these reasons, it is our professional opinion that proposed variances are in keeping with the intent of the official plan, in keeping with the intent of the bylaws, appropriate for the development of the lands, and minor in nature. I've got a letter from the owner that I'd like to read as well. I know I'm short on time, but I'll try to fit it in. My name is Nancy, owner of 297 Delaware. I would like to address a few things with the committee. First of all, I would like to apologize for any inconvenience and discomfort construction has caused. Although I've expressed my wish to expedite the process so that as a young family can settle down, neighbors team led by a few individuals have been relentlessly trying to interrupt and then complaining at the same time. At this point, I feel my rights to build have been disrespected. As an owner of my own house, I would like to have the freedom to choose how to renovate and design. What I'm applying is not out of character at all. For example, she gives a couple examples.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt, but your 5 minutes up for a little bit overtime
Fair
already.
enough.
So can you make your last summation?
I know I'll have an opportunity to speak to some of the comments. I just want to remind committee that a lot of the points and the disgruntled complaints from the neighbors are not related to the 3 variances that we're asking for. And I'm ready to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. We have other speakers for this item, so we're going to hold our question to you. Let's have the other speakers. Yeah.
Sure. Through you, Madam Chair, we'll start with the property owner at 292 Delaware Avenue.
Hello?
Okay, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes, please.
Okay, perfect. Yes, my name is Mark Friesner. I own 290 Delaware Avenue, and I've also been asked to speak on behalf of 292 Delaware. I'm in opposition to this application. I have read the letter that the agent uploaded just yesterday at the end of day with loose and repetitive justifications for the proposed variance items in an attempt to tie them back to the 4 tests. However, they all seem to point towards what the agent is referring to as a future landscaping plan that will show at a later date how well the front walk upstairs will be hidden from the streetscape. I understand that you guys have just received this. It was uploaded end of day yesterday. You have not read the letter or may not have read it, but that's what they refer to over and over again, a future landscaping plan to come. With all due respect, Madam Chair, this is the third of 2 previously deferred Committee of Adjustment hearings to discuss the items on the public notice. The time to show a landscaping plan to justify the request for the variances is now, today, at this hearing, not a future promise of something to come. I also want to thank the agent for providing 4 examples in his document on how inserting a front walk-up stair within an existing front porch could work. If you open up the presentation that was just shown that he submitted yesterday, labeled C of A presentation, in Appendix A, and please refer to image 3. No, his presentation. You just had it up. Yep, that's it. So image 3, $296, so one more down. So compositor, add some more time. Okay, thank you. 296 Delaware. It shows the porch width reduced to accommodate the walk upstairs, and the attached neighbor on the right has a full porch width for visual reference. So that's an example of the porch being cut back to accommodate a stair. So thank you, Matt, for that. Image 6 as well. 353 Delaware Avenue. If you scroll down. The porch has been reduced here as well to accommodate the walk upstairs. The photo is cropped, but you can still see a portion of the full width of the porch of the attached neighbor on the left, which extends to the common lot line between the houses. Can you scroll down? I don't know if you can see the whole thing. So there's a walk up there. The porch has been cut down, and the attached neighbor to the left has a full width porch. So that's another example there, though you can barely see the house. It's been cropped out on the left. But that's another example of it coming out of the main wall. Image 8. This is also a great example of how cutting back a front porch can help accommodate a basement walk-up, mostly within its footprint. Image 8. Keep going. Okay, there you go. So that's also within the porch. It shows that the porch has been cut back and a front walk-up could exist within or mostly within the front porch. And also image 7. So if you go back one more, 383 Delaware. This is actually a good example of thinking outside the box on their walk-up. On this house, they raised the headroom for the front walk-up by modifying and raising the porch itself over the stairs and door. In doing so, they were able to raise the door as well to minimize its sill depth below grade, and in turn not needing as many steps leading to it. You see it's stepped up there. So the main porch of the front door is lower, and they've actually raised the porch to the right to be able to accommodate less intrusive stairs into the front landscaping. So those are good examples. Again, thank you, Matt, for providing those examples yesterday. I also have questions regarding the justification for this hearing, now that an actual zoning certificate has been issued on November 30th. A manager at the planning department, you may not have received this. I don't think it was uploaded to the committee, unfortunately, and I don't know why. But a manager at the planning department has confirmed in writing, and I did upload that, his writing back and forth, so you do have an email from him, that the zoning certificate supersedes the zoning notice issued a month earlier, dated October 27th, that the committee is reviewing here, and that the public notice that was sent out to the area neighbors is based on. He has also confirmed that the plans reviewed on the new zoning certificate show the proposed front walk-up stairs existing entirely within the footprint of the existing front porch. I find this contradiction troubling. If it is not possible to place the front walk-up stairs within the footprint of the front porch, then why has the applicant repeatedly submitted this configuration to the planning department and zoning only when it is advantageous to their application? I also have looked through the letters of opposition, and there are at least 17 different individual neighbors who have reached out to the committee to speak out against this application. And in stark contrast, there is not a single letter of support. I know the chair mentioned there was a letter of support, but I believe you're referring to the letter from the owner themselves. There's not actually a neighbor of support that is uploaded to the site. I find that the previous hearing that was deferred on the 8th, there was a specific condition imposed by the committee members stating that the applicant was to meet with the neighbors to discuss the project and answer their questions. The agent wrote to an email to the committee application
your 5
technician.
minutes is up. Can you quickly make your last statement, please? Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. The condition was never actually met. They wrote a letter saying that they do not need to meet with us because they think that they assume that we are only there to discuss non-planning related matters. That's not the case, and the condition was never met. But here we are again asking for an application. I believe that this does not meet the four tests, and it's just a means for justifying with a landscaping plan that is to be revealed at a later time. I don't feel that it meets within the neighborhood, and I ask the committee refuse this application and vote to protect and maintain what very little area for rainwater absorption is left in this front yard. Thank you, committee members, for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll move on to the owner at 290 Delaware Avenue.
Okay.
Madison.
Hello, my name is Madison Aiken of 290 Delaware Avenue. Thank you for the opportunity to express my opposition. The most important point that I would like you to take from my statement is that these applicants already have a zoning certificate to construct a basement apartment with a front walk-up fully within the existing porch. And I will further frame my opposition using the 4 tests that the committee considers. First, the proposal does not maintain the general intent and purpose of the city's zoning bylaw. Front yard setbacks are intended to preserve the character of the street and to allow sufficient space for landscaping. Setbacks also ensure access to utility meters and provide pathways for emergency access, as well as garbage and recycling bin storage and movement. Soft landscaping is required for street appearance and for rainwater and snow melt absorption. Our region is facing increases in extreme rainfall in which a large volume of rain, such as a day or a week's worth, falls during a period of several hours. In response, the Toronto Region Conservation Authority and the city have noted the importance of preserving soft landscaping, which diverts rainfall from storm sewers and provides a slower absorption that prevents flooding. This applicant is requesting to have just 4 meters of soft landscaping, which is less than a quarter of what is required. Of course, exceptions are made from time to time by the committee, and this is usually when a valid justification is provided. In the case of the present application, there is no need for the walk-up to extend into the front yard at all. In fact, the applicant has already received approval from the zoning department on November 30th for a plan in which the front walk-up does not exceed into the front yard setback or reduce soft landscaping. The applicant has shown that they can achieve the desirable additional density of a basement unit without these variances. Allowing the walk-up to encroach into the front yard setback and remove much-needed soft landscaping provides no benefits, and the applicant has already demonstrated that they can build the basement apartment without these variances. Second, the general intent and purpose of the city's official plan is not maintained. A key point of the plan is that development in established neighborhoods respects and reinforces the general physical character of the neighborhood, including, in particular, prevailing setbacks of buildings from the street. As you can see in the photos submitted by the agent on December 12th in Appendix A, many properties on Delaware Avenue do have front yard walk-ups. However, the vast majority incorporate a walk-up within the existing porch or without encroaching into the front yard. Approving this application when the applicant has already demonstrated that they are able to build the basement apartment without these variances is therefore not consistent with the intent of the city's official plan because it does not fit within the prevailing setbacks of the street. Third, the proposal is not desirable for the appropriate development of the land. This is easy to see in the submissions before you today. I count 20 letters of opposition from 17 different neighbors in close proximity. Strikingly, despite the process stretching out for over 3 months, there is not a single letter of support from a neighbor. The volume of opposition and complete lack of support makes it clear that this proposal is not desirable for the neighborhood, nor does the community see it as minor. I would also like to note 5 negative impacts this proposal will have. 1, the streetscape. Having the walk-up so close to the street is not visually appealing and is not consistent with the neighborhood. 2, access. They are proposing to remove the path on the side of the home and put 18% soft landscaping there. If that happens, how will they bring their garbage bins to the front of the property? How will they access the side of their house, their gas meter, emergency services, etc., without trespassing to the property on the south? Bin storage. Where will the garbage, recycling, and green bins be stored, given the walk-up will take up the entire front yard that is owned by the applicant and is not City Boulevard property? They will almost surely place the bins in the city-owned boulevard, which is not permitted. Snow. The proposed project has no affordances for snow piling over winter. Where will snow taken from the walk-up be placed? How will they avoid obstructing the sidewalk and street with their snow pile? And 5th, rain absorption. Decreasing soft landscaping means more water runoff and increased flood risk for adjacent neighbors and the street, especially during intense rainfall. Lastly, the applicant has consistently flouted committee procedures. They have twice failed to comply with conditions imposed by this committee to consult with neighbors. I have never had the opportunity to meet the owner, and the agent has never answered any of my questions. The committee has the power to stop this applicant from pushing their way through the process without following committee procedures and getting their way by continually changing their plans and resubmitting them for zoning review, or misrepresenting what is existing on the property, making it impossible for me to keep up as a layperson. I ask that you deny this application because it provides no benefit to the neighborhood, will only have detrimental effects by increasing flooding risk, reducing bin storage, decreasing the beauty of our street, and setting a precedent for building too close to the street, which is not characteristic of our neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any question to this speaker? No. Okay, do we have any more?
Through you, Madam Chair, we can now hear from the owner at 295 Delaware Avenue.
Oh, please, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, are you speaking for number?
Okay. So Celia Hart,
Yes.
295 Delaware Upper Unit. I first of all want to say I'm in support of the the presentations of my neighbors. And I'd like to clarify a couple of things. First of all, I am Ms. Celia Hart, not Mrs. Celia Hart. I don't know where Matthew Rebo got that from. Second of all,
Stop you just to ask you a question? Are you speaking for what number of, what's the address you're speaking on behalf?
I am 295 Delaware.
295?
I'm in the upper unit.
Did they already? Did they already speak as the first?
No.
No, through you, Madam Chair. It was 292
next door.
Delaware.
Oh, I see, because I have the
Sorry.
first speaker is up 295. Yeah, the first speaker, the opposition.
No, I had asked you, I am recovering from surgery, so I'm very
It's fine.
tired.
Go ahead.
and
I
only
just
have
want to
some-
make sure the address. Go ahead.
Anyways.
Yeah, please, yes.
Okay, I am one of 6 co-owners of 291, 293, 295 Delaware, and I live in the upper unit of 295.
Okay.
I am Ms. Celia Hart. As far as we have yet to really understand how anything is going to be done in terms of drainage in the front yard and how it will affect the property at 295. 297 is a little higher from us. And in terms of reducing green space in the front, we have increasing issues in terms of how that's going to affect overflow of water onto our property. Most of my concerns have been about the third floor extension, which is no longer here because now this property is considered to be a duplex. And I know that my submissions are not really within the jurisdiction of the Committee of Adjustment, but I have felt it important to put it on the record that by virtue of becoming a duplex, by having a basement suite and a 2.5-story large home, knocks out our ability to express our views as neighbors in terms of the effects on our property. I absolutely support the submissions that my neighbors have just made in opposition of the application. I know there's no point about talking about the third floor, but I just want to say this has been a really distressing and difficult process. And I know that's also not within the jurisdiction of the committee, but I would hope that at some point the city finds a better way for people to be able to come together. We have had really no substantial positive conversations with our neighbors about their plans. And so this has been a very, very difficult time, which I know you also can't comment on, but I also just want to say I appreciate the opportunity to finally have the opportunity to say this, because we have been at the end of 2 other hearings before that got deferred, and we never got to speak our piece on the things that we were concerned about. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question to this speaker, please? No. Before we move to the response, actually, I'm a little bit confused. Maybe the staff can bring up this another more recent zoning notice. They mentioned that November 30th, the first speaker had mentioned, I only know, I'm aware of the October 27th zoning notice, but they mentioned that that is a newer one, which is November 30th. Is that anywhere in existence? Oh, okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, perhaps we can hear from the agent.
Yes.
They can speak to that.
Yeah, exactly.
And then.
Okay, let's have can we bring back the agent and to, for questions and also in response to the comments that raised.
Yeah, first, before the timer starts, respond to your ZAP certificate. We didn't provide it ahead of time because we thought that it might confuse the application while you're here today. But if you scroll down to the presentation that I presented, the very last page is a drawing of what was approved. And this is also, you'll see, this is the proposed basement of what was proposed minus the walkout that we're proposing at the front. So What we've done is applied with the previously approved variances with this proposed basement apartment, and that passed zoning, and they issued the ZAP certificate. And that was really to clear the floor space index variance that we were requesting by adding the basement apartment unit to the current scope. So now I'd like to address the rest of the comments from the neighbors. I do hope I get a little bit of time to answer that as well. Landscape plan. So regarding the landscape plan for future, if you pull up the site plan, you go to the proposed site plan, please, you'll see that there is a substantial boulevard, municipal boulevard, all along the street of Delaware. This is not city-owned property. This is maintained, obviously, by the owners. And this is the landscaping that we're referring to. So it's not typically illustrated how we're going to be landscaping the municipal property, but we have the opportunity to provide planting in front of it to shelter the stairwell going down to the basement. On the same note, the water point, the rainwater runoff, also there's a substantial boulevard that we plan on utilizing for that. Examples provided without the larger stairs, the walkout in the porch, are older stairs that don't comply with building code minimum requirements. So obviously what we designed today has to comply with current code requirements, but I will state that examples of similar to what we're proposing, so newer developments along Delaware, 266, and you can maybe flip through these photos, 266 Delaware, 268 Delaware, 347, 349, 393, all very similar. They're encroaching beyond, the stairwell is encroaching beyond the existing porch footprint. Again, I'd like to remind you that we are within our building, our property line. In zoning certificate, I already answered that.
Do you have the physical notice in front of you submitted to us? No way.
Sorry, the physical notice? No, that was not provided to the committee. Again, we thought that it would be a little bit possibly misleading. Again, it was with these stairs that were previously approved. So if we don't get approved today, we do have an option to stick with those stairs, but it's undesirable, and I'll tell you why. It's going to be much more costly to achieve that solution. Again, we're here at committee adjustments to ask for a minor variance, which we believe is minor. On that note, we've had discussions with planning staff. They have absolutely no opposition. They believe that it's in character with the neighborhood. And again, when meeting the floor test, we believe that we've achieved that.
Okay.
Regarding, there was comment about trespassing at the neighbor property. Again, there's plenty of boulevard space. We will not need any additional land to facilitate access to, the rear lot or side yard or any type of maintenance, etc. I think I touched on all of the points that were made. Committee members have any questions for me?
Actually, I do have a question because unfortunately you said that you have a new zoning notice, but it's not in front of us. I just like to know the variances that in front of us, which are the three variances, do they reflect what the zoning note, the most current zoning notice indicating?
No, so the ZAP, sorry, not the zoning notice, the ZAP certificate was obtained. So what we did was we submitted a revised building, so there's an issued building permit. What we did was we applied for a revised building permit. With that, we used the previously approved front walkout stairs. But that is not what we hope to get today. We're seeking these three variances as per the site plan that's been submitted with the front walkout stairs. And again, similar to the 5 examples that I gave on Delaware.
Oh, all right, so the material in front of us are what you're looking for, and they are current. That's in front of us.
Correct.
Okay, so then I like to make to ask you a question. If you look at the variants 2 and 3, for example, right? I think that there might be some mistake on variance 3. If you read the variance 2, you require soft landscaping areas only half of the front yard, which is like 11.5 meter, right? So that's fine. If you read the variance 3, it says 75 of the landscape area, which is not, it cannot be the 17.25 because 17.25 is much larger than 11.5. So just let me finish. When I see this, I go back to the October 27 examiner notice, the zoning notice. I discover if the staff can bring it up, is the October 27 is in the deferred package. If you read it carefully, item number 2, yes, zoom in, item number 2, and the second variance is D. There's a D.
Correct.
Yes, go in even further, bigger. You have to go in to read it so that we can read. It's the second page, not the first page. Second page, item 2. But I have it earlier. But what I'm trying to say, if you read that zoning notice, item 2D, it's very clearly state that the 75% is a percentage of the whole front yard, not landscape area. So that's what I discovered. If you agree, I think that on the our agenda, we should delete the landscaping area. We should say, or replace it with front yard area. Then it makes a lot of sense to me. Do you agree? Yeah.
Are you asking me or are you asking planning staff?
I can't hear you because your sound is wobbling a bit. Do you agree?
Sorry, I said, was that question directed at me or planning staff?
Yes, no, to you, because I asked for the zoning notice to be brought up on the screen, but it seems that we cannot read it carefully. But what I'm trying to say is on our agenda, the 3 variances, and 2 and 3 do not make sense. The only makes sense if we delete or replace on the variance 3 landscaped area with the front yard area. That then it starts to make sense and reflecting what the zoning notice is saying.
Let me read from the notice. So on a lot with a duplex, a minimum of 75% of the front yard must be soft landscape, 17.25 square meters.
Yes.
The proposed front yard soft landscaping is 18%, which is 4.1 square meters.
Yes, and you go back to the agenda. You go back to
the agenda.
It does not say front yard. It says landscaping area. Oh, this is a notice.
Oh,
yeah.
I see
Okay.
what you're saying.
Yeah, this is the notice. Look at 2D. 2D only in a percentage of the front yard area. Okay, right? Which is 17.25 square meter. According to this notice. So you go back to our agenda. It should be in the proportion of the front yard area.
So it does say a minimum of 75% of the required front yard landscaping open space must be in the form of soft landscaping.
Yes.
I don't see the discrepancy that you're pointing out. I'm sorry.
You see, okay, here, what I'm trying to say is if your front yard 50% is 11.5 square meter, right?
Yes.
And which is landscaping area. But the third variance asking for 75 of the landscape area. How can it be bigger than the 50%? How can it be 17.25 if it's 75% of the front yard landscape area?
This calculation was provided by the zoning staff. And if you wish, we can cross up the 17.25 meters squared.
No,
I
think that you should just cross out the landscape open area. It should just say front yard area.
Oh, that's okay, yes.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what,
okay with
well, that's
that.
what I mean. Now you got it. You got what I say, right?
Okay, sorry,
Okay.
yes, I agree with you. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Yes. And I think that the zoning note is saying the same thing, but I think that you misread it, you have reversed your understanding of it, I think.
Through you, Madam Chair. So are you saying that variance number 3 gets revised to read, in this case, 18%, 4.1 square meters
Yes.
of the front yard will be in the form of soft landscaping?
Yeah, of the front yard, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, not landscape open space.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Delete that, and delete it on the, in this case, too. Yeah.
Yes,
And
okay.
I'm okay with that.
I just want to be accurate, that's all. I may be, at the end of the day, maybe I'm also wrong, I don't know. But it makes sense to me this way. Yeah. Okay, any question to this speaker? And then there's no question, we are ready to move into the committee and make a decision on this. Mr. Reed, please.
I asked staff to put up the zoning certificate image that we were showed earlier, but that we don't have access to.
Oh, we don't have access to?
It's not in our materials, but it was shown earlier.
Oh,
It's the November 30th zoning certificate approval.
are we
I
going?
think I have the correct frame.
This is October 27. I think that's the only one I thought we have.
No,
That's-
no, we
Yeah?
it was shown earlier by the applicant
Okay.
in answering one of the questions. There was it's the one that shows the steps going down under the porch.
It's like
We
a
had
site
it
plan, I
earlier.
think, right? Is it on?
No, I think what we're
We
referring
had it
to,
earlier.
we're referring to, there was a submission made that included, that included an approved zoning for a different configuration. So, and the agent
Yeah.
was saying, if this is not accepted, they can fall back on this other one.
Yeah, and that was shown earlier, so I'm sure we have it because we had it being shown earlier.
I think that he's drawing a reference to that, but I do not think that we're supposed to
Yes,
use
we
it.
literally had it on our screen
Yeah.
while he was talking.
That's
So I'd like
where
to
it
see-
confused me, actually. Yeah.
Yes, I feel like it'll help a lot if we can see that, please.
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Reed, I did ask for whether there's a more current.
Yeah,
notice.
it was referred to, we literally had it on the screen, so.
So
let's see it again, please.
without that, will you be able to make your comment?
Sure. I mean, basically, there's an easy solution to this that addresses all everyone's concerns, that does not require anything unusual, and that's to simply go with what's already approved, which is actually a much better solution in other ways as well in terms of the interior. This is a perfect solution. It doesn't require any variances. It doesn't interfere with the soft landscaping. We have it in front of us. So I say we reject these requested variances because we have a much better solution right in front of us, which may be slightly more expensive for the owners, but which is a much better solution and something that the entire neighborhood will be happy with.
Yeah.
So I seriously reject that. We reject the variances, and they already have an excellent solution available.
Yeah. So you are in support of this application, right? So
No, I'm saying we should reject the variances.
we should
This is already approved. We don't need to do anything. There's no variances required for this. So this is approved by zoning. If we reject the variances, they will do this.
Oh.
Basically,
But,
the
okay,
the
on your
stairs go into the
rejection,
porch.
can you tell us the reason why you should reject it, despite or whether they have another solution? I don't think that's relevant to this application because it's not totally in front of us.
I think it is.
Oh,
The
it is?
variances are being asked for. They do have an impact. I think that two of the opponents were actually very specific about the impacts.
Okay.
There'll be, I mean, at the moment, there's a huge reduction in soft landscaping, which I think is not minor and is not good. There's issues with where waste bins are going to be stored. There's issues with drainage. So the impacts are significant, and it's not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. So these are not insignificant impacts. And if there is a solution that avoids those impacts, I think it makes a lot of sense to go with that solution, which does not require variances, that does not have negative impacts, that enables the full soft landscaping, and does not interfere with the character of the neighborhood.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, I heard you. Yeah, those are good reasons. So do you like to move a motion then?
Yes, I would like to move a motion to reject these variances.
Okay, and do we have a second to that? Mr. Wilkins will second it. All in favor? So I will vote for it because it won't make no more difference. Okay. And I'm sorry, it's refused, 3-0, yeah. That is our last item. The hearing adjourned at 8:28. Is it 20?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think we have 8:26 that we can adjourn.
Are you absolutely sure? Did you do the math?
Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.
Everybody. Thank you for hard work.
Thank you, everyone.
Everybody. Thank you, Mr. Reed. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. Okay, we stopped. Okay, I'm going to leave.